it took me a minute, just a minute I don't know what I did different, but apparently I did something different that I hadn't done. So I have no idea what my sound is like right at the moment because I had to um, mess with my microphone last night. I have no idea. That is the pure luck. Pure luck. That's all I can say. Because wow, I was struggling. All right. Hopefully it sounds okay over, over on Rumble because I can't even believe I'm over there. I made it. I made it. Oh, I was having a horrible time. Alrighty. Well then, I've got Travis Rudolph trial day 1, but we're going to do day 1 into day 2 because we have Miss Dominique Jones on the stand. She's Travis Rudolph's ex-girlfriend, and she's wonderful. She's great. She's so friendly and kind and respectful. I wouldn't use any of those words to describe her. Actually, she is, so Travis is on trial for what he said was self-defense. He's in Florida, stand your ground state. Old Dominique and him get into it. She goes home, tells little brother that Travis has pushed her down. He threw her down to the ground twice, beat her up, whatever. Her brother and 3 of his friends then go to talk to Travis. Don't pull up to his house. They pulled 2 blocks away at midnight because, that's where normal people go to talk to somebody. And, if you have an issue, you generally take as many people as you can when you want to go talk to that person, right? All that makes sense. All good. Good choices. They show up. I'm pretty sure that, knocked on the door politely and asked for Travis to come out and, sit down and let's chat. There's an altercation in the front yard of Travis's house. It's caught on the Ring doorbell. One is proven to have shown up with a gun to Travis's house. Travis's brother and his mother are out there, and I can't even imagine how his mom felt in this situation because their father had been unalived. And for those of you who don't know, I can't use the M word on a certain platform. Their father was unalived at a restaurant during a robbery. He was shot and he's gone. So I'm sure his mother was on edge. This had not happened very long before this altercation happens. Travis runs inside, gets his gun, doesn't fire at anybody in his yard. 2 of them start running away. He looks down and sees that his brother is getting beat up in the street. So Travis runs down to help his brother. They all end up running back to the car. And this is where the state is saying, okay, fine. They were retreating. He was following. And Travis ended up firing 39 shots into the car, unaliving the guy in the passenger seat whose name was Sebastien, injuring another dude. They were talking like he was in the defense said he was grazed. The state said he had surgery. So that's not clear at this point. States charged him with first degree intentional homicide and 3 counts of attempted, I believe, first-degree homicide. So he, in Florida, that's life, period. End story. Fortunately, this was not a death penalty case. But, so that's the case. Travis is an ex-NFL player. It's not like he's loaded with money. He's young. He got hurt. He's trying to get back in. He was getting ready to go to the Canadian Football League a month after this happened. And I think old Dominique saw her meal ticket was leaving. So she didn't like that. But anyway, that's enough of me rambling on. I am just kind of discombobulated because I think I'm on Rumble. I think I can see myself. So hopefully I am. If anybody is over there watching, I had people waiting and I could not get my stream going. So I apologize. But if anybody's over there, send me a chat and let me know. Let me know how the sound is. Just let me know that you can see me. It's been crazy. My morning was so relaxing. So relaxing. And then I went to start my stream and I was like, nah. You've had too good of a day. You just need to not have that good of a day. All right, now let's see if I share this screen. There it is, it's in Rumble. Oh my goodness. If my mic is good, everything else should be good because I didn't mess with any of that. They are getting ready to call Miss Dominique Jones to the stand. So get ready for some fun and excitement and learn how not to be a witness. Or how to act if you are a witness. Oh, and the court sound sucks. And it's not my fault. I can't help it. I've boosted it as much as I can. There she is.
All right, Ms. Jones, will you please, when you're comfortable up there, say and spell both your
Judge.
first and last name for the record and for the jury?
Dominique, Dominique, and Jones, Jones.
All right, thank you very much. You may inquire, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. Could you please tell the member of the jury, how do you know someone by the name of Keyshawn Jones?
He is my little brother.
And how much younger than you is Keyshawn?
He is 2 years younger than me.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Keyshawn?
We're extremely close. We have 3 siblings. It's me, him, and an older brother, but me and him are the closest.
Okay. And the older brother, did he live with you around the time that this happened back in 2021?
No.
So who was living in the home in Delray at the time?
Me, Keyshawn, my mom, and her husband at the time.
All right. So tell us a little bit about your brother. Was he in school? Was he working around the time this happened in April of 2021?
He's been a full-time student even up until now. He goes to the honors college at FEU.
What about yourself? What did you do for employment back in April of 2021?
I was a realtor.
And do you still have that license?
Till this day, I sold real estate.
Okay. Back in April of 2021, take us in time. This was around COVID, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And did there come a point where you could no longer sort of go out every day and do realty work?
Yeah, so I got my license in March, and then COVID kind of happened in April. So they closed the office when that happened. So I really wasn't working during the time.
So you mean March of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And then by the time this incident is happening almost a year later, sort of things haven't fully opened up yet?
No.
Okay. Tell us a little bit. Do you know someone by the name of Travis Rudolph?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Rudolph?
We were dating.
And can you tell us, did you know Mr. Rudolph prior to starting a romantic relationship with him?
I met him. I've known him through mutual friends, but actually meeting him one-on-one, I met him at a club.
All right. And can you tell us approximately when your relationship began, the romantic relationship?
I would say that I was like sleeping over. I was around him consistently for the beginning since like March, but I would say like the relationship actually started around November.
So when you say March, you just have to make sure we put it in context of time. Are you talking about March of 2020?
Ooh, sorry.
Correct.
Okay, so that's around when COVID is hitting.
Yes, I'm at his house every day. I'm sleeping over every day. I'm around his family, etc.
Tell us a little bit about that family. Did you come to meet his mother, Linda
Great,
Rudolph?
Carmen.
Or Rudolph, sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Did you come to meet his mother, Linda?
Yeah, me and her were pretty close, very close.
Would you say that you considered her sort of like a second mom, or did you not have that type of close relationship?
No, we had a very, very tight relationship. Anything about Travis, like she would come to me, she would talk to me about it, things like that.
All right. And did you also feel comfortable enough to talk to her about things?
100%.
Okay. What about any other relatives that were living in the home? Where was Travis living?
At his mom's house,
And mom lived where exactly, if you remember, what city?
Lake Park.
So that's the 550 Teak Drive address?
Correct.
All right. And how many bedrooms, if you recall, were in that residence?
I believe 3.
And would that mean that Travis had his own bedroom?
Yeah, he had his own room. His mom had her own room, and then his brother had his own room.
What was Travis's brother's name?
Daryl.
Does he sometimes go by the name DJ? Have you
Yeah,
ever heard
DJ,
people
yeah.
refer to him as that? Okay. What about your relationship with DJ Daryl? How was that at the time?
DJ Daryl.
I guess he looked at me like a sister, he would say. He said that plenty of times. He's pretty to himself and quiet, so.
I just want to take her chair and just say,
You
"Sit
said
still."
that there came a point in your relationship where you spent a lot more time over at the Rudolph residence. Were you sleeping over at night?
Yeah, stuff there, sleeping over basically every night. It was COVID. There was really not much to do. So yeah, I was there a lot.
Okay. And I know obviously this is a personal question, but did you believe at some point that you were in love with Mr. Rudolph, Travis?
Of course.
Did you two start discussions at that point about future, sort of marriage, children, things like that?
You know, like in the beginning stages, you have conversations like that. When I say it was 100% that serious at the time, no. But yeah, we did used to have little conversations like that back then.
And did you believe yourself to be in a committed relationship where it was just the two of you and not an open relationship?
As in, yes,
Meaning-
100%, yes.
Okay. All right. So can you tell us whether or not during that time period, it was your belief that you were seeing Mr. Rudolph and that he was seeing you and that there should not have been any other persons involved in that relationship?
I would say up until November, like we did have conversations, to be truthfully honest, that he did say like he wasn't ready for a relationship, and I respected it, but I just started to, you know, do me and just live my life as a 23-year-old woman. And then he started to get to the point where he was like, okay, I do want you to be my girlfriend.
All right. So let me just have you.
Quick note for those that weren't here for opening statements. The defense opening statement said Dominique was married at the time that she was dating Travis Rudolph in this committed relationship where she just said she thought they were going to get married and have kids and do all that stuff. She was already married according to the defense. So we'll see if they bring that up, because I think when old Dominique says to be truthful and honest, that means she's not.
You explain that timeline wise a little bit.
Okay.
So I think you said the beginning of the relationship, or at least when you started romantic relations, were around March of 2020. Is that
Right.
correct? And you said in November of 2020 is when you're having the more serious conversation about you becoming his girlfriend.
Yeah, like my birthday's October, so it was like October, November. That's when like more of the serious conversations like started happening, and it became that.
Did there come a point where there were any discussions about you moving into the Rudolph residence with Travis and his relatives?
No.
So it was never going to be the type of situation where you sort of shacked up or moved in.
If it was anything like that, it would be our own, but it wouldn't be at his mom's house. No.
Okay. All right. I want to go back in time a little bit to sort of what was happening sort of in the weeks prior to this incident taking place. Did there come a point that you had a surgery?
Yes.
And as a result of that, were you still in pain, and did you need sort of, to take care of yourself so that you weren't injured again or re-injured?
Yes.
And was that something that was known to Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
What about your brother, Keyshawn?
Yes.
And what about his friends, Chris?
Yeah, everyone knew.
Everybody knew.
Everybody knew. Travis took care of me.
So boyfriend, Mr. Rudolph at the time, was helping to take care of you.
Yeah, for like the first week. Mm-hmm.
And what do you mean by taking care of you? Like physically helping you?
Physically helping me, doing everything that the surgery required from the doctor. Like he was there helping me.
Okay. And during that point, were you still in this boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, or did there come to be a break in the relationship?
I mean, if someone's with you every single day and they're helping you and you're not leaving my sight, I would say like it's a relationship to me.
Okay, so let me ask it a little simpler.
Okay.
I really wasn't trying to imply that you weren't. I just wanted to know, were you still in a relationship with
Yeah.
her? Okay.
Oh,
Okay,
'cause
so
maybe she
did
just
there
got
come a
to admit
point,
it.
and when did the surgery happen? Was that March or February of 2021?
It was of 2021, February.
February.
Yeah.
All right. So by the time this happened on April 6th, 7th there, were you fully recovered?
Not at all.
Okay. Were you still in pain from the surgery?
100%.
Did your butt still hurt? 'Cause that's
Talk to
where
us a
you had
little
the
bit about the
surgery.
state of your relationship with Mr. Rudolph. By that I mean, what was your status around that time? Did you
I don't know
still
if she
see
got a
each other?
lift
Did you
or
still
she got some
communicate?
implants?
He would pick me up. I had to sit like a certain type of way in the vehicle, so he would pick me up and things like that. We weren't seeing each other as much, but we were talking every single day, and I feel like it was like kind of getting a little bit disconnected, but nothing was ever said as like we're not together.
Okay. And again, I understand this is a terribly personal question, but did there come a point where there was a break in like physical interactions between you and Mr. Rudolph? Meaning, could you continue to engage in sexual act while you were recovering from the surgery?
No.
Okay. And then, is that when you sort of noticed that there was a difference or a break in your connection?
I just noticed him. Yeah, kind of like it was just different a little bit.
Okay. Did you two have any conversations about the state of your relationship, what was going on, and whether or not you would continue to remain in this relationship?
We did have a conversation. I kind of said like I think we should take a break, and you have the messages which I'm sure you'll show. I was kind of saying like I think we should take a break
Yes,
just for the
please
simple
tell
fact
her
that
how
I
to do
wasn't
her
seeing
job.
him, and it really wasn't
Her
a lot of
dates.
communication between us now. So but that's how it led to the day of the incident.
Okay. Now, before we get into the text messages about the conversation with the break, when this conversation about a break happened, were you still continuing to communicate the I love yous and all of that?
Of course.
So the relationship didn't actually break.
Oh, nothing was ever said like, and even a break I wouldn't say was breaking up.
I feel like I'm watching an episode of Friends.
I want to
We were on a break.
approach a witness, judge, if I could, with State's Exhibit 20. It's already been provided to defense counsel. I do not believe they have an objection. It would be text messages between the defendant and Ms. Dominique Jones.
All right, yes, you may approach, and is there any objection to admitting that into evidence? All right, very well. State's Exhibit 20 is admitted without objection. And the text messages,
Ms. Jones and Mr. Rudolph.
all right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm handing you a copy of the messages that were extracted from your phone. Can you tell us whether or not those are complete messages between you and Mr. Rudolph starting around the time of this incident, which is April 6th of 2021, and to the end, which is April 7th of 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. And does this accurately reflect sort of what was going on in the relationship and the communications you had via text messages about still loving each other and all the other things you just described for us in your testimony?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Judge, State would be requesting permission to publish.
You may.
Ms. Jones, I know it can be a little difficult to see from where you're seated, Judge, if I could request permission for her to step down. when
Sure,
needed.
sure, and find a pointer so she can use that. The wooden pointer. Mike, where's that? Oh, okay, there we go. Watch your step getting
thanks,
down.
Judge.
Ma'am, Ms. Jones, you can, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry, thought you did. Well, they can see the colors anyway.
It's the worst system.
I'm closer than they are, and I can't see it.
And I'm older.
I'll try if you like. You want the lights down? Sure.
I don't understand why they're not using the TV screen that's right behind the witness.
Can you see from there? If not, you can step down.
I can see.
All right. Wow, I'm impressed.
I have 20/20 vision.
So do I, but
Oh,
I can't see it. Anyway, go ahead.
Jesus.
Okay. So the first message here in blue, can you tell us if that is a message from you or Mr. Rudolph?
Travis.
So that is Mr. Rudolph. He will be represented in the blue messaging as we continue. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. So Mr. Rudolph writes you on, according to this, April 6, 2021 at about 12:15 a.m. saying, "I'm sorry."
Yes.
What was going on there?
Just basically, I was just telling him I felt like the relationship has been like, you're not coming to see me, I have surgery, you're in Miami every weekend, just like, girlfriend relationship things. Like I just was feeling a certain type of way. And he responded and he said, I'm sorry.
Okay. And that conversation that you're talking about was over the phone. It was a phone conversation, right? Prior to the I'm sorry.
I'm going to be honest. I don't remember if we talked on the phone or if there was more messages, but that was what that was from.
Okay. All right. And then you respond, is that you in green there saying, okay, Travis.
Correct.
Okay. And then his response, I'm not going to argue with you and what you wrote me. I agree with that. If you need a break, I'll give you that. Because, spelled B-U-C-Z, which I assume is just because, shorthand. Is that correct?
Correct.
Lately, all we have been doing is disagreeing with other. Do you remember that being the response?
Correct. That's when I told him I think we should take a break.
Okay. And then, of course, you said, I agree as well. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
He was in Miami because he was trying to get back into football. So he was working out and he was training from his injury. So heaven forbid.
Another message shortly after the last one you just sent, this time at 12:29:56 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And is that a message again in blue from Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
And that's the I love you.
Correct.
And you also respond in kind, I love you too, correct?
Correct.
All right. Next message from Mr. Rudolph is you're going to need. Do you know what that's about?
You're going to need?
Question mark.
You're going to bed. The second message is where he clarifies need for bed.
Okay, got it. So need was an incorrect word and he meant bed, meaning are you going to bed?
Correct.
Okay. Then it looks like he sends another message. So just to clarify, this is still early morning hours of the 6th, the day this incident started.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. So then the next message you get from Mr. Rudolph is, okay, WYD. What does that mean?
What are you doing?
All right. And you respond, I'm watching Netflix.
Correct.
Okay. And then another message from Mr. Rudolph, I'm about to lay down.
Okay.
And then you respond, okay, well, we'll talk.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then it seems you received another message from Mr. Rudolph, Travis, at still on April 6, 2021, correct?
Yes.
All right, this time around 12:29 a.m. and he's saying, busy tomorrow. You busy tomorrow? Question mark.
Correct.
And your response, I'm getting a massage at noon. That's all I have planned so far.
Correct.
Okay. Then the next message from Mr. Rudolph. Okay, I was planning on going home tomorrow after I get done working out. Was trying to see if I could maybe spend some time with you. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then your response, okay, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We'll remind you. All right. So then the next message from Mr. Rudolph is, okay, I'll call you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And then good night. Is that correct? Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then you eventually say good night as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
Does she
then
not
the
get
next
about
message from
don't say
Mr. Rudolph is on the afternoon. It says 12:56 p.m. now.
Yes.
On the April 6th of 2021. Good afternoon.
Yes.
Okay, and you respond to Mr. Rudolph's request about good afternoon with another good afternoon of your own.
Yes.
Then Mr. Rudolph types WYD. What is that?
What are you doing?
Okay, and you respond, just left my massage, WBU. What's that mean?
What about you?
Okay, and then Mr. Rudolph responds, just got back to 4 spot from working out. Did you understand what that message meant at the time?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you understand it to mean?
Forrest his best friend.
Okay, so you understood that he had gotten back from being with his friend.
In Miami, yeah.
Okay. Then the next message from Mr. Rudolph, movies, question mark. What did you interpret that to mean at the time?
Do I want to go to the movie since the previous message said that?
Okay. And okay, what you want to see is your response.
Correct.
Okay. And his response, I'm not sure yet. You know, any good movies out? Question mark.
Correct.
Then your response, I don't know, lol, they said Godzilla.
Yes.
Was Godzilla a movie that you recall, I guess, was out at the time?
Yeah. Yes.
You respond, honestly, I don't want to watch that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he responds, me either. And I want to see something intriguing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, where are you going to pick me up? Or did you want me to drive? What did that mean?
Because I had surgery, so it was hard for me to drive. So he would pick me up sometimes.
Okay.
Guess her butt hurt. She couldn't push the pedals, maybe. I don't know.
Now the response to Mr. Rudolph to your last request, I was planning on yell, corrected to 2.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you know what that meant?
I guess he was planning to pick me up, I guess. I don't know at the time.
So you said, okay, and then his next response is, I'm home. Is that correct?
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm driving at this point.
Okay. And that was what you understood and what
Yeah.
actually happened that day, correct?
Exactly.
So you then ask, okay, so what's up? And he responds, you were supposed to call me when you leave the mall. Is that correct?
Yes.
A message from Mr. Rudolph, but I found the movie I want to see. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your response, what's it called? And the response from him, nobody. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was the end of your texting conversation from the start of early morning hours of the 6th through the 7th when this incident occurred, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
I like the attitude she already has with her own attorneys. It's great.
So far we've talked about your relationship with Mr. Rudolph and with Mr. Rudolph's mother and his brother, Daryl.
Mm-hmm.
Did Mr. Rudolph have any other siblings that you were aware of?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tyranny.
And is that a person, female or male?
Female.
So that's a sister then.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And how would you describe the relationship with Tyranny?
Me and Tyranny were really close. Like, if I had any issues with Travis, I would call her and talk to her about it and things like that.
And was it the kind of relationship where you would expect to get good advice from Tyranny?
Yes.
Did there ever come a point that you attended any family gatherings with the Rudolph family?
Yeah. In August of the COVID year, so that'll be 2020, I threw her a birthday party. Christmas, my mother and I attended their Christmas party. And then February of the year that this occurred, 2021, we went to his sister's wedding. My mom, my little brother, and me.
Okay. So Tyranny got married earlier in the year of 2021.
Correct.
We were all present for that event.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that at that time you felt that you and the Rudolphs were a family?
I mean, I'm not inviting someone to my wedding if I'm not in a relationship with them or a family.
You
Right,
weren't
but how
going to
did you
invite
feel
them
about
to
it?
your wedding
Yes,
anyway.
100%.
You're already married.
And did you believe at that point that you were in good standing with all of them? Meaning, let's start first with mom, Linda Rudolph. Do you believe you had a good relationship at the point prior to this incident happening?
Yeah, me and her were the closest, 100%.
Okay. What about with Tyranny, the sister?
Of course, yeah.
And Daryl?
Yeah, me and Daryl were very distant. We didn't really have a relationship like that. It was just more of a hi bye, hey sis, things like that.
So you said Daryl sort of kept mostly to himself. Is that why?
Yeah, he kind of was to himself. Like, but when he would come out, he would speak, he would say hi, and we would have conversations.
Okay. And were you familiar with the fact that the Rudolph residence had surveillance videos on and inside the residence?
Correct.
And did you know about the fact that there was a Ring camera that was at the door?
Correct.
And at this time, Judge State would be entering into evidence.
Now,
States
remember, they
32,
keep
it's
talking
the
about their
entirety of the
cameras.
Ring video from
put that in
April
the back of
6,
your mind.
2021, when Ms. Jones arrived, to April 7, 2021. I believe that's without objection.
All right, and you said that's 32?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, State's Exhibit 32, the ring camera recording earlier in the evening is admitted without objection.
So, Judge, just so you have the record clear, it is starting on April 6, 2021, when Ms. Jones arrived, and then goes throughout the day into April 7, 2021, when the police are there.
All right, thank you.
So, Ms. Jones, did you eventually make your way to Mr. Rudolph's residence on April 6, 2021?
Yes.
And what was the intention when you went over there? What was the purpose of meeting up?
I just missed him. I haven't seen him in a while. It's been a month, and that's basically what it was.
Okay. And was it still your intention that you two would be going to the movies that night?
Yeah,
Okay. Approximately what time of the day did you get there? Was it still light outside?
yeah, it was late. The movie was around like 8 or 9 or something, so I got there probably around like 5, 6.
Okay. And when you got there, was Mr. Rudolph home?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what about his other relatives? Was his brother Daryl present?
No one was there, just me and him.
Okay. Did there come a point that you left the residence and went to a store?
Yes, we went to the liquor store by his house.
And what did you purchase from that location, if you recall?
I bought a liquor. I'm not exactly sure which one it was, but we bought a bottle of liquor. I purchased it.
Okay, so you purchased the item. And actually, I want to pause here a little bit to talk about the financial situation in your relationship.
Of course.
Was Mr. Rudolph financially supporting you at this point in your relationship?
Since the day I met him, he has never financially supported me.
So you have always supported yourself?
1,000%.
Okay. And Mr. Rudolph, you mentioned that he was living with his mother. Did he have a separate residence of his own?
No. So
So every time you would spend time over with Mr. Rudolph, it would be at Linda Rudolph's residence?
correct, because he didn't have his own place.
Okay. And you said on this particular day, you purchased the liquor, the item that you wanted that day, correct?
Correct.
All right. So take us to what happened after the purchase of the liquor. Did you return back to the Rudolph residence?
Yes.
And were things, how were things with
Good. Like, we were just laughing, happy. You know, I haven't seen him. He hasn't seen me. He missed me. I missed him. Everything was good. Like, when we actually got back to the house.
I need to ask you, prior to this day, was your relationship plagued by any accusations of cheating or infidelity at all?
I kind of felt that way just because he was in Miami for so long. And obviously, I had my surgery. I had to be home. So I did kind of feel like I didn't know where we stood, even though, you know, someone can tell you something, but I kind of felt like I didn't really know where we stood at.
So you were getting the I love yous, but you weren't sure if he was actually committed?
Correct.
Did you try to have a conversation with Mr. Rudolph about that, the insecurity that you were feeling?
That was prior to me coming to his house. So that was like the text messages prior, the phone calls prior. When he's in Miami and I'm at home, I would like ask him questions like, what are you doing down there for so long? Things like that. You're not coming to see me.
He's
I just
trying
had
to
surgery,
get
you know, regular
back
girlfriend
into
questions I
football.
would ask and stuff like that. But that day, it really wasn't any issues. Like, we were happy to see each other. We were just vibing at the beginning.
Okay. So after you come back from the liquor store, do you enter the residence? And if so, what do you do inside?
Yeah, so we come into the residence and like we like to play Uno. Like, we're competitive, so we started playing. Yeah, it's a game. It's a card game.
Okay.
So we're like, oh, let's play Uno for shots. So like basically whoever loses, they take the shot. So that's what we started to do.
And
That
that day,
sounds
do you
like a
recall
good
who was
plan.
winning or losing?
I was winning.
Okay, so then Mr. Rudolph would have been the one taking the shots.
Correct. I took a couple, but I was winning overall 100%.
Okay. Did there come a point where Mr. Rudolph left the bedroom and left his cell phone behind?
So at this point in time, we're in the living room playing Uno. And Daryl pulls up, his brother. So when he pulled up, his phone was on the couch and he went outside.
By him, you mean Travis's phone?
Correct.
And tell us a little bit about the relationship at that point. Was it the kind of situation where, actually, let me back up a little bit. Did Mr. Rudolph have a password to his cell phone?
Yes.
And was it the kind of relationship where he had shared that password with you?
Months ago.
So you did know his password?
Correct. I had it in my notes. That's how I got his phone.
Okay, so on the day
I
of
bet
this
she
incident,
did.
when you entered Mr. Rudolph's phone, that was as a result of this trust relationship where he had offered that password?
Yes. A couple months prior to that, when I was feeling like, oh, I want to be in a relationship and things like that. And he's like, all right. And we started establishing like we were going to be in a relationship. He gave me the passcode to his phone.
Okay. So on April 6th of 2021, when you entered the phone, it was with the password that you had already received.
Correct.
And up until that point, your belief is that you're in this committed relationship and you're happy with your man. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say. Even if you go through ups and downs or you're uncertain, I still believe like we're together and, you know, things happen. But yeah, I'm still.
Oh, and I was still married. I still believe that. She's all over him about all this commitment, and he's spending too much time in Miami, and she's married. She drives me nuts. Like, he was trying to get his life back together. He was trying to get his football career going again. And she's complaining about said something else. And she's married.
Committed 100%.
Why did you enter Mr. Rudolph's phone?
Because she wanted to
because I
spy.
felt uncertainty for that whole month I didn't see him.
So it was your impression at that point that if he's not seeing you, he might be seeing someone else?
Correct.
Got it. When you entered Mr. Rudolph's phone with the passcode that he had provided you, did you see anything that caused you concern for your relationship?
Yes.
And what did you see?
I seen stuff.
I know you might not want to get into the details because obviously this is very personal, but did you see evidence of cheating?
Yes.
Are we talking about text messages, videos, other things?
Everything.
And how did that make you feel?
At that point, I'm just like, all right, it's time for me to go. So I went into the room to go grab my things. And when I went to go grab my things, he had came back into the house and seen, because his phone was laid out, and seen that I went through his phone.
And how was that interaction when you realized that you had actually seen the evidence of the infidelity?
So after I seen that, I went into his room because I had like a bag that I had in his room. I picked up the bag and I started trying to walk out. And then he's like, no, you're not going anywhere. Like, we're going to talk about it.
Fair to say at this point, Ms. Jones, that you were upset about the fact that your boyfriend was cheating.
I was upset, but you guys have to understand, it's been a month that I haven't really seen him. It's been a month that like I kind of already had accusations in my head. So like I was upset, but I was more hurt, not like upset as in angry. It was just more hurt. Like, let me just leave. Like at this point, if this is what you want to do, I'm just going to go.
Okay. So did you communicate that with Mr. Rudolph that you wanted to leave his residence?
A million times.
And what do you mean by that? I know a million is obviously an exaggeration, but were you repeatedly communicating that?
I'm telling him I'm going home. Let me leave. Let me get my stuff. I'm going home.
Why did you have to say it so many times?
Because he's blocking me from the door.
So at this point, you're in his bedroom
Correct.
and he's standing at the doorway to exit the bedroom?
At first, he wasn't standing at the doorway. He had put me like in the corner kind of, and he was standing in front of me. So I'm like telling him like, back up, I'm leaving. Like, and he's like, I want to talk. And I'm like, there's nothing to talk about. So then he got up, he moved out of my face. And then that's when I grabbed the trophy and I said, I'll hit you with the trophy if you don't get out of my face. And he was like, you know what, you good, walk out. And then I ended up being able to walk out of the room.
Okay. So when you grabbed the trophy, I assume that's something that belonged to Mr. Rudolph.
Yes.
Okay. And you picked it up in a sort of threatening way to try to get him out of your way. Is that what you're testifying?
Correct.
All right. Did you actually hit him with the trophy at that point?
Oh, not hit him with a trophy at all.
So essentially, when you armed yourself with the trophy and threatened, he gave in. He said you could leave.
Yeah, he's had to leave.
Okay. So did you attempt to leave the residence at that point?
Yeah, I was grabbing my stuff and I started walking out. And then that's when the name calling and the altercation started to occur.
It's been some time since this happened, but as much as you can recall, what was being said by Mr. Rudolph? I know it's embarrassing, but
No, just disrespectful things. It's just disrespectful. That's it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. He just said disrespectful things to me, got in my face, calling me the B word, and just being disrespectful. More of the story.
So when you say disrespectful, was he comparing you to other women?
It could be that, yes.
Not could it be that or not? The jury just sort of needs to know what's happening, right?
Comparing me to other women, trying to lower my self-esteem because I just had surgery. Like,
And it was cosmetic, right? This wasn't like heart surgery.
it was cosmetic. Yes, it was cosmetic surgery.
And so he was
It was her
picking on
butt.
that fact that you had done cosmetic surgery.
Correct.
Okay. And you said he was calling you the B word. I assume the B word.
Calling me a bitch, telling me get the fuck out. Your Honor, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm allowed to curse or not.
If that's what he said, then yes.
Okay, calling me a bitch, get the fuck out my house. Like, I don't fucking like you anyway. Like, just back to back to back to back to back. And at this point, I'm walking out, like, going to the door, like, leaving. I'm saying things too. I'm not going to sit here and act like I didn't say anything back. I'm saying stuff back to him too. But the initial start of the whole argument was him.
Okay. I assume that you were probably hurt by that. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I was hurt, 100%.
Were you also becoming angry?
I wasn't becoming angry until we got outside and it started getting, like, a little bit more physical. That's when I started getting angry. I more so was just like, let me just get my stuff and leave. And whatever, if we're gonna call names, we're gonna call names, whatever. But like, I didn't really get that upset until we got outside and it started getting a little bit physical.
So tell us about that physical interaction outside. What led to you going from inside, him cursing at you, you cursing back, to being outside?
So my whole point after I seen his phone was to leave. So I'm walking out to leave. So it's not like just like I have to leave his room, go through the living room, and then go through the walkway. So during this entire time, he's yelling, screaming in my face, calling me this, calling me that. So once we get outside, I'm going to be 100% honest. I can't remember exactly how everything went down. You guys have the footage, so I'm not sure exactly how everything played out.
So did there come a point where it became physical to the point where you were physically?
Is it just me, or does she just have a tone and of aggression, like, to her? She seems so aggressive. And I mean, obviously, we haven't heard from Travis. He's just sitting over there, but he seems so calm compared to her up on the stand. Just she seems so aggressive to me. Like, she seems scary. And that he probably let her win at Uno just so she wouldn't beat him up. And then she probably still did. Like, you had cosmetic surgery. I don't, it had to do with her lower half. I don't know what it was, but I mean, come on. Just, and whenever time she says, and honestly, I don't believe you. I don't
Be
believe you.
hit by Mr. Rudolph or manhandled in some way.
Correct.
And can you tell us if, as a result of that, you were put on the ground?
Correct.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
I was furious
Okay.
Oh, I can't
And why?
imagine.
because his brother's yelling, telling him to stop, chill. Like he sees how erratic and how crazy he's acting over literally me leaving the house. So yeah, I started getting furious and I started putting my hands back on him.
So after being put on the ground by Mr. Rudolph, did there come a point, like you said, that you were physically hitting him back?
Yeah.
And were you hitting him back in response to things that he was saying?
Not even things that he was saying. He was telling me to get my things out of his house. Like, he's like, get all that shit you bought, get it out of my house or whatever. So I'm trying to walk into the house to get my stuff, and he's like trying to block me. So I started hitting him, like, move, like, let me get my stuff so I can go home. And you can even hear his brother saying, like, let her get her stuff so she can leave, like telling me to leave at that point.
All right. So I'm going to, with this court's permission, start publishing now States 32.
All right.
There's your man, Carmen. 1978, walking in the courtroom for you. Are you saying that honestly? With all honesty? Now we get to see if she was really being honest about the Ring doorbell, the footage.
So the device that's capturing what we're looking at on the screen right now, is that the front Ring door camera?
Yes.
And is that you?
Yes.
And it looks like you're on your cell phone and having a conversation. Was that with Mr. Rudolph or someone else?
I'm not sure.
If you could play it for us.
That audio is horrible, and I apologize.
No. I don't know who I was talking to. I'm going to be honest.
Answer the question.
Oh.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not that's Mr. Rudolph on the other end of the phone?
I can't call if that's him or not.
All right,
I
let's
don't
go to the next
believe
one,
it's
please.
him.
So what has happened here? Why are you loitering in the front?
I don't know. I think I'm waiting for him. I don't know.
Okay, so you would have been ringing the doorbell or something?
Yeah, I think I'm waiting for him to open the door.
And at this point in the day, nothing has happened yet as far as this argument between the two of you that got physical, correct?
No, nothing's happened. And I guess that's Travis opening the door.
So it sounds like you were giving another woman some advice.
Yeah. Probably on the phone with one of my homegirls, and I'm talking to her, and then yeah.
All right, so at some point the door is open and you said that was by Mr. Rudolph?
Yeah. Yes.
The next clip, please. Is that Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
tell us what point is this? Is this after or before the liquor store?
That's us coming back from the liquor store.
Oh, she didn't do nothing. She just
Without us seeing the video that you were actually putting your hands on Mr. Rudolph.
pounded
said it.
him in the
And in
head.
this clip that we're watching, was that in direct response to him calling you a bitch?
Correct.
Okay. If you could let it play.
Doesn't mean you get to hit him.
All right. These two gentlemen who are in the frame right now, caught them in movement, so it's a little blurry, but can you tell who's who?
That's Daryl trying to hold Travis back. That's me trying to go in there and get the rest of my things. And that's Travis being erratic.
So before this, if we could back it up a little bit to what happened on the lawn of the Rudolph residence with yourself and
Okay.
Mr. Rudolph Travis.
He slams me to the ground.
Okay. And is that what you're talking about? His brother is trying to hold him back and pull him off.
Correct. He's saying, I don't know if you have another clip. In another clip, he's saying, stop, like you're tripping.
Keep going. That's what you're talking about, the stop and the pushing him.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, can we see the next video, please? Is that Daryl?
Yes.
Now tell us, are you still inside the Rudolph residence at this point?
No.
Continue. It looks like Mr. Rudolph just picked up a brick. What happened there with that brick? Do you remember ever having that in your possession?
I was throwing things that could have been in my possession. After I got slammed, I got very, very, very upset. So that is something that could possibly have been in my possession.
All right. Is one of the things that you threw his cell phone?
Yes, that was way before all of this.
So this was inside the residence.
Correct. This is when I first went through the phone and everything, and in his room is when I threw the cell phone.
Was this throwing it at him as you're accusing him of the cheating, or sometime after?
No, I just knew there was videos and things like that of me and him and his phone, so I just threw it because I was like, I was done.
Okay. You mean intimate videos?
Yeah, me and him. Mhm.
All right. If you could continue to play. All right, next clip, please. And thank you, Mr. Clausy. Pause it for me for a second. This argument that's happening now, that is not between you and Mr. Rudolph.
No, I'm not there anymore.
Okay, so you have left the residence.
Yeah, like I don't see the cars right there.
Okay, and you had parked in the front of the residence. Right?
Yeah, I always park in the front of the residence.
By this time, you've left.
I left.
If you could continue to play. And then next clip, please. You could pause it for us. Now,
Maybe
this
Travis
interaction
isn't so
between
calm.
Travis Rudolph and Daryl Rudolph, was that out of the ordinary as far as you could tell between them, their relationship?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Okay. When you left the residence, was Daryl Rudolph, as far as you could tell, upset with Travis about what had happened with you?
100%. All he kept saying is, let that girl go home, leave her alone. And he was holding like Travis back the whole time.
And again, you're not at the Rudolph residence.
No, I don't know what's going on. I've never seen these videos.
If you could go to the next clip, please. Gonna pause it, please. All right. Who's the young woman in the frame at this point?
That's his mom, Linda.
And the altercation that happened between you and Mr. Rudolph in the front of the residence, it had caused, I guess, whatever decorative lights were there, to some of them came out of the ground.
Probably, I'm not sure
All right. And you, again, are not present at the residence when this happened.
at all.
What do you mean?
It was almost to the end, but if you want to see the rest, it's just her putting her lights back.
Okay. Go back, play the whole thing.
All right. And then next clip, please. Ms. Jones, at this point in the night, when your brother and his friends make their way to Mr. Rudolph's residence, were you at Mr. Rudolph's residence?
No,
Where were you if you were anywhere near here?
I was in Del Rey.
So you were not in, where is this, Lake Park?
This is Lake Park, so Del Rey's about 35 minutes away.
All right, and if you could play. Pause it there. Do you see your brother in this frame?
Yeah, he has the hoodie on.
Okay, meaning the hoodie is up and over his head.
Correct.
And you referred to Keyshawn, is that the brother?
Yes.
And you said he's younger than you, is that correct?
Yeah, he's 23.
Uh-huh. Is Keyshawn a person that runs around with a gang?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh, but
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Go ahead.
No?
No, that was Miss Ellis asked about rounding up the posse.
Right, Judge, but it started with Ms. Perlette asking that question.
No, I don't think it did. I think it started with Miss Ellis' question on direct.
Your own side did it.
Judge, but
So,
just so you know, that is correct.
I'm sorry. You did say posse, exactly. All right, so go ahead.
Direct quote, Judge, as Ms. Perlette was doing her cross-examination, that I just said those words. But okay, I'll move on.
Thank you.
Ooh, don't argue with the judge.
Your brother, do you recognize the friends that he's with?
yes, he's been friends with them since 8th grade.
And were you the kind of sister that was involved enough in your brother's life so that you would know his friends?
Yes, we are close, all of us.
Okay, so you were close with not just your brother, but who else can you see in this frame?
Tyler, Sebastien, Chris was kind of like new to me personally. I wouldn't say to their friendship, but to me, he was kind of new.
So your closest relationships, obviously your brother, and then Sebastien and Tyler.
Correct.
And on the day of this incident, you said they all knew about your surgery?
Yes.
And did you at some point communicate with your brother about what had happened between you and Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
Is that the reason they were there?
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the messages that were communicated, and if we could stop this exhibit, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, that would be great. You can probably do it on top. Only. That should work. So the jury's already seen some messages that came in through your brother where you were communicating with him something about shooting his shit up. Do you remember sending that message?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that if I can.
Sure.
Well, that's not the proper objection, but it is going to be a narrative, so you're going to have to.
I will ask a question.
Thank you.
Tell the members of the jury what you meant.
Okay, so sometimes you get very upset, and sometimes you say things that you really genuinely don't mean. And if I can go back in time and not say that, 100%, 1,000,000%, I would. Because just like I love my brother, I love Travis as well at the time, and I would never want to see nothing bad happen to neither one of them. So it was a horrible choice of words that I should have never said, and I take full accountability and full responsibility. If the situation never happened, the words would have never meant anything. But since it did, it's like a stigma on me, kind of, because I said those words. But my adrenaline was just rushing because of the incident that just occurred. And I did make a wrong choice of words, and I can stand up and I can say I do feel guilty about that, and I was incorrect about that. 100%.
Do you think at any point after sending that message that your brother would actually shoot Travis? If you know.
Overruled.
So I can speak?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, no, you're fine. So when I got to the house,
You're
Keyshawn was
fine,
still
Judge.
there.
No
I don't know
problem.
if everyone knows that. And he did not bring his gun. So I knew for a fact that if you're not going to bring your gun, how are you going to shoot someone?
And you knew your brother had a license to carry a firearm.
Yes.
And you said that he did not bring his gun. How did you know that?
Because before I went, he literally, like, when I got there, he's like, you and Travis are tripping. Like, y'all are doing too much. Like, you know how relationships are. Like, people can see out better than
she did,
you
Carmen.
can see in, if that makes
I think
sense.
she meant them.
You get heated in a relationship and you do things in a relationship, but other people might look at it and be like, you guys are just overly reacting, or you guys are overly tripping. So when I got there, his response to me was just like, you guys are tripping. Like, it's not this serious. Like, I'm about to just go over there and like holler at him, because he felt like he had that relationship with him. So his gun was on his chest drawer, which I've stated several times, and I've seen it before he left the house.
Did your brother have any other firearms to your knowledge?
No.
No, because he sold
So when
them.
he left the residence, was that the one in Delray?
Correct.
Your brother was not armed?
No.
Okay. Did you check on your brother throughout the night to see what had happened between him and Travis, if he actually talked to him?
When I started calling, nobody was answering. So I'm on the phone, like, with one of my good friends, and I'm just like, they probably went to go see some girls or something. I'm never thinking in my brain at this moment in time that anything like this will happen, because, like I said, I'm in a relationship with this person. I love this person. I would never do anything like this to his family. So I'm just personally thinking, like, okay, they probably talked and it's squashed out, because it's hours after at this point. So I'm thinking, like, it's just squashed at this point.
I do not believe her.
If I may approach a witness with state 17, it's going to be an excerpt from her phone extraction, her call list for the relevant days, April 6, 2021 through April 7, 2021.
You may. Say again? Sure. These are not the documents that we went through? All right, very well.
All right, sidebar. I don't believe her. I have been really, really, really mad. I've had some really bad thoughts about some people. I have never told anybody to go anywhere and shoot their shit up. Sorry, YouTube. Not that I'm a big channel. I haven't been on for 2 hours, so I shouldn't say things. I believe she meant it 100%, if I, to use her in all honesty. She's got an attitude. I believe she was mad. And I believe that she said, go shoot his stuff up. So, I don't know what all you guys are thinking. I hope my sound is good on Rumble. If anybody can tell me. I don't want to blast anybody's, but I can adjust my mic if I need to. Oh, she definitely sucker punched him in the back of the head, Carmen. I mean, she pounded him in the back of the head.
Okay, Judge. So I believe.
So yes, you may approach. Go ahead.
Thank you.
And thank you. And that's admitted into evidence without objection. And what was the number again?
17.
Thank you. State 17.
Ms. Jones, can you take a look at this and let me know whether or not you recognize that as information? Oh, microphone, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Could you tell us whether or not you recognize that as your phone's call log from the time period April 6, 2021 to April 7th, 2021, probably even a little bit into the 8th?
So what? This is just me basically calling people?
I'm just asking you, do you recognize that as yours?
I don't recognize this document at all.
So I know you didn't create the document. I just wanted to know if this has your information on there.
Okay, yeah. That's
Okay.
my name and email and my phone number.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Now, you mentioned that you made several calls on the day of this incident. What happened to the calls related to that? Did you make all those calls on FaceTime, regular phone connection, or any other apps? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
So if some of the calls are not on this particular phone log, it doesn't mean that you didn't make that call, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you ever delete any calls?
No, and I gave my phone
All right.
when asked.
I will talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
Did you delete anything at all from your phone prior to handing over your phone to law enforcement?
Yes. So once I realized Travis actually shot at them, I deleted the message where I said shoot his shit up, because now it looks ridiculous that this actually happened. And then I said that message.
And were you upfront with the fact that you had deleted messages when asked?
Yeah, I told her.
You told the detective on the case?
Yeah.
And when were you asked to turn over your phone?
Whenever they asked me to turn it over, and I said, they asked me to turn it over, and I said, I think next day I turned it over. I'm not sure the exact day. It was a while ago.
So
I
it
need
wasn't
to
a situation
delete
where you're
some
asked for the
stuff
phone and
first.
10 days later you're turning it over.
No, when they asked me for the phone, I gave them the phone. It was just a matter of getting to them because I lived far at the time.
Did you ask a friend to take it for you to the
Yeah.
police department?
So since I couldn't make it over there, I asked my friend to bring it. I gave it to her, and she brought it to the detective.
And did your friend live closer to where the detectives were?
Correct.
Did you give consent for your phone to be downloaded and to be searched through?
Yes.
And they didn't have to obtain a search warrant to get into it?
No. She asked me for my phone. I gave her my phone. I just left it at that.
Now, on that phone were several text threads with different people in Mr. Rudolph's family. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
I'm going to be approaching the witness with states 18, identified as Dominique and Daryl's text messages, Judge. I believe that's without objection.
All right, state 18 with, yes, no objection, thank you, thank you,
States 19, text messages between Dominique and Tierney.
thank you.
Terrain.
And states 21, messages
Tierney.
between Dominique and Miss Linda.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe you granted me permission, Judge, to approach?
I did, thank you. Thank you.
If you haven't seen any of these people, the prosecutors do not know how to use microphones. They are either yelling in them or they're not speaking into any of the, I think we've counted, what, 4? I think there's 3 on the podium, and then they've got the handheld one, and they can't use any of them correctly. So, again, I apologize for that. I wish I could fix it. But this prosecutor, she at least kind of uses them, but when she uses that handheld, she about eats it.
Okay, so I'm handing you the first item, states 21. Could you identify whether or not that's a message between yourself and Travis Rudolph's mom, Miss Linda Rudolph?
This is Miss Linda.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, is that the communication that you had on the date of this incident?
Correct.
Okay, that was captured, of course, in text message. All right, this is not a call log.
Yeah, so I think I spoke to her first prior to this.
Okay, so you called Miss Linda and then these messages.
Correct.
Okay, and that's an accurate reflection as far as you can recall of the interaction that you two had via text message.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then the next set of messages identified as states 19. Could you identify who you're communicating with in that text thread?
Tierney.
And so that's Mr. Rudolph's sister.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and did you also call Tierney on the day of this incident to try to talk to her about what had happened between you and Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
And are these text messages a result of what happened after that telephone call?
Correct. So we spoke first, and then she sent me this first blue text message, and I just said, "Love, I don't have to say much."
Okay.
And I said, "Call my mom if you want to talk about anything else."
All right, and does the conversation flow back and forth between the two of you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that accurately, as far as you can recall, captures a text message conversation between you and Mr. Rudolph's sister.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You're an adult. If you have an issue with
And
somebody,
finally, if you could
talk to
identify
them.
who you're communicating with in this series of text messages.
don't tell them to call your mom.
And DJ, again, is Mr. Rudolph's brother, Daryl.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And again, are these communications that you're having with Mr. Daryl Rudolph on the day of this incident?
Yes.
And to the best of your recollection, does this accurately reflect those communications between the two of you via text message?
Correct.
All right, thank you again. And permission to publish, Judge?
You may, well,
I will publish each. It's 3 exhibits. They're not very lengthy.
all right, very well.
Let me start first with states 21. And Ms. Jones, there appears to only be 2 messages in your communications with Ms. Linda Rudolph that day. Is blue you or green you?
Green is me.
Okay, so then blue would be Ms. Rudolph.
Correct.
All right, and you're hearing from her, I don't know what up with you and Travis. I'm not home. I have not raised him to disrespect any woman. I love you like my own daughter. If he not doing right by you, moved on. I talk with him. When I get home, you both are grown. I let you calm down and talk later with you. Do you recall receiving that message?
Correct.
Did you call Miss Rudolph and threaten her?
No, I would never do that. I never threatened her.
Okay. And so this communication was you telling her about what had happened between you over the phone and she responding this way?
Correct.
Okay. And then your response, he picked the wrong one. That's all I'm going to say, or
Yes.
I'm going to say. What did you mean by that?
I just meant in the entire situation of him cheating and things like that, like, I'm not the girl that's going to go for it. Like, we're done, basically, is what I meant.
Okay.
I would never threaten her. She was like a mom to me, literally, as you can see in the message.
Meaning that you respected her and you would never disrespect her.
100%. Overly respected her.
She's
Okay.
like, there's only
Moving
one
on to
cheater
states
in this
18, your
relationship, and it's me.
communications. Actually, if I could go first to, yeah, let's do 18. Communications that you identified as between you and Daryl Rudolph. Again, here, can you identify whether or not you are green or blue?
I am green.
All right. So the first message is green, and it appears you say, listen, love, you don't want problem. Get your sister TF. What does that mean?
The fuck?
Off my phone. You dead ass don't want problems with me. What is LMAO?
Laughing my ass off.
On my dead ass grandma, I really shake some shit. Stop it.
Yeah.
What is going on there?
I'm frustrated. I'm mad. Tyranny's threatening me, talking about my brothers are going to get killed. Like, I'm just frustrated and I'm upset and I'm mad. So I'm saying I stopped. You can see, like, I just stopped texting because I'm like just trying to calm down from the whole situation. Even that's the same reason why I stopped texting his mom, because I'm not trying, like, we're family. You know what I mean? Family go through things. Like, I'm looking at it in that aspect. So, like, yeah, sometimes you say things that you really don't mean and you don't mean it in that context. But, like, at this point, I'm just really, really frustrated about everything that has happened and occurred.
So then you get a response from Daryl. Damn that shit, this DJ. Is that what you called him?
Yeah, DJ.
Okay. Call my phone, Dominique. Was that an encouragement to call you instead of texting?
Correct.
And then the next message, I tried to stop y'all, Dominique. Why you ain't tell them the truth? Them N-words, that ass wrong for pulling up at my mama crib trying to jump my little bro or brother.
I just want to emphasize jump.
Okay. I don't need you.
That still means
Well,
beat up.
Was there a question?
I haven't asked one yet, Judge.
All right, so ask a question, please.
S-
Overruled. Go ahead.
So was that a response that you received from DJ?
Correct.
Okay. And then he keeps sending messages. Is that correct?
Correct.
I tried to, I'm sorry, I already read that one. So then the next one was my mama crib.
Mm-hmm.
And did you get the impression from these messages that Daryl was upset about the fact that any altercation had happened at Mrs. Rudolph's residence?
I got the impression that he understood what was going on from those messages you just read.
All right. Then the next set of messages also from Daryl Rudolph. Is that correct?
Correct.
The I don't know who them N-words is and what the fuck you and Travis got going on, but I don't like how you got them N-words to disrespect my mama crib.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean to you, my mama crib? Is he talking about the residence?
The residency that they all live in.
Okay. And then the other message, Dominique, on some real N shit, forget what the fuck you and Travis got going on. I understand, but them N-words, I swear on my life, they disrespected my mama crib. Fuck this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And again, what are you understanding from these messages? It's a communication, Judge.
Sorry?
It's a communication. It's what this witness is understanding from the communications.
Overruled. Well, that's right. She can say
That's what I was
how
gonna
she
say.
interpreted the message that he sent to her. So
That's what I asked, Judge.
And that's what I was going to answer.
overruled. Go ahead.
So how
You
did you
tell that
interpret
court.
this message?
I basically interpreted, he was just saying, like, my brother came. Now I'm starting to understand who all came there, because he's saying more than one person. So I'm interpreting that more than one person had came to the Rudolph residence.
Now, at this point, to your knowledge, had a shooting occurred? Did you know that?
Not at all. I did not know a shooting occurred. I'm going to be 100% so honest with you. I even called Daryl when I was at the hospital, because I'm not thinking that Travis shot them.
Okay. So at 12:42 a.m. on the morning of April 7, 2021, when this message is coming,
You can tell by the way she responds when she shouldn't respond at all that she can't keep her mouth shut. That she cannot not respond to somebody. I mean, you don't respond to the judge, and you certainly don't sit there when somebody objects and then they get through why the objection, overruled, sustained, whatever, and say, well, that's what I was going to say. Like, idiots. She's horrible. I and she's innocent. If you can't tell, she hasn't done anything wrong in this entire situation because she said so. None of this is her fault. None of it. And I think it's all her fault.
Coming to you from Daryl Rudolph, you were unaware of the fact that Sebastien had been shot, Tyler had been shot, any of that at all.
Completely, because in the previous message it said jump. So I'm thinking maybe they got into a scruffle, whatever. But I'm not thinking anything with like gun violence happened at all.
So just to be clear, what is a scruffle?
I don't know. Maybe they got into an argument. Maybe I literally did not know. But I knew I sent him over there to talk, and I know how calm Keyshawn is. So I wasn't really him saying bringing all these niggas over. I started thinking like, what's going on? Okay, so other people had came there. Okay, so what's going on?
Oh.
That's when I started trying to understand the messages a little bit more.
Were you surprised that your brother went with his friends?
They're always together.
So it wasn't a shock that he went with other
It wasn't a shock. It wasn't like a gang up thing trying to, no, not at all. They're always together. Like they're always at the house together. They go places together. So no.
All right, so at some point you write back to Mr. Daryl Rudolph to stop writing me. I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave me alone. What's
Because I didn't know what he was talking about. I'm confused. I don't know there was a shooting. I don't know that they got into a fist fight. I know how my brother is. He did not bring no gun. I'm not thinking that Travis is going to shoot a gun at him. So at this point, I don't know what he's talking about. I'm like, there's no point for us to argue. The only thing for us to do right now is both calm down and keep it like that.
all right? So you get another response from Daryl Rudolph. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's, nah, fuck that shit, bro. I saw you as a sister. Them N-words came to my mama crib where I lay my head trying to jump my little bro in front of my mama. Fuck that shit.
Mhm.
Question. What does jump my little bro mean?
I guess fist fight.
Is that a slang?
Jump is a term used as fighting.
Okay. And that is what you understood it to mean.
Correct.
Did Daryl also send another message? I would have done the same for my sister, but the way that situation was handled was wrong as fuck. And no, it them N-words about my mama, and to it, it's a wrap. What did you take that to mean?
I'm going to be so honest. I'm not really knowing what's going on. I'm reading these messages while he's typing them, and I'm just sitting here like, I'm trying to start putting, I'm on the phone with my friend, so I'm trying to start putting two and two together. I'm reading her the messages. I'm like, he's saying all this stuff. Daryl keeps texting me, things like that. I'm really not understanding until I get the message that Tyler's in the hospital. That's when things start clicking for me a little bit.
Now, what is Mr. Rudolph, Daryl, referring to here as I would have done the same for my sister? What is he talking about?
Because he's seen how Travis slammed me on the ground twice, and he was trying to stop him. So he's basically saying he would do the exact same thing that have some go see about the situation for his sister, like anybody would.
So you respond to Daryl Rudolph, is that correct? And
Yes.
you say, DJ, stop writing me. Nothing needs to be said between us anymore. I will never talk to y'all again. Before I got to my car, Travis slammed me twice, knowing I had just had surgery. I sat in his room and said to him, let me clear it before I ever put my hands on him. And you wasn't there at that point. My brothers are always, in capital letters, gonna come see about me, same way you would for tyranny. At that point, it's out of my control. What are you saying here?
I'm saying that my brothers are going to come and they're going to see about the situation. That does not mean nothing physical. That does not mean anything violent, but the situation is going to be spoken about because I am his sister.
Now, were you also comparing that to the relationship that the Rudolph brothers had with their sister?
They've had plenty of disputes and they do the same thing. So,
Let me just pause you there.
okay,
Sure.
you can approach.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
No, Carmen. One, he's a man, so he's not allowed to defend himself. He should, if you can just put, maybe, hold her still or whatever, but don't put your hands on her. She should have never done what she did to him. I'm not excusing her at all. And she's playing word games with the rest of this stuff. She knows exactly what she did. She sent her brother and his friends over there. She knows what she did. And why she's sitting on that side of, I don't know. I think she should be sitting at the defense table. Because I think she did this. Why is my camera? Hello. Focus on me. I don't know. It's really hard to see in that ring camera if that's what it's possible, absolutely. But it's really hard to see if that's what made her fall down or if the grass was wet. I mean, there's so many things that could have happened, but I didn't see him like just, slam her. I didn't see that at all. But like I said, my honest opinion is I wish people would stop calling me. Oh, there's noises that I've never heard before. Well, I don't know anybody in Colorado, so I guess that one's okay. So if you're here and watching, if you would do me the favor of hitting the like and subscribe button, I would appreciate it. I'm really bad at asking. My daughter just reminded me to ask. But I would appreciate it. Helps me out a ton. Sorry about my having so much trouble getting over to Rumble this morning, but it was just weird. It didn't work. I was doing the same thing, and then all of a sudden it was like, okay, we can go now. So hopefully next time it'll work. I'll try to do a test stream over there to make sure that everything's working. I think it was lagging a little bit at the beginning, so hopefully it's keeping up now, because I can only hear what's coming out of StreamYard, and then it goes to YouTube and to Rumble, so I count on you guys to tell me if it's good or bad. I'm also curious what everybody thinks about this woman on the stand so far, because she's somebody that just absolutely... You are not in Colorado, Carmen. You goof. But this woman is somebody that, like, if I acted like that on the stand, my mom would have said, excuse me, Your Honor, we're going to go take her outside. We're going to have a little chat on how you act in court. And that she's not a lawyer. She's not a judge. And she needs to correct herself on some things. And come back in this court and apologize for her actions so far. Because it's really bad. All right, I'm going to try something and hopefully it doesn't just mess everything up. All right, I don't think I need to worry about it. Sorry, I've got trying to watch StreamYard, my YouTube studio, and Rumble. Come on, people. Let's see. Don't worry, I have day 2 with her, with this nice woman all ready to go. Except for when we get to day 2, we're going to see a witness before her because she had she had car problems that day. All right, it looks like they're almost done. I don't want to try to go any further. I don't want to mess it up too much. Maybe I can.
Okay. So, Ms. Jones, a while ago, I was asking you about a message that was on the screen where you were saying that they would protect their sister too.
Right.
You weren't insinuating that Mr. Rudolph was violent or that his brother was violent, correct?
No, protection doesn't always have to lead down to violence. That's what people have to understand.
All right. Now the next series of messages.
I think that's what she needs to understand.
All right. Is that a message you received from in blue that would indicate that it's Daryl Rudolph to you, correct?
Okay, yeah, I can't see it though, so you have to read.
All right. And didn't I just say, Dominique, that I understand why your brothers pulled up because you said you they sister, and I never said you or Travis was wrong or right. And when all of that went down, I was holding him back from y'all fighting, but them fuck N-words for pulling up at my mama crib. Honestly, damn me and damn Travis, it's about my mama at this point. You're wrong as fuck if you're not seeing my point right now. Do you recall receiving that message?
Correct.
And did you respond, like I said, it's out of my control. Once they heard I was slammed, it was a problem. It was nothing to do with your mom. It's about Travis. Travis don't have his own place, so they went to where he was. It was nothing to do with your mom. Like Travis said, tell them to pull up, and they did. What do you mean Travis said, tell them to pull up, and they did?
So when we're fighting, he's like, have your brothers pull up, like have them pull up basically. But I'm thinking in my head already, it's 35 minutes for me to get home. He's not leaving until 35 minutes. So he's not getting there till an hour. So by the time that they even have a conversation, everyone's going to be calm, cool, collective because it's a whole hour in between from the fight.
So the question was, what does pull up mean in that context?
Pull up means in that context to pull to the house.
So to drive or come to the house.
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. At some point, do you
It's got a
also
little bit
text
more
Mr.
aggression
Rudolph,
than that.
Daryl? It says 2:27 a.m. So this is after the incident. Is that
Correct.
right? You're going to jail. You killed someone.
Yes.
Did you mean that he personally was going to jail?
Yes.
All right. And then he responds, get the fuck off my phone. You sent them N-words over here to jump me at my house when my mother was here and I was trying to defuse the situation, whatever y'all got going on. Don't bring that shit to my house. I didn't ever do a fuck thing to you, Dominique, or anybody. I've been in my room minding my business. The fuck you mean? You kill, you going to jail.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the end of, and is that a yes?
Yes.
Is that the end of your conversation with Daryl that day?
Correct.
Okay.
No, I'm lying. I'm not lying, but no, that isn't the end of the conversation.
I'm not lying.
Before there's a part
Means I'm
missing.
lying.
I called them before I sent that text message.
Okay.
Because I still did not understand that Travis shot at my brother.
So you're trying to put everything together and figure out why he's sending these messages?
Exactly. So I'm at the hospital right. I got a text message on Instagram from Tyler's older brother saying, do you know what hospital he's at? So I'm still not thinking that Travis or any of them did anything to him. I'm thinking something might have happened because Lake Park is a dangerous city. So I'm thinking something might have happened or anything like that. So I'm like, no, what hospital is he at? He's like, he got shot. He's at St. Mary's. So I flew to St. Mary's Hospital and Tyler's mom was there and said like they got shot at. The car was shot up. And then once I got there, they told me when Tyler went into surgery, he said, make sure Keyshawn's okay. So then I called Daryl and I'm like, what happened? Like, what's going on? Like, I'm so confused. Like, did somebody try to shoot at them? Like, I'm still not even accusing them of shooting at them.
So that's before this last message. Right?
That's before the last message where I said, you're going to jail. You killed somebody.
So that's what you're saying. There's something missing, meaning that telephone conversation.
Exactly. That telephone conversation obviously isn't there. So I called Daryl's number and I'm like, what's going on? Like, why? I'm at the hospital. Where's Keyshawn? Like, I don't know where anyone is. And Travis is just in the background, like, fuck that bitch, hang up on that bitch. Like, I don't give a
Sustain.
Judge, it's a party opponent.
Sustain.
All right. So at some point, are you actually at St. Mary's?
Yes.
Okay. And do you eventually get interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you also find out that Sebastien had passed away?
Yes. My little brother called me. He was crying. He said Sebastien passed away.
At that point, were you having any conversations about the details of what had happened?
Not necessarily. Like, he was trying to rush. The car was so shot up that he couldn't drive to the hospital.
It is a narrative question. Answer.
I'm just trying to
So
explain
just
myself.
without
No.
explaining,
Okay.
if you
Just
could
answer the question.
Answer the question
Perfect.
related to whether or not you
Judge,
spoke to your
nope.
brother about all the details that had happened at that point.
No.
Okay. So at some later point is when you had that conversation.
Correct.
All right. I want to talk briefly about marriage. Okay. Have you ever been married?
Yes, I have.
And was that to Mr. Rudolph?
No.
Was it to another man?
Yes.
Was Mr. Rudolph aware of your relationship with that other man?
Correct. Not the
Yes?
marriage, but he wasn't
Not the marriage.
knowledgeable about the marriage, but he was knowledgeable about the relationship.
And at the
Not
time
the
you started a
marriage.
relationship with Mr. Rudolph, were you and your, I guess, husband at the time still living together as a married couple?
No, we were separated. I was at his house every day,
Still
every
married.
single second of the day. And if I wasn't there, I was at my own home. So
So what
Still
happened between
married.
you and your husband? Had you been broken up?
yeah, we were legally separated. We're just separated.
Right. So you weren't together in that relationship anymore. So this relationship with Mr. Rudolph was not, quote, cheating.
No, I haven't spoken to him, and I haven't spoken to that man that I was married to until this incident happened. He reached out to me.
All right. And at some point you have become legally divorced.
Yeah, I'm divorced. That was the plan from way back then.
So before even Mr.
Before even anything, it's just personally wasn't my business to tell or to expose to anybody else. You know what I mean?
What?
And I felt like I didn't need to. Whatever happened in the past is the past, and I don't need to bring that into new relationships. That's how I felt.
Were you
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. What do you mean? You're married, separated or not, you're married. You're in a relationship with somebody else that you said yourself on the stand that was serious. You were talking marriage and children. And you did not think that was your business to tell somebody else that you were going into a relationship with, that you were married? Give me a freaking break. That's the dumbest thing I've heard today. How in the... She's just innocent of everything. Absolutely drives me nuts. I didn't do nothing. It wasn't my business to tell that I was married. Well, then, whose business was it to tell? And when were you going to tell him? Like, when you're standing at the altar? Sorry, I can't do this because I'm already married. I mean, I think Utah made polygamy legal. So, I mean, I guess you could go there and do it. But what is she thinking? How is she? I don't understand how she justified that to herself, that it wasn't her business to tell. Whose business was it?
you trying to deceive Mr. Rudolph by not telling him about the marriage that was now in shambles, essentially?
No, there's no deception. You can look up a marriage. There's no deception at all.
Had you ever been asked by Mr. Rudolph directly?
Why would you, when you get in a relationship with somebody, why would you just go, well, let me just look up and see if they're married? Because I don't know. Like, I just should just go look that up. I mean, I guess now everybody should go look it up because it wasn't her business to tell. She wasn't being deceptive. She just wasn't telling that she's freaking married. Excuse me. She made my voice crack. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with this woman?
About any marriage?
What's the legal objection? Overruled.
Had you been asked about being married to the gentleman that he knew you were in a relationship with before him?
No, I told him everything about the relationship, but no, I never told him I was married, but he never asked.
All right. And you are clear, you and that gentleman were no longer.
Note to future people that are dating. If they tell you about a relationship, make sure to ask, were you married? Because it's not their part to tell you they were married. Dumb.
Longer in a romantic sexual relationship.
At all for 2 years, way prior to me and Travis.
One moment, Judge.
You may.
Oh,
Have a
she's
moment.
done. Look at her. She looks like she wants to eat the defense. Like she just thinks she's going to be smarter than them.
During your interaction with Daryl Rudolph on the day of this incident, the text messages that we saw and your phone conversation, did he ever tell you about your brother or anyone else pulling guns on him? It's relevant hearsay, and it's not hearsay.
It's
It is
relevant hearsay and it's not hearsay.
You're going to have to come up on this. I'll tell you what. No, let's approach. I want to finish direct examination, folks, before I let you go tonight.
There's your man, Carmen. I do like this judge. Whoa. I do like this judge because when they try to push him and he doesn't want push, he just says no. I also like her. He objects because it's hearsay. And she says, it's relevant hearsay. It's not hearsay. Like, it's hearsay. You just said it was hearsay. This woman. And we're just getting started with her. That's the fun part about it. Oh, I'm so scared to touch anything right now. All right. Good enough. I thought they were walking away. There they go.
Ms. Jones, as you were speaking to Daryl Rudolph, was he still upset?
She lost.
When?
So that break in the conversation in the text messages where you're calling and asking what's going on, did he appear to still be upset as he's talking to you?
Well, that's what I was trying to say previously when you guys had said hearsay. Travis was the main person talking.
All right.
I'm responding because Travis.
Stop, Ms. Jones.
Oh.
Just answer the question. Did he appear to you to be upset?
Daryl wasn't talking. Travis was the one talking.
No, different.
Did Daryl say any words to you as you were asking him what is going on?
They're both yelling at the same time, but the person that I'm hearing is Travis.
Okay.
So if
I
you could stop
believe
for
you.
me. You said they're both yelling. Is one of the persons Daryl that's yelling?
I can't really recall.
Okay. Whom did you call?
I called Daryl's phone because
Not the because, just who did you call?
Daryl.
Because she broke Travis's.
And as you
that's
said,
the
you called
because.
Daryl. There's yelling in the background. You identify Mr. Rudolph's voice. What about Daryl Rudolph?
He's there. I just don't recall if he's upset, if he's angry. I think he is angry, saying like, "Oh, you had them pull up to my mama house," and like they were saying something like "that dreadhead nigga," like stuff like that.
So just so we're clear, did you delete any messages between you and Daryl Rudolph that had anything to do with any firearms?
No,
Did you ever receive any messages from Daryl Rudolph as he was angrily sending you those texts about a firearm?
no.
The messages with tyranny, those are already in evidence. We did not go through them, but were those also angry messages?
Yes.
And what was the substance of the messages?
Anyone pull up to her mom's house is gonna die.
Okay. And did you interpret that as a threat?
I interpret it as a threat, but I feel like people say things when they're angry, so I didn't take it literal.
So you did not think your brother was going to die if he went over?
No, I didn't. Like, she just invited him to the wedding. I'm thinking it's just, I don't know. I didn't take that literal.
All right. One moment. No further questions.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, so we're going to take a break for the night. I have to thank Judge Weiss on the record because she, once again, is going to take my morning docket. So that means we can get started very shortly after.
All right. Let me switch. Got this set up to go. We're gonna do there. I think there's a paramedic or EMT first because old Dominique's car broke down and she was late to court. I know that surprises all of you that she was late to court because she's so perfect and everything. Give me 1 second. That way I don't have so many screens pulled up. I don't share the wrong one. All right, so like I said, EMT guy, I believe, and then the fun of the defense cross-examining old Dominique. Let me make sure I have this sped up. I do. I did have some things ready this morning, just not my Rumble channel. Maybe it just wasn't ready for me.
All right, thank you. Want to bring a jury in first? Yeah, please. But that's okay. We can work towards getting the medic. Let's bring the jury in. We got to make up some ground here.
Yeah,
time.
they at this point, so when I fast forwarded through this. They had waited 30 minutes already for her, and she wasn't there. So they said this other witness was asked to bring him on, and then I think that prosecutor that was doing the directive, Dominique, said she was there, but he's just, or she was walking in or something, but the judge like, let's go. So we're gonna do this guy first.
All right, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats. First, let me apologize to the jury. Many of you have been here for more than an hour. I've been here for a lot more than an hour, but we're just now finally getting ready to go, and I apologize for the delay. All right, who's the state's next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Lieutenant Ryan Gornall.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds still good. I have it just the same, so it should be good. Thank you, Carmen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, as soon as you're comfortable, will you please say and spell your first and your last name for the record?
Ryan Gornall, RyanGornall.
All right, thank you very much. You may inquire, Mr. Classy.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Gornall, what do you do for a living?
I work for Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, currently a captain.
How long have you been working with that agency?
Almost 16 years.
What type of training do you need to get to do the type of job that you're doing right now?
Well, before getting hired, we do EMT, Fire Academy, and also paramedic certifications to get hired on. And then there's always continuous training that we do throughout the department, medical and fire-wise.
Okay. And when you started back 16 years ago, how did you start out with the agency? What position?
What position? You get hired as a firefighter EMT.
Okay. And you said you're a captain now?
Correct.
Okay. I want to take you back to April 7th, 2021. What position did you have, if it was any different at that point, with fire rescue?
At that time, I was a lieutenant.
Okay. And what are your primary responsibilities in 2021 as a EMT?
Okay, so as a lieutenant, I was in charge of the rescue truck, the transport vehicles that take patients to the hospital, basically. So typically we're a 3-person unit, and I would be in charge of that unit.
Okay. Now, speaking about April 7th, 2021, were you on duty that day?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to assist with medical intervention for a person at 545 West Jasmine Drive?
Correct.
Okay. And did you respond to that scene?
Yes.
Okay.
If this is too fast, let me know and I can slow it down. I've got it 1.25 speed because attorneys generally speak really slow. So if you need me to slow it down, just tell me and I will do that.
Who went with you to go to that location?
Well, my crew, and then I believe our engine crew, and also an EMS captain, and several deputies were there. And I think that's about it.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you got to 545 West Jasmine Drive?
I believe it was shortly after midnight.
Okay. And when you got to that scene at 545 West Jasmine Drive, who did you see? Who did you treat when you got there?
I remember there being several deputies on the scene already, and then I remember seeing a male in the front yard, kind of being cared for by some of the deputies on scene.
Okay. And so that male that you saw in that area, was he lying down? Was he sitting? Do you remember?
I remember him sitting upright, kind of in a little bit of distress, but he was sitting upright. He wasn't like flailed out on the ground or anything.
Okay. And was this a man by the name of Tyler Robinson?
Correct.
And you spoke about it, and I think it's obvious, but was he unconscious, semi-conscious, awake and alert?
He was awake and alert.
Okay. So once you get there, what do you start doing in terms of medical intervention with Mr. Robinson?
So we get there, we see that he's awake and alert, which is obviously a good thing when we get there. So we see multiple gunshot wounds to his back. With patients like this, we typically like to move fast and get them to the hospital. So I believe we were only on scene for a couple of minutes. We put them on our stretcher, we put them in the back of our truck, and we try to get going as soon as possible. We take vital signs, and that's pretty much what we do as paramedics. We get vital signs and we treat those. If they're out of line with normal vital signs, then we can treat those appropriately.
Okay. Now, you mentioned gunshot wounds that you noticed. Do you remember, as you sit here today, exactly where you noticed those gunshot wounds?
I do. I remember them being on the back. I think one to the upper right shoulder or back area, and then I believe one to the lower right back area.
Okay. Now, in terms of specifics, is there anything that could help you remember exactly where you noticed that those things were, those gunshot wounds?
Just according to my report.
And now, what I'd like you to do, I'm going to ask a question. In terms of the first gunshot wound that you noticed, do you remember exactly where it was on his body in terms of right, left, shoulder area, as you sit here right now?
I remember it being on the right side. That's what I remember.
Was it in the back right side, front right side of his shoulder?
I remember it being on the back right side.
Okay. And then in terms of additional gunshot wounds, do you remember anything about his right middle back?
Yes, I believe he had 2 gunshot wounds, one to the upper right back shoulder, and then one to the middle or lower back right side.
Okay, that goes against what the defense said, a grazed wound. That he was, excuse me, sorry, I was eating almonds. That he was just grazed. That's a little more than a graze. If he's got that many bullet holes or bullets in him, whatever. So, he's not the one who was unalived, by the way. That was Sebastien.
And in terms of those 2 gunshots that we just mentioned, in terms of your training and experience, did they appear to you to be entry wounds or exit wounds?
They appeared to be entry wounds.
Okay. And did you happen to notice an exit wound anywhere in terms of his body?
Yeah, I believe we saw an exit wound on the front left abdomen area.
Okay. And what about an entrance wound near his lower left side?
Entrance or exit?
Exit. Or excuse me, entry wound on his
Entry
lower
wound. Yeah, I believe he had one entry wound to the front left, and then also an exit wound in that kind of similar area.
Okay. And in terms of how much he was bleeding, would you characterize it as he wasn't bleeding, minimal bleeding, maximum bleeding? What was it?
Minimal bleeding.
So tell me exactly how you would treat those types of wounds, or what you did do, in fact, in this case, to treat those wounds to get him to the hospital.
Right. So with minimal bleeding, we put occlusive dressings on.
Stop you right there. Can you just describe for us what occlusive means?
Sure. So occlusive dressings are kind of like plastic bandages, if you will. We put them over the wounds. Anytime someone's shot in the torso area, we're concerned with their lungs being hit. So it kind of just covers up that area so that the lungs can still function properly, go in and out. And if you have that hole there, then they would not be able to function properly. So that's why we put the occlusive dressings on and especially when we're not worried with bleeding, which there was minimal bleeding. We just put those occlusive dressings over the gunshot wounds.
Okay. What about either IVs or oxygen masks, anything like that as well?
Yeah, we started multiple IVs. It's standard protocol for a trauma patient like this. Give him fluids just in case he has internal bleeding. We put him on oxygen mask with high flow oxygen. I believe we also gave him pain medicine towards the end of our transport. And just continued to monitor his vital signs, which I believe remained pretty stable throughout the incident.
Okay. And then do you remember approximately what time you were able to get him to the hospital, St. Mary's?
I don't know the time exactly. I know it was a pretty, our time with the patient was very quick. The location where the incident happened and the general station where I work at is very close. I think it's within 3 miles, I think the transport was. So, like I said, with trauma patients, we try to get in and off the scene. Our standard is under 10 minutes. I don't even think we were on scene for that long with this patient. And then our quick 3-mile transport, I think 10 to 15 minutes, we probably had this patient in our care.
So from your memory, do you think it was sometime around 12:30 a.m. that you were able to get him to St. Mary's Hospital?
Yeah, around that time, yes.
And then once you bring a patient like this to the hospital and he's dropped off in their care, is there any other steps or any other involvement that you had in this specific case?
No, we radio into the hospital. This patient was a trauma alert, so there's certain things that the hospital is prepared for when we get there. We go to the trauma room, we turn the patient over to the trauma team that's waiting for us. We give them, a rundown of what we did, our care, and that's basically it.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think he's a pretty quick witness. Maybe.
All right, just for
Seemed like we
clarification,
gotta discuss it.
Captain Cornell. When you were treating Mr. Robinson, you saw what appeared in your training experience to be 2 entry wounds in his back right area,
Correct. Correct.
okay? And then you saw 1 exit wound to it,
No, there's, overruled. Go ahead.
and there was an exit wound on his left lower abdominal area, right?
Correct.
And then lastly, there was an entry wound to his left lower side area.
It is.
I can rephrase.
Freeze. Sustain, rephrase.
What, if any, entry wounds did you see on the left lower side area?
I believe there was 1 to his left lower abdomen area.
Thank you very much. Defense may have some questions for you, all right?
Sure.
Who's going to do the cross? Okay, Mr. Shiner, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please do.
Morning, Captain Cornell. How are you?
Good morning. Well, thank you.
All right. You treat everybody in Palm Beach County who needs your services, right?
Correct.
Doesn't matter if the person is a little child or someone who's a terrorist trying to blow up the airport, hypothetically. If they're injured, you provide services to help people, right?
Absolutely.
You don't make judgments about the patients at all, right?
No.
Do you have any way of knowing if well, let me ask you this. When you get on the scene, is the young man that you're helping have no shirt on?
I believe he had no shirt on. Correct.
All right. Do you know if he had a gun in his pocket?
I do not believe he had a gun in his pocket.
That's something the police would check before you get there, probably?
Most likely, yes.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yes.
All right, do you remember if he was wearing sweatpants or pants?
He had pants on. I don't remember if they were sweatpants or shorts, or I would have remembered if he was naked or in boxers or something. But
Do you remember anything in his pockets at all, front pockets?
no, I do not.
No notes at all to say whether he had anything or not have anything?
I do not.
All right. Did you cut the pants off him or one of the other paramedics?
That it would be standard practice to do that. I can't recall if we actually did that on this patient, though.
Okay. But normally you would do that if someone may have injuries that you need.
Yes, we would expose the patient to check for other injuries.
Okay. You said this particular patient, Tyler Robinson, when you got there, he's sitting up, right?
Correct.
That means his behind's on the floor and just sitting up on the ground?
Correct.
And he was awake and alert, was your words?
Correct.
When you say moderate distress, what's the difference between severe or slight? I mean, what's the difference? How do you think?
It's just, I mean, you could tell that he was injured and in pain. I mean, no distress would obviously be someone sitting up, with nothing going on. Severe would be maybe someone like crying out or yelling or, and I guess that's subjective to whoever's interpreting it.
Do you know if any of the wounds had fragments of a bullet as opposed to a bullet going through? That maybe this bullet may have hit a metal object first before the fragments may have hit him?
No, I had no indication of that, no.
You have an indication there was a solid bullet that went in his back?
I mean, I can't answer that, no.
You don't have that kind of expertise, do you?
No.
All right, so you can't tell the jury if it was a fragment that may have hit another object that struck him, like a graze wound?
No.
Or a direct hit? You don't know.
No, we go there strictly, we're medical, we treat the patient, we treat their wounds. He had what appeared to be gunshot wounds, holes in his torso. We treat that. We're not worried with what kind of bullet or if it hit metal first or anything like that.
You do this every day. Is it a little surprising someone with these kind of wounds would be sitting up and able to talk and be in moderate distress?
Not necessarily. It's every call, every patient is different. It just depends on where it, I guess, travels throughout the body once it hits the body. So it's not atypical.
This gentleman, this young man you're checking, he's not a young kid, right? He's an adult.
He's an adult, correct?
21 that was reported to you, right?
Correct.
So you consider him a man?
Correct.
Okay. He didn't have any injuries on his face, did he?
Not that I remember.
You don't remember any kind of injuries on his hands or his upper torso other than the bullet wounds we just talked about? In other words, you had no indication he just got beat up, do you?
I didn't know. I do not recall thinking that, no.
You put that in your notes, right?
Right.
Nothing in your report reflects anything like that, right?
Correct.
Doesn't look like to you that he was just in a major fist fight or leg kicking fight. Just looks like he had some wounds that you described, right?
Correct.
Okay. You've seen people, obviously, probably many times that you report bar fights, domestic fights, and you see they have injuries from getting into a fist fight, right?
Absolutely.
Kicked by another human being.
Correct.
No indication in this case that happened.
Not that I recall,
You
no.
saw.
Right.
Nothing in your notes to refresh your memory that it happened, right?
Correct.
Okay. You said where you work is real close to St. Mary's?
Correct. Where I was working when this incident happened, yes.
Okay. And obviously you're familiar with St. Mary's. You're probably there every day.
Correct.
Okay. When you're driving down US 1, is that how you went from this scene? Do you remember from the US 1 to Broadway?
I don't remember absolutely which way we took. I was in the back. I don't drive to the hospital, but I don't think we would take that specific route there.
How would you normally go?
I believe we would go back towards Dixie and head south from there because that's the road that St. Mary's is on.
Okay, so you'd stay on Dixie and go straight down?
Typically, that's the way we would go, yes.
You ever respond to calls and take US 1 that turns into Broadway to get the St. Mary's?
I mean, it could happen. Yeah, not any specific calls that I remember, but it could happen. Just depends on where we're at when the call happens.
Are you familiar with any hospital signs showing civilians that there's a hospital off of Broadway or US 1?
I don't know specifically, but I know most hospitals do have the blue hospital signs around the area to let people know where the hospitals are, yes.
And you probably don't pay attention because you obviously know where the hospitals are.
Right.
And once you put him in the transport to take him to the hospital, he was still alert and oriented?
Correct.
And it has in the report, it says mental status, normal baseline. What does that mean, normal baseline?
Just normal for the patient. He can answer questions. Normally we ask people, their name, where they're at, maybe the year. If they answer those questions correctly, then they have normal mentation as far as we're concerned.
All right, and it says neurological normal baseline. Is that similar, that their brain is working properly?
Right, they can answer normal questions appropriately.
Did he tell you, this young man, or did you ask him what happened?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you ask this man what happened, why he got these wounds?
No, not that I remember. Like I said, we typically don't get into that. We were just there. We let the police do their detective work and try to figure out why this may have happened or what happened, but we're treating the patient.
And you can't tell this jury if this man was sitting down when he got these injuries, if he was crouched by a door, possibly pointing a gun. You don't know, right?
I would have no idea.
No idea if this was a deliberate act or a self-defense act. You don't know that.
No.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shiner. Any redirect? All right, great. Is there any reason why, Captain Cornell can't go on about his day? All right, thank you. Watch your step. Stay safe out there. Okay.
So you notice, because if you remember in opening statements, the defense brought it up, but they also, the state brought it up when they were doing their direct on old Dominique's brother, Keyshawn, about the bulge in Tyler Robinson's pocket that they said was a cell phone. So the defense is saying it was a gun, the state saying it was a cell phone, but when they got there, that guy said there was nothing in his pockets, which kind of goes to the defense of he got rid of it. But now it's time for old.
Okay, who's the state's next witness?
Before we get back to the witness from yesterday,
Yeah.
for stipulation of the parties,
Okay.
the state seeking to admit Tyler Robinson.
I thought they were going to go with somebody else. I'm like, no.
From St. Mary's Medical Center as State's Exhibit 9.
All right, and you said there's no objection?
No objection.
All right, wonderful.
Just he said the word select. I'd like to use the word partly.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. An excerpt from the records from treatment St. Mary's of Tyler Robinson, right? All right, and that's State 9? All right, thank you. Number 9. Sounds like a Beatles song to me. All right. I'm sorry? Yeah, yes. Okay.
The state did have a few questions for Ms. Jones prior to the start of cross-examination. I did tell defense counsel it should be very quick.
Yes, it should. All right, very well. And I take it there's no objection to that, right? All right, thank you. Let's bring her in, please.
That seems kind of unfair. We slept on it and we thought of new things, so we need to ask her a couple more questions. And by the way, yes, I know that I'm being a little bit hypocritical about the okays on Attorney Schreiner, that I was a little bit harsher on Attorney Nikolai of the last trial, but he doesn't say it every single time, and I like him. I mean, she's probably fine too, but he's not constantly going, okay. All right, what's old Dominique gonna have on today? The same. Is she got pants on?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I don't think so.
All right, Ms. Jones. All right, Ms. Edwards, you may continue the direct examination of Ms. Jones.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
You had an eventful morning.
Yes, I apologize to the jury as well as the judge. I know you guys are on a time limit, but something happened with my vehicle.
When my fault.
So thankfully the vehicle got fixed and you're here. Thank you.
Yeah.
So last evening when we left off, we were talking about a series of text messages that you got from Torini, and you said that you did not take her seriously to mean that your brothers would be in danger if they went over there, your brother and his friends.
Correct.
Did you know whether or not Mr. Rudolph had any firearms?
Yes.
And how many firearms did Mr. Rudolph have?
Two that I know of. I know he had an AR-15, and I know he had like a regular handgun.
How familiar are you with firearms? Do you know sort of the make, model, anything like that?
Not really, to be 100% honest.
So you knew one was a handgun, meaning it would be held in the
Correct.
shorter gun. And then you said one was sort of a rifle type. You said AR-15, but you're not sure if that's the make or model.
Yeah, and he's always say something about like a drum. Like I knew he had a drum for the AR-15, but not really educated in that aspect.
Do you know where
100%
Mr.
honest,
Rudolph
don't
would
know.
keep the firearms in the residence?
He would keep his handgun in his underwear drawer, and then he would keep his AR-15 like in his closet.
And that's a closet in the bedroom as well?
Yeah, his bedroom.
After the course of what happened on the night, early morning hours of the 7th, really going into the next day, did you do any web searches about laws or anything having to do with that?
Yes.
And why were you doing that?
I've never been in a situation like this before in my life, so I definitely just wanted to do research and just look things up to make sure, if anything I needed to turn myself in or I need to protect myself, I wanted to make sure I knew what to do.
And did you have a particular interest in the law?
As in,
Did you want to study it? Anything related to that? Go to law school?
well, back in the day, yeah, I didn't want to go to law school. I'm not gonna lie, but it ended up not happening.
I'm not
You said your
lying.
profession is a realtor.
Yeah, I do real estate.
All right, no further questions at this time.
Okay, thanks. Who's going to, all right, Ms. Burlett, cross-examination? Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought it was going to be him. Dang. And I think this is the defense attorney. I think they are husband and wife, so I believe this is his wife.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm ready for attitude.
When you met Travis Rudolph, you knew that he had been in the NFL, is that correct?
Correct.
You knew he played for the Giants and then he played for the Dolphins, right?
Later on,
Right, but he,
not initially did I know that. No.
but at some point during your relationship, you knew that he had a very lucrative contract with the NFL, correct?
I knew nothing about his contract.
Okay. But you knew he played for the NFL, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point he became injured, right?
Correct.
And he was cut from playing for the NFL. He lost his contract basically, right?
Correct.
And he would spend his days down in Miami rehabbing and training, right?
No, he would spend his days at home playing video games.
But, so your testimony is that he never went down to Miami and was rehabbing his injury in order to play for the Canadian League that he had just landed a contract with?
That's not my testimony. You said what was?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Isn't it true that he was rehabbing his injury?
Sometimes.
Okay? And other times he was playing video games. That's your testimony.
Correct.
And isn't it true that he was also training down at the NFL facility down in Miami after he was injured?
I'm not sure what he would do in Miami.
That was a concern of yours, wasn't it? That he was off in Miami and you didn't know what he was doing, right?
Correct.
When you met Travis, he had a nice vehicle, a BMW truck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he was taking care of you basically financially when you guys were together, was he not?
He was not taking care of me financially at all during our entire relationship.
How old were you when you guys met?
23.
So in March of 2020, you were 23 years old?
March of 2020. Yes, I was 23.
And you were living with your mom and stepdad and your brother at the time?
Correct.
That was in the apartment in Delray Beach?
Yes.
Spring Harbor Apartments?
Mhm.
Apartment, is that a yes?
Yes.
Apartment E?
Correct.
Two-bedroom apartment?
No.
How many bedrooms?
3.
During that time, you didn't own your own home, right?
No, I didn't.
You were living in the home that your parents provided you with, right?
Correct.
You were living under their roof, right?
Correct.
You didn't own any property, any real estate, right?
No, but I was a realtor.
Okay, let's talk about that. You got your real estate license in February of 2020, right?
Correct.
So right around the time that you and Travis met.
Correct.
And COVID hit, right?
Correct.
And let's see, you made one sale. It was a rental, right?
Yes.
So during the whole time that you had your real estate license,
I just got my real estate license in March, not to cut you off, sorry. But I just got my license in March and then COVID.
question,
Okay.
isn't it true that you were not making a living as a realtor? COVID hit. There was no sales going on. You weren't making a living as a realtor, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're living with your mom and dad.
Sure.
Wait,
Feel
wait,
free
wait,
to stand
wait.
up and stretch, please, ladies and gentlemen, but remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules.
Yeah, don't break those cardinal rules. Wasn't the housing boom, like, wasn't there, like, houses just being snatched up left and right during COVID? Because people just were probably bored or whatever and decided to move. I thought that the housing market was doing well during COVID. I wonder what she's doing now. I wonder if she sold any more houses or if she's moved on.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you really weren't making a living as a real estate agent, right?
No, but I do have a mom and she's a medical assistant, so.
Okay, and you were living with your
My
mom,
will take care of
right?
me.
And you also had some costly cosmetic surgery around that time, right?
I feel uncomfortable discussing that, so.
Yes.
She does not want to discuss whatever she had done to her butt. I don't know if it was a lift. I don't know if it was implants, but there was something because she alluded to the fact she had to sit a certain way. I'm assuming she had to sit on a donut. But I'm pretty sure she had something done to the butt. Look at her. Just like staring down at everybody. You better believe me, Jerry.
During the time you had cosmetic surgery, did you not?
I did have cosmetic surgery.
Okay. And it's your testimony that even though that you weren't making a living as a realtor, you were not relying on Travis for any financial help, correct?
Correct.
In fact, yesterday you testified, you told this jury that he never financially supported you 1,000%, right?
Correct.
At that time, you were also sleeping over his house pretty much on a daily basis. That's what you told the jury yesterday?
Correct.
And it was during this time that you and Travis were dating that you were actually married to another man, Andre Chinsang. Is that correct?
Legally separated, but correct.
Well, you were still legally married, weren't you?
People could be married and separated.
Okay.
So we were separated.
Right, but you weren't divorced, let me put it that way.
Correct.
Okay. So if you're not divorced, then you're still legally married. Is that correct?
I thought separated was a thing when it came to marriage. I thought you can either be married, separated, or divorced. But if you want to get technical, like very technical, yes, we were not divorced.
Okay. And while you were dating Travis for this year or so, year and a half, you never told him that you were married to another man, right?
No, I didn't.
And you testified yesterday that you and Travis had a conversation about marriage. Is that right? That's what you told this jury yesterday. That you and Travis, at some point, you had a conversation about marriage. You remember that?
I didn't necessarily say we had a conversation about marriage. We basically were discussing has that came up about a future, and I said things have came up that weren't that serious, but yeah, conversations were had.
About marriage. That was your testimony.
Not specifically about marriage, just about a future between me and him, kids, things, etc., stuff like that.
Okay, so you're telling this jury today that you did not say yesterday on direct examination that you and Travis had a conversation about marriage. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, we had a conversation about that. Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had a conversation with a man about marriage, and you're still married to Andre Chinsang. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you lied to Travis. You misled him, did you not?
Travis never asked me if I was married.
So you have to be asked a question in order to get an answer, or to be told the truth. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I'm just telling the jury that the conversation about me being married never came up, so I never spoke on it because I felt like it was not my personal business to speak on.
So what you're telling this jury is that unless somebody asks you a question, a specific question, you don't have to tell them the correct or honest answer. That's what you just told them.
I'm not telling you guys that. I'm telling you guys that in relationships, you have a past. It might not be clean. It might not be the best past that you have, but I decided to leave the past of my relationship behind me. When I started dating
Behind
Travis,
you, yeah.
I felt like I
You're
didn't need to
still
disclose that
married.
because it had nothing to do with what me and Travis had going on.
So you were talking about marriage and you're married. You never told him, right? Isn't it true you never told him?
I never, no, he answered.
Same. Next question,
You
please.
said that yesterday you told the jury that your relationship with Travis wasn't an open relationship. You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. So the implication or the understanding was that this was a relationship that was exclusive between the two of you?
Correct.
And Andre didn't fit in this at all.
Haven't spoken to him in 2 years.
You got divorced from him after Mr. Rudolph's arrest. Is that not correct?
Yes, because it was already in the plan before Travis got arrested.
You knew
Surprised she didn't
in
stay
April
married to
of
him.
2021 that Travis had received a contract with the Canadian League and was leaving for Canada in the following month, in May. Did you not?
Yeah, I knew that.
Okay. And he got a contract to play football. He was excited about that. He was leaving for Canada in a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he wasn't taking you along with him, was he?
I didn't ask to go. I had my own. I was a realtor. I was starting to get back into real estate.
During COVID when you weren't making any sales, right? He wasn't taking you with him, was he?
No.
He was leaving you. Right? He was leaving you. He was going off to Canada and he was leaving you here in the States, right?
Yes.
He had no interest in taking you with him, right?
I don't know exactly. I don't,
Overruled. Go ahead, answer the question.
I don't know what Travis's intentions were
Did he
of
ask
taking
you to
me.
go with him?
He used to say things like that all the time, but that's hearsay. So I'm not going to say that.
Hold on. You're telling us, let me ask it this way. This man never planned on taking you with him to Canada. Isn't that true?
I don't know that for a fact.
Did he ever tell you he was taking you to Canada with him?
He would say things like that all the time. You can come visit me, things like that all the time.
Taking you with him. He had no intentions because his
I don't know that. So you're asking me a question and I'm responding to you. I do not know if he had intentions or not taking me.
you didn't have a plane ticket to go with him, did you?
He didn't have one either. He didn't even have a passport.
Did you have a plane ticket to go with Mr. Rudolph to Canada?
He was not leaving until May, and no, I did not have a plane ticket. This all happened in April.
I'm at the time of
Here's
this
some hair,
incident.
let me
Did
split
you
it.
have any means of transport or a plane ticket, anything showing this jury that it was his intention that you were moving to Canada with him?
No.
And you knew in April, when you guys were dating, that it was his plan to just go work in Canada for a short period of time, and his hope was to get back into the NFL. Isn't that true?
I didn't know his ins and outs. I knew he had a contract with the CFL, and that's the most that I can say to you. That's all I really know.
Okay, so he never discussed with you his hope that he was going to come back to Florida and work again for the NFL? That was never a discussion?
He has said things like that, but I don't know exactly his intentions of what would have happened.
So he did say things like that. There was a discussion with you about that. You just
There,
said that.
there was a discussion.
Overruled.
Didn't you just say that you guys had a discussion about that?
Yeah, we had a discussion.
Was that so hard?
It's not. I'm just trying to make sure I'm answering the questions to my best ability. That's it.
All you have to do is tell the truth, and it'll be...
I am telling the truth, but you're asking.
Question.
Thank you.
Okay. You were hoping that when he got the contract with the NFL, that you guys would then be married, like you told the jury you guys had discussed. And,
No.
and you would benefit by his millions of dollars that he was going to be making from the NFL.
First of all, I didn't even know how much money he was being offered.
Next question.
You guys had broken up in April 6th of that year, right? You were basically finished.
I wouldn't say that from the text messages that were shown yesterday.
Well, what about in your mind? Not about the text messages. Isn't it a fact that you guys were pretty much over?
I said I wanted a break, but you know how relationships are. Relationships are iffy. You might say you want to break one day. The next day, you guys might be relationships are iffy. You might say you want to break one day. The next day, you guys might be back together. So
Well, you told the jury yesterday that you hadn't seen each other for about a month. You remember that?
if you don't see someone, it doesn't mean that you're not with them.
Okay. Well, you weren't with each other during that month. You weren't having any
We were still,
relations during that month,
we
right?
were talking every day, FaceTiming every day. And some days when he would come back down, he would come pick me up and I would see him.
Correct. But you would agree that if you
Wait. Just because you don't see somebody doesn't mean you're not with them. Like your marriage, like your husband. I haven't seen him 2 years. Okay. You're still together. You're still married. I mean, you might not be together, like she wants to explain it, but you're still freaking married. And the other question I have, can you make millions of dollars in the Canadian Football League? Is that a thing?
don't see somebody for a month, and prior to that, the implication is that you were seeing them before that the relationship has taken a change in course, has it not?
Because I had surgery.
So the only reason you stopped seeing each other for a month was because you had surgery.
Correct. I was at his house every day before I had surgery. And then when I had surgery, I was only able to move so much. And I wasn't really able to drive in a vehicle that much.
You know, you just said that sometimes he would come and pick you up, even though you told
I had to sit a certain way. I had to do things a certain way in order to go places. Yes.
even though you told the jury yesterday that he took care of you for a week, right? While you were recuperating, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yesterday, you told the jury that you were concerned because he was in Miami so long and I didn't know where we stood. Remember telling the jury that?
Yes.
So you didn't know where your relationship was at. Isn't that correct?
I didn't know when it came to him being in Miami, but I knew that me and him still had a solid relationship because it was over a year.
Well, why did you say then? I was concerned that he was in Miami so long. I didn't know where we stood.
I didn't. That's why I was going on the movie date so I can figure out where we stood.
Because your relationship was basically over at that point.
Nobody ever said the relationship was over. So to my knowledge, it was not over.
You now said, or what you told her yesterday, was that he was in Miami so long, to use your terms. So he was spending a lot of time in Miami, was he not?
He was spending time in Miami, yes.
He was spending more time in Miami than he was playing video games, wasn't he?
Kind of in the middle.
Okay. And you were jealous that he was down in Miami so long, right?
I'm not going to use the term jealous. No, I was not jealous. I wanted him to do well. I wanted him to go to the CFL. I knew that was his dream. So I wouldn't call that jealous at all.
You knew then, now again, that after he went to Canada, his dream was to come back and his hope was to get a contract with the NFL, right?
I mean, usually that's what people decide. I'm not sure exactly what his decision was, but if you go off to the CFL, yes, that is something that you do try to pursue after.
Okay. You also told the jury yesterday that I felt uncertainty because I didn't see him for a month. You remember that?
Correct?
Okay. So you basically did not see him at all for a month, right?
In person, because I was healing, but I did see him through FaceTime, on the phone, through text, every other type of communication.
Why would you feel uncertainty if the relationship had changed course? Why did you care that he was down in Miami?
It's not that I cared, it's just that I just had surgery, so I kind of wanted comforting from him and him to be there a little bit more and things like that. So that's more of what it was.
Well, you had some concerns because the minute he stepped out of the house when DJ came home, you took it upon yourself to snoop through his phone, you right?
I didn't snoop because he gave me the password, so I just want to clarify that.
Oh, hold on. He did not give you the password that day, right?
He gave it to me to let me know I can look through it whenever I wanted to.
Right, that he gave you that password months early on in the relationship, right? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So this is not a situation where you guys are alone in his house. He says, hey, by the way, here's my password. Feel free to go into my phone. I'm going to go step outside. That didn't happen, right?
No.
Okay. So he walks out for a minute, and you could not resist to take his phone, his personal property, go in, put his password, and start snooping around, right?
Yes, because we were in a relationship and he gave me that password.
Okay. So have you snooped around in his phone on prior occasions with his password?
No, because I just had surgery, so I haven't seen him in a while.
Right. So you were snooping around because you were...
I wouldn't use the word snoop.
Overruled.
You were snooping around because you were concerned about him seeing other women down in Miami. Isn't that the bottom line?
The bottom line is he was my boyfriend at the time. I haven't seen him in a month, and I was curious. That's the bottom line.
Okay. You didn't want to lose him, right?
Of course not.
And when Travis said that he found Kyla's body more attractive than yours, you became infuriated, right?
Just like
No.
you are right now.
Didn't?
No.
You weren't upset that he found Kyla more attractive than you?
No.
When you saw the text from Kyla, you told the jury yesterday, it was time for me to go. You remember that?
Correct.
And when you saw the text from Kyla, Travis was still outside, right? He was out with his brother. You were looking through his phone when he was outside.
Correct.
So you waited for Travis to come back into the house to confront him, did you not?
I more so didn't confront him. I just went into the room to grab my things.
So you didn't walk right out the door, did you?
I went to go grab my things, and he seen his phone on the couch, so he kind of put two and two together.
You waited for him to come back in so that you could confront him. Isn't that what's happening?
I didn't confront him. He kind of confronted me about the situation because he seen his phone was open.
You wanted to hurt him, and that's why you stayed in the house, so that you could confront him and then destroy his property, did you not?
No, I wanted to grab my things, and I wanted to leave.
Okay. But you immediately went off on him, didn't you?
No.
Yesterday you told the jury I was hurt. I was not angry. You remember that?
Yes.
But you were actually very angry, were you not?
I was more so hurt than angry.
But you were also angry, weren't you?
I was more so hurt than angry.
I remember her testimony that we just heard. She said he wouldn't let her leave, that he was blocking her in his room. And now she's saying the phone was on the couch and that she just was trying to gather her things. Well, gathering her things didn't come up until they were outside, according to her testimony. And I believe the state stopped her from saying that she had to call his brother's phone because not only did she open his phone, I believe she smashed his phone. But because she got ready to say it and the state stopped her. And it's like, yeah, don't need to know what you did, why you had to call his brother. She was getting ready to say why she had to call his brother. Because she probably smashed his phone. It wasn't just open on the couch. Her and her brother like to play with their hair a lot. I'll play with my own hair, so I can't say much about it. She's just stewing up there, isn't she? Thinking about old Kyla.
Do you remember giving testimony under oath on November 8th of 2021?
No,
You don't remember coming to the courthouse?
I remember, but you have to kind of refresh my memory.
Remember coming to the courthouse, right? You were subpoenaed?
For the self,
No, you were subpoenaed to come to the courthouse, and you gave sworn testimony. Do you remember that?
was it the deposition? I'm just,
Sure.
what
Feel free
did,
to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, I don't have to type it out. You say she's going to burn out. All I can picture is a car like taking off and burning out. I don't know if you meant that or something, the other burnout, types of burnout. But yeah, she's special. If you haven't already, please hit that like button and subscribe button. And I hope you're enjoying Miss Jones. She's peachy. Look at her. Look at the state. Like, just answer the questions and stop giving them more information than we want you to give them. Because you're looking bad. Brandon. She's got that racing fuel in her, even though she's a Camry. Hey, she had a butt job, okay? She's got a good back end now. And she wore a short skirt so we could see it. Come on. They're like, you behave on the stand, young lady.
All right, you may continue.
Do you remember giving a sworn statement on November 8th of 2021?
yes,
And do you remember being asked similar questions about whether you were angry after you noticed that he was talking with Kayla?
I believe those questions were asked.
Okay. And do you remember the question?
Sustained.
Wasn't the question asked of you, and that made you very angry?
Sustained. You got to show her the document.
Again?
Sure.
Come on, people. State's like, our witness sucks and she's awful, but so can you help us, Judge? And he's like, no.
Okay. Yesterday, you told the jury that you told Travis 1,000,000 times, I want to leave, and he wouldn't let me go. You remember that?
Yes,
And isn't it, in fact, that he was the one that was actually trying to calm you down?
not at the beginning, no.
At some point, he was trying to calm you down, wasn't he?
No.
Isn't it true that he was trying to talk some sense into you?
No, I was trying to get my things and leave, and he was trying to stop me from leaving.
You also used the word that Travis was acting erratic yesterday. You remember that?
Correct.
Isn't it the fact that you were the one that was actually being erratic?
I would say he started it, and then yes, I became erratic right after.
So after you saw the text messages from Kayla, you actually had Travis FaceTime her, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Did you FaceTime her, or did you have Travis FaceTime her?
I just put the phone up and pressed FaceTime.
Okay,
So she didn't see me or anything.
and the reason you did that was so that she could only see Travis, and you could evaluate or watch the way that Travis was interacting with her, did you not?
Correct.
Okay. And so what did you, after you saw that interaction, it was your impression that somehow these two had a relationship, right?
I wouldn't say relationship, but something was going on, yes.
It was more than a friendship, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And that infuriated you as well, right?
No, I'm not going to use the word infuriated.
You were angry?
More hurt.
So you smashed his iPhone not out of anger, but because you were hurt?
Yes.
Okay. You also picked up the metal trophy on his dresser, and you hit him over the head, did you not?
I did not hit him over the head.
So what did you do with the metal trophy?
If I hit him over the head with a metal trophy, would you?
What you did instead, not if.
I held the metal trophy up because he was standing in front of the door. I was asking him if I could leave. He said no. So I picked it up and I said, let me leave. And he ended up raising his hands up and he said, okay, you can go.
All right, so you never hit him with the trophy, you never threw the trophy at him? None-
Never.
Right?
Not at all.
You also took his PlayStation and broke it, did you not?
That was far. Are we going in chronological order or no?
I'm asking questions, you're answering them.
Okay.
The question was, regardless of the chronological order, at some point,
So hang on. Travis is not unalived. He's the defendant. He is accused. So she, after their little altercation, she texts her brother, tells him that Travis slammed her to the ground twice and to go shoot up his shit. Her brother and 3 of his friends went to, talk to Travis at his mom. Travis lived with his mom and his brother and showed up at his house at midnight to talk. They end up obviously fighting in the yard. One of her brother's friends, at least one, brought a gun. Travis ran inside to get his gun. He sees that 2 of them are beating up his brother in the street, so he gives chase. They end up back at their car because, sorry, I forgot to tell you, they didn't pull up to the house. They stopped 2 blocks down. So that, but it wasn't to surprise them. So they all run back to the car. Travis gives chase because his brother is being beat up. Travis is in front of the vehicle, and this is where it's like gets kind of hairy. The defense is saying that the front passenger, who was named Sebastien, raised up a gun and and then Travis shot 39 times into the vehicle. Sebastien he passed away, and then another guy was hit, and his gun was found, I think by a canine unit, or like by the actual canine. The dog found the gun either later probably the next day, because this took place at midnight. So yes, so he's charged with first-degree intentional homicide, and then 3 counts of attempted homicide. And the defense was showing in their opening yesterday that Sebastien had what they said the medical examiner will testify to was called a death grip, of when people have committed, self-deleted with a gun, and that his hand basically was frozen. Like, you could put a gun in his hand, but he was not found with a gun. So, yes, that's the recap. Yes, little Sebastien is no more. He's an angel around her brother's neck, apparently, because he came in with a little angel necklace on with somebody in the middle of it yesterday.
point, you took his PlayStation and you smashed it, did you not?
Yes, after I was slammed on the ground, I did.
Okay. So you did all these things not out of anger, but you did them because you were hurt, right?
It got to a point where I was angry, but with the questions that you were asking me, was I infuriated about him saying things about Kayla or the other things you were asking me? That was out of hurt, but it did get to an angry point. Yes, it did.
And that's when he was following you outside and he was in your ear telling you that Kayla had a better body than you, right?
It was more than that. It was the bitch word, the fuck you, it was more than just about a female.
Okay. And isn't it true?
the
Let's
B
talk
word
about the
kinda
B words.
fit.
You were calling him a broke bitch. You were screaming at him out there on the front lawn, were you not?
After he started calling me one first, yeah, I was.
So you called him a broke bitch. What did you mean by that? That he has no money?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So why was that important? Why the fact that he had no money? Why was that something that was important to you at that point?
It wasn't important to me because I was still dealing with him when he didn't have money.
Okay. But why was that important at that point when you're being
Because he's saying low blows to hurt my feelings. So as a reaction as a human, I'm going to say low blows to hurt his feelings.
so you were pretty fired up.
So let me just justify my own stuff. I broke his stuff because he said bad things about me that kind of were true. Right? Right.
Up at this point, right?
I wasn't really that fired up, but I was upset and I was reacting to what he was saying to me at that point. Yes.
Testified
When is she
yesterday
not
before this
fired
jury
up?
that he compared me to other women. You remember that?
Yes.
It
So
hurt my feelings.
besides Kayla, who else did he compare you to?
It was just, I can't pinpoint names or anything like that. I don't really remember. It was just a lot of different names of who I am, what I am,
Okay.
and things like that.
And that set you off, right?
Didn't set me off. I wanted to go. It was ready. It was time for me to go. It was just getting too heated.
Well, you said
It
now
was
you
time
want
for
to
you
go,
to
but didn't
go.
you tell the jury yesterday? Then Travis said, "Get the F out of my house." Do you remember telling the jury that yesterday?
I told the jury that I had to go get my things.
You told the jury. Then he said, "Get the F out of my house." That's what you told the jury yesterday.
Okay, he might have said that. Yeah, he said that.
He wanted you out. He wasn't blocking you. He wanted you out of the house.
He wanted me to get out after he told me to go in the house to get my things. So I went into the house to grab my personal items that I brought over there.
Right. He didn't want you there anymore. He wanted you out of his house. That's what you told the jury yesterday.
Okay.
He wasn't keeping you confined in there, was he?
He was.
He wasn't falsely imprisoning you on the 6th, was he?
He was keeping me confined in the room. That's why I picked up the trophy.
And that's why he told you to get the F out of the house.
You're not in chronological order, so you're saying it
At some point, he told you to get the F out of his house, did he not?
after he held me in the room and was not allowing me to leave.
He wanted absolutely nothing to do with you. Isn't that the fact?
I wanted absolutely nothing to do with him.
Of
And
course.
isn't true, you told this jury yesterday, that Travis said, "I don't like you anymore." You remember that?
You got cooties.
You remember telling this to the jury yesterday?
He was saying, I don't necessarily remember him saying those exact words, but he was saying a lot of things. Like I said,
Then why'd you tell the jury yesterday? He said, "I don't like you anymore."
he probably did say that. He was saying a lot of hurtful things.
So he did say that, right?
Okay, so yeah.
Right, so he
It's
told
fine.
you to get the F out of his house and he didn't like you anymore, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
Over a million other words, but yes.
Okay, well, I'm asking you about those specific words, not the other million words that he said.
Yes.
So he said a million words?
Not a million, but he said a lot of other
You
things.
just told the jury he said a million words. So is that
I
true?
love this.
He said a lot of other
I'm
things.
asking you if your
He said a lot of other things.
my question. I'm asking you if your testimony right now that he told you a million words, if that's an exaggeration or if that's the truth.
Obviously, he didn't say 1 million words,
That's what you just told them.
but he said a lot of other things to me.
Are there other things you've exaggerated about during your testimony?
Not at all. I've been extremely truthful.
Believe me, 100%
All right,
honest.
So despite the fact
That's
that he
what
told
I've
you
said.
these things, you want the jury to believe that he was the one that was blocking you during this event.
Asked and answered, sustained. Next question, please.
Travis, you didn't want to leave because what you were doing was interested in destroying his property, right?
No.
Yesterday, you told the jury, "I was saying stuff, but Travis started," right?
Correct.
And isn't it a fact that you were the one that actually started this whole thing by sneaking and looking into his phone?
I didn't sneak and look through the phone if I have the password.
But he didn't tell you you could look at his phone, did he?
But if someone gives you something and tells you you are allowed to look at it, I don't believe that is called sneaking.
Isn't it true that you were the first person to become physically violent when Travis was?
But if they don't ask you if you're married directly, if they don't look at you and say, "Are you married?" it's not your business to tell them that you are married. Man, she just. I think the defense attorney wants to tell her to get the F out of the courtroom.
with Travis and not the other way around?
No.
Not at all?
When we were in the house, he was already nudging me to get out.
You were the one that was first physically violent, were you not?
If you can play something or show me something, if I can't recall the exact steps of the moments.
That means yes. That's me. I was doing it. Let me take a drink. I'm nervous. And I'll play with my hair. Take a drink too, because I'm nervous.
You may.
This is November 8th, 2021, page 75.
I don't know. Can you hold it with your butt surgery?
Yeah.
Back on November 8th, 2021, you provided a sworn statement. You remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked similar questions to the questions that I'm just asking you now?
Yes.
You remember me asking you those questions?
I'm reading. Give me one moment, please.
No, I'm asking you. Do you remember?
I'm trying to read them so I can.
Okay.
She's just trying to ask if you remember somebody asking you a question. It's not that hard.
14 to 16.
14. Okay.
I want to know what I said. It's really what she's doing.
Okay.
Question. Okay, so you were the first one to become physically violent with Travis, not the other way around. Answer. Correct.
Yes, I said correct.
You remember that?
Yes.
So you were the first one to become physically violent with Travis, right?
Mhm.
That's what you told us under oath on November 8th of 2021.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, but today you're just saying that's not.
I didn't say that. I said I didn't remember. I said if you can show me something to recall in my memory. I just said that.
Yeah, you do remember that you were
Right.
the one that started being physically violent with him.
Yes. After he started calling me names in my face, running me down, yes, I tried to push him away from me.
You may.
Yesterday you testified to this jury on direct examination that Travis manhandled you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You've also testified that he picked you up off your feet and slammed you to the ground 2 times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So he literally picked you up off your feet and then slammed you to the ground on 2 occasions.
Correct.
And you testified that he was disrespectful yesterday. That's the moral of the story. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't the moral of the story is that you sent your brother and his friends to go kill Travis?
No, the moral of the story is him putting his hands on me. That is really the basis of everything. And I didn't send my brothers to kill him.
No, you just sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right?
I didn't say shoot him.
You sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right?
Correct.
Let's tell the jury what the shit is.
When you're angry, you say things. I'm sure everyone in this courtroom has said something when you're. I'm trying to speak. If you want me to answer your question, you have to let me answer your question.
Well, if you were responsive to my question, I wouldn't have.
All right. Answer the question, please.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
Question was shit. What does shit mean in the context of that text?
Anything but him.
Okay, so it
I'm
could have
sorry.
been
Oh
his
my
brother.
gosh.
No.
It could have been the house.
Nothing violent
Judge.
toward a person.
It could have been his mother's house, right?
I was upset and my adrenaline was running and I said something that I didn't mean. That's the bottom line of that. I didn't mean for my brothers to do any of that. That's why when my brother left the house, he did not have a firearm on him.
So you're not answering my question again.
Okay.
Okay, you told the jury that shit meant anything other than a person, right? That's what you just told them. You remember that?
Okay. Can I clarify the jury?
Finish my question.
Okay.
Didn't you just tell the jury that shit meant anything other than a person? Yes or no?
I would like to clarify that.
Well, answer yes or no, and then you can clarify. Did you not just tell them that?
I did tell them that, but I want to clarify what I mean.
Okay.
When I said that, I was upset. I was angry, and I said something that I didn't mean. My adrenaline was running. I am clarifying my answer. Am I not?
Go ahead, finish.
So I was
Yeah,
upset,
define
and I
shit,
ended
yeah.
up saying something that I didn't mean. Like, people say things when they're upset that they don't mean all the time. But since the situation has happened, it obviously blew up 20 times more. But I didn't necessarily mean for anything to happen to Travis, his family, his house, or anything. It was like my second home. I would not want anything to happen there.
All right. So again, when you just told the jury that when you sent the text to go shoot up his shit, to shoot meant anything other than a person.
I just clarified my answer to the jury.
I'm asking, isn't that what you just told them?
Sustain. Next question, please.
Please, please. I'm sorry. I was reading your comment. Well, Carmen, I do have it sped up, so there's probably Carmen says, I agree that the defense isn't really letting her complete the answers because she's not answering the question. Plus, I do have it sped up, so it's probably a little bit more time than what we're hearing, obviously, because I have it sped up. But I think I keep hearing the judge side, and I might only be able to hear that because I have my headphones on or my ear, whatever, on. But it's just like a horrible, like a movie. Can you describe just shit? You were talking about shit from a judge. It's so funny. I love this judge.
Isn't it true that when you left his house, that he didn't slam you to the ground? Well, he didn't lift you up off your feet and slam you to the ground, that you actually tripped and fell.
I didn't trip and fall.
Isn't it true that Travis put his foot out and you tripped over his foot and you fell?
No, that's not true.
So you're telling this jury that the video that we saw from the Ring camera shows him picking you up off your feet and slamming you to the ground.
You can barely see it because Daryl's in the way.
So it's the video does.
The video that we seen yesterday, you can barely see the full physical between me and Travis.
But the video is the video, right?
Correct, but nightly.
You're not suggesting to the jury that that video was tampered with, right?
No, not at all. But I'm just saying the angle of it wasn't. You couldn't see the full testimony of what I'm saying.
Well, we saw you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Correct.
We saw Travis, right?
Yes.
We saw you fall to the ground, right?
And you saw Daryl in front of the entire thing.
And we saw you on the ground, right?
Correct.
We saw you jump right back up, right?
Correct.
And then we saw you storm into the house, right?
Yes, he was saying to get my things.
You told
I think we
Keyshawn
saw
that
her beating him in
Travis
the head,
slammed you to the
too.
ground 2 times, right?
Correct.
You also told the police that Travis slammed you to the ground several times, right?
Correct.
You also told Tyler that Travis slammed you to the ground a couple times.
Correct.
And you also told that to Tierney and Linda, right?
Correct.
And to be clear, Tierney is Tierney Coleman, Travis's sister.
Correct.
And Linda is his mom, right?
Correct.
So you told basically everyone that night that he picked you up off your feet and slammed you to the ground.
Correct.
Now, on the video we saw, you went back in the house for the purpose of getting your tequila bottle, right?
I was grabbing all my things. I think I still had things on the couch as well.
One of the things you went back into the house to grab was your tequila bottle, was it not?
Correct.
The bottle that you had bought early that evening.
Correct.
That was your bottle, not Travis's, right?
Correct.
And isn't it a fact that you started hitting him, and we saw that on the video yesterday, that you started hitting him with your fists,
Yes.
right? And you were slapping him, were you not?
I don't think I slapped him, but I did like throw a punch or two, at him so I can go in there and get my stuff. He wasn't letting me.
Okay, so he was physically holding you and not letting you go in?
He was blocking me from going in. He's telling me to get my things. I'm going in there to get my things. Then he's blocking me saying like, back up.
And he never raised a hand and touched you, did he not?
Yeah, he was raising his hand the whole time, like grabbing me, pushing me back. Yeah, the whole time.
Okay, so did he punch you?
No, he didn't punch me.
Did he slap you?
No, he didn't slap me.
Did he pick up any objects and hit you over the head with them?
No.
So other than standing there, right? He did absolutely nothing else to you.
Just like a physical altercation without punching or slapping or anything like that. Just the grabbing me up and DJ trying to grab him. It was
Where was he grabbing you? Was he grabbing you by the hair?
just like by my shoulders, but like by my arms, like trying to get out, things like that.
Even though he's the one that told you to get the F out of his house, right?
No, he told me to go in there and get my stuff.
Because he wanted you out. He wanted you out of there,
And I was leaving with my things that I brought.
including your bottle.
It doesn't matter about the bottle, but I wanted my actual clothes and things that I brought because I used to sleep over there all the time.
Well, it doesn't matter about your bottle because when you did leave the house eventually, you took that bottle and hit him over the head.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that after you left the house, you picked up a brick outside on the lawn?
I picked up a lot of things and I threw a lot of things. I'm not 100% sure about everything, but I was throwing things, yes.
Okay, and you picked up that brick. It was your intent to smash Travis's car window, was it not?
It wasn't my intention. I was just frustrated and angry and I was throwing things.
Including the brick, right?
Correct.
Okay. Why do you want to smash his car window?
Like I said, it wasn't intentional. I was just throwing things because I was upset.
And when you were throwing things, you were also screaming things at him, like you were going to send your brother Keyshawn over to kill him, right?
Never, ever, ever said the word kill at all.
Okay, so when you were yelling at him, telling him that you're sending your brother Keyshawn over, it was just to shoot up his shit?
I texted that message. Yes, I did.
When you were screaming and yelling at him while you still were at his house, and telling him that you're sending Keyshawn over, what exactly did
I never threatened him. The messages between me and my brother were only between me and my brother. They have never seen those messages, and so everything has came out.
To this day, you're aware that Travis's car window was smashed, right?
Correct.
Did you do it?
Yes.
When did you do it?
Right before I left.
While Travis was still outside?
I don't know if he was outside or inside, but he was still outside yelling.
Okay, so we saw some video yesterday after you left. Travis is still outside. You remember that?
Yeah.
So your testimony is that while he's outside, you smashed his car window, right?
No, I wasn't there at that point. I think I was already on my way home at that point because I didn't see those videos. When he came outside with no shirt on and all that, that was my first time seeing that.
So when did you exactly smash it? After you were on the lawn, picked up the brick, DJ and Travis came, they took the brick away from you. You remember that?
Correct.
And then you got in your car and you left, did you not?
Yeah.
All right, so you didn't break the car window at that point, right?
I was throwing things, so it could have hit it at that point.
So it's possible that you hit it while Travis was still outside, or had he gone back in the house?
I'm not sure.
You also, when you left the house, you called your brother Keyshawn. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were still crying and upset when you called him, right?
Yes.
And then you also called Tyler Robinson when you left Travis's house, did you not?
Yes.
And you were crying and upset at that point as well.
Yes.
And you told both of them that Travis had picked up and slammed you to the ground, right?
Yes.
And that he had disrespected you.
Yes.
And you also sent a text message to Keyshawn at roughly 9:45 that Travis dropped you to the ground. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And in response to that text message, Keyshawn sent a group text message to you and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the message that you deleted from your phone, right?
No, I deleted the shoot his shit up message.
And you also deleted the dead man walking message.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember if I did or not.
Why did you delete messages so that this jury couldn't see them?
It is argumentative phrase that way. Rephrase, please.
Why
Sustained.
would you delete evidence so that it's not available for the jury to see?
The evidence wasn't deleted for the jury not to see because clearly I'm standing up here right now and I'm admitting that I did delete the messages and I'm confessing that I did turn my phone into the police enforcement. It wasn't for the jury not to see. After all these actions have happened, you have to understand how that looks. It looks ridiculous. Beforehand, if nothing like that happened, it would have just been words that were said. People say things when they're mad, their adrenaline is running all the time. So that is the reason why I deleted them after I came to the conclusion that there was a shooting.
And you were concerned about that. You had a guilty conscience, did you not?
I still have a guilty conscience to this day, and I will say that to the jury, to everybody in here. Of course I do.
And
That was never my intentions for no one to die or even for him to be sitting over there right now.
just to go shoot it up, whatever the shit was, right?
Like I said, I made a terrible choice of words during that time. I was 23. I was young. I was dumb. I made a very, very bad decision when I said those words, but it was never my intentions.
You deleted those text messages because you know that they were incriminating, right?
No. I deleted those text messages because it actually happened, and I was confused. And
Incriminating.
What actually happened?
Travis shot at them.
Okay.
So I immediately thought in my head, they're going to think this is, I planned something. Like, that's immediately what I thought in my head.
You were worried about you getting arrested and you getting in trouble and setting this whole thing into motion.
No, I was worried about saying the wrong thing and it actually, something coming out of it. That's what I was worried about.
And you deleted it.
Correct. And when I was asked for it, I gave it to them.
Well, after you deleted those text messages before you gave your phone to Detective Vanderland.
And Detective Vanderland asked me, did you delete anything out of your phone?
I'm not asking you what she said. My question was that you deleted those text messages before you gave your phone to law enforcement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those text messages were never found on your phone because you deleted them. Is that not correct?
I don't know that.
And the only reason that we have those text messages is because they were found on your brother's phone, on Keyshawn's phone.
If you know, do you know?
No, I don't know.
So to this
I
day, as
don't.
you sit here, you have no clue how those text messages were discovered by law enforcement. Because we know
No.
they weren't on your phone. Right?
No, I don't know how.
Liar.
You knew at the time of this incident that your brother owned a gun, right?
Correct.
And that was a 9mm Glock.
Correct.
And you also knew that he had owned other guns over a course of time. Did you not?
I knew he had his license to carry.
I didn't ask about his license
And
to carry.
I'm
My question was, you knew that he also had other guns during the course of the time that he first bought his first gun. He had owned other guns besides that Glock. That was my question, not his concealed weapons permit.
She's argumentative.
What's the objection, please? All right, rephrase, it is.
You knew that your brother owned, at the time of the incident, one gun. Is that correct? A Glock?
Correct.
That's your testimony?
Correct.
But he also owned other guns, right?
I'm not sure during his time of how many guns. I don't.
Well, are you aware that he had a 9mm Taurus that he sold to Tyler Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. What other guns are you aware of that your brother had and sold?
The gun that you just mentioned. I know he sold that to Tyler.
Any other guns that you're aware of that he had and sold?
No.
You're not aware that he had a .380 that he purchased and sold?
No.
You knew that Tyler Robinson also, at the time of the incident, owned a gun, the Taurus 9mm, did you not?
No.
The gun that your brother sold, you weren't aware that Tyler still?
I'm not aware of the exact transaction, when the transaction happened, how many days. I'm not aware of that, but yes, I am aware that the gun was sold to Tyler.
And you're aware that Tyler Robinson, discovered since this, that Tyler Robinson in fact did take a gun with him to Travis Rudolph's house, right? If you know.
If you know.
Didn't know that.
So to this day, as you're sitting here, you're telling this jury, hold on. You're telling this jury, as you sit here today, under oath, that this is the first time you're hearing that Tyler Robinson brought a gun with him to Travis Rudolph's house. Is that what you're telling the jury?
No.
So when did you learn that Tyler Robinson brought a gun to Travis Rudolph's house?
I can't remember the exact time I learned.
But you know that now, right? Right?
Yes, I know that now.
So you tell Tyler and your brother to go shoot his shit up, and Tyler Robinson actually brought a gun to his house, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Have you ever asked Tyler Robinson why he brought his gun there?
He says he carries his gun
The
on.
question is, did you ask him?
No, I never asked him.
You were just going to give an answer. So which is it?
You didn't let me, so you choose.
Ms. Jones, just answer.
Sorry.
Question was,
What was the question?
did you ever ask him?
No.
Okay, next question.
She cannot be
Is the way
salty.
you talk to me, is that the way you talk to Travis?
How am I talking to you? I feel like I'm being respectful.
Okay. So you just made a comment to me.
Sustained.
Still getting to the jury.
You didn't call the police that night to report that Travis Rudolph picked you up by your feet and slammed you to the ground 2 times, committing a battery on you, right?
No.
You were battered though, right? That's your testimony.
Correct.
Your testimony is also that you were basically falsely imprisoned and held against your will. Did you call the police to tell them that?
No.
Instead, you drove home, right?
Correct.
To Del Rey?
Yes.
And Keyshawn was there?
Correct.
And you were crying and upset?
I kind of calmed down by the time I got there.
All right. And you and Keyshawn had a conversation about what had happened, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday on direct examination that Keyshawn told me I was overly tripping. It's not serious.
Both of us, not just me.
Who?
Me and Travis, like, we're both overly tripping. It
What
wasn't
does
that serious.
overly tripping mean?
Just meaning in relationships, sometimes things get out of hand for no reason, and an outsider can see better than me and him inside the relationship.
Okay, so you told the jury that Keyshawn told you that, right?
Correct.
So your brother is telling you basically that this wasn't that serious, right?
And yeah, he was going to just go over there and speak with him. Correct.
The question was that he told you that this wasn't serious, right?
I said yes.
So you didn't have any bruises or scratches on your face, right?
No, but I did have injury.
You didn't have any bruises or scratches to your arm, did you?
No.
You didn't have any bruises or scratches on your neck, right?
No, but I did just have.
Any bruises or scratches on your back, right?
No.
Oh, she's learning. She's learning how to shut her mouth.
You would agree, Ms. Jones, that you don't need to bring 3 men with you if you're just going to go talk to somebody?
Sustained.
You testified that you were the one that told Keyshawn to go talk to him, right?
Correct.
So it wasn't Keyshawn saying, I'm going to go be your protector and take care of this. You're the one that encouraged him to go do that, right?
No. When I told him what happened, he instantly is like, I'm going to go holler at, I'm going to go talk to Travis.
You just told this jury that it was you who told him to go talk to him. That's what you told this jury yesterday. That's what you just answered, and now you're changing your answer. So which?
I'm not changing my answer at all. Me and him had a mutual conversation, and the mutual conversation was I told him what happened. He said he was going to go speak with them, and I agreed.
Yesterday, you told this jury that you're the one that told him to go talk to Travis.
Like I said, it was a mutual. I told him to go talk to them, and he said he was going to already on his own.
After you told him to go do it, right? That's what you told this jury yesterday.
Overrule.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. After the shooting took place, Chris Lowe and Keyshawn FaceTimed you, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And that FaceTime call was made before you got to the hospital and gave your statement to Detective Ema. You remember?
No, I was already at the hospital when they called me.
But that call was made before you gave your statement to Detective Ema.
Correct.
So before you gave your first sworn statement to law enforcement, you had already spoken with Chadlow and your brother about what happened, right?
Incorrect. The conversation was more of him crying, saying he thinks Sebastien died. It was more of an emotional conversation. It wasn't a sit down and let's discuss exactly what happened.
Well, they told you that Sebastien had died, right?
Correct.
And they told you that Tyler told you he had a gun, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question.
Didn't you also become aware that Tyler Robinson had a gun that night with him at that point?
Not at that moment, no.
So they only told you that Sebastien died, and you didn't ask, oh my God, how? What happened? Tell me how this could have occurred.
It was an emotional moment. They're speaking with law enforcement. I'm at the hospital with Tyler's mom. There's not really much conversation on the table to discuss what happened.
You know one person's dead, you know another person's wounded.
Correct.
You're not curious or asking questions about how this happened.
No, I am. I called Daryl.
Who?
DJ, Travis's brother. I called him.
I'm not talking about DJ.
But you're asking me if I was curious, so I said yes, I was. I called the person who I called.
Curious when you were speaking with Chris Lowe and Keyshawn is my question.
No, because they were emotional. They're crying. They're distraught. They're not in the right state of mind. So I wasn't asking them personal questions like that.
But you've already testified that you FaceTimed with your brother and Keyshawn right after the shooting, right?
Well, Keyshawn's my brother, so Keyshawn and Chris.
Keyshawn and Chris, yes. You testified that you already FaceTimed and you already spoke about it right after the shooting, right?
We didn't really speak that much about the exact shooting is what I'm trying to say. It was more of a Sebastien, he thinks Sebastien's dead. He was crying, things like that.
And around 2:45 in the morning, you actually gave us a sworn statement to a detective that was at the hospital. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Detective Ema. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell Detective Ema at 2:45 that morning, while you were giving your sworn statement under oath, subject to perjury, that you told Keyshawn to go shoot up his shit, right?
I don't remember the exact. That was the very, very first statement I ever gave him. I don't remember exactly what I said.
You never told him about the text message to go shoot up his shit, did you?
I don't recall.
Did you ever tell Detective Ema that Keyshawn texted you and Tyler back that Travis was a dead man walking? Do you remember ever telling him that?
I don't recall.
Isn't it true that you didn't?
I don't recall.
Got that memory loss going on. Starting to get into the serious stuff now. She's going to lose her memory.
You may. You want to show the state what your, of what transcript? Thank you.
What's the page number? I'm sorry.
130. Yes. You look at lines 11 through 17 or 18. I'm sorry, we started page 129. 129. You on page 129?
Yeah.
Start around line 17, please.
where she's at, where she lost her mic.
Okay.
Did you read that?
Hmm?
Look over on page 130. Do you need to look at that as well?
No, this is exactly what I just said to you.
And it's true that I was asking you questions during that statement in November that are similar to the questions I just asked you now, right? About whether you shared with Detective Ema the text message that you instructed.
Yeah, well, technically it is, but I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
Because I want her
I
done.
asked the question, and you didn't tell Detective Ema that you had instructed Tyler and Keyshawn to go shoot up Travis's shit, right? Answer no,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, the answer says no, and I said I didn't remember. I don't recall.
So now you recall that?
Yeah, now that I'm reading it, you have to remember these. This is a year or two ago, so my memory is a little bit more fresher back then. So if you can show me something, I have no problem owning up to it. So yes, here I did say no.
All right, so you never told Detective Ema about the text messages, is that correct?
No, me and Detective Ema, but I believe our conversation was extremely short.
Did you tell Detective Ema that Tyler Robinson had a gun?
I don't remember if I told him that or not, because I don't think I knew he had one or not at that moment.
Did you tell Detective Ema that you told Linda there was going to be trouble? Do you remember making?
I don't remember.
You have November 8th statement there?
What
Yes, it
page?
still does.
Okay, page 131. If you would look, lines 20, 23.
You didn't tell Detective Emma
No,
that?
just- you get a chance to look at that?
Okay,
Does that refresh your memory about what happened, what you said to him?
not really, but Keyshawn was.
My question is,
No, it doesn't.
my question was that you didn't tell Detective Ema about Linda, that you had spoken to her, and that you told her that there was going to be trouble, right?
At this moment in time when I'm talking to this detective, I'm just learning and finding out about everything that's going on. I might have missed a lot of details that I then came forth and spoke about, but you're asking me nitty gritty details that at the time when I'm speaking to a detective, I'm not going to remember or recall because I'm just not finding out someone died.
Okay, so the details that you left out to Detective Ema were nitty gritty?
I'm not saying nitty gritty, but there are details. But I'm speaking on a death at the point when I'm talking to the detective. Someone's dead. I'm not really worried about what text I sent or what text someone else sent. When it came time for us to speak on that, I spoke on that. And I was 100% honest about everything that I had said. But during the time where I'm just finding out somebody who's very close to me has passed away, that's the least thing on my mind at the moment. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Detective Ema was asking you very specific questions, right?
Not necessarily. How,
Were you just rambling and just going freestyle?
I was kind of rambling and just saying from what I know like has happened from the night.
Okay, well, his statement started at 2:44 a.m. and ended at 3 o'clock. So it was roughly
15 minutes.
20 minutes or so.
That's what I'm saying. That's not really. I'm fine.
And
Like,
during the course of that statement, he asked you a number of questions, right?
All right, feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, but please remember to obey at least 3 of the 4 cardinal rules. One of them is inapplicable at this point.
I wonder which one that is. Because I wonder which rule he doesn't care about at the moment. He's like, who cares? The bailiff's bringing you some beer, margaritas, and shots. We'll get through this witness together. We can do it. I love this judge. Oh, this witness. Like, they probably all did go out and drink after she was done. I'd like to tell you she's one of the worst witnesses in this case. But don't worry, there's more.
All right, you may continue, Ms. Perlet. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so apparently there's a request for a restroom break, and that's fine. We've been at this for a while today, so far. So now, remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. Again, cardinal rule number 4 isn't going to be applicable because you all will be in the jury room. But remember, no discussion about the case, no research, and keep an open mind. We'll take, I know there are only 2 restrooms in there, and I don't know how many folks have to use them. So let's be back at 5 minutes after 11. I think that's probably long enough. 5 minutes after 11, folks, all right?
Well, I have to find my mouse. There it is.
All right, I got to go look at some warrants. I'll be back.
He's gonna go arrest them people. Well, he's not.
No, she just said it was prior.
Back, everyone. Everyone take your seat. I wanted to say something. Folks, you see probably that I have a laptop up here. I am paying attention to everything that's going on. Believe you me, I'm not checking the weather or sports news or anything like that. Every week of every year, one judge in Palm Beach County, which comprises the Judicial Circuit 15 of 20 circuits within the state of Florida, is on what's known as duty or duty judge. 24/7, we have to monitor applications for a variety of different types of warrants. So that's my responsibility this week, including presiding over this trial. So I don't want anyone to think that I'm not paying close attention because I have a laptop up here. I'm just keeping track of the warrants that are coming in, and then when we take a break, I go back there and I go through the ones that I'm able to go through in the amount of time that I have. Again, just because I have this laptop up here does not mean that I am not paying attention, because I am. All right, thank you. All right, you may continue, Ms. Perlet.
Thank you. So we were talking about your statement to Detective Ema while you were at the hospital after the shooting at roughly 2:45 in the morning.
Correct.
And you've testified here that you don't remember him asking you specific questions. It was more of you were just telling him everything because of your state of mind was pretty harried because you had just found out that Sebastien was killed and Tyler was shot, right?
Correct.
Is that what you told the jury?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall the statement being roughly 15 to 20 minutes in length?
Yeah.
Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about, rather than what you didn't tell him, let's talk about what you did tell him, okay?
Okay.
All right. During this 15 or 20 minutes, isn't it true that you told him that Travis picked you up and dropped you on your back? You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it also true that you told him, I'm going to have my brother come down here because you obviously need a talk? Do you remember telling him that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Detective Ema, my brothers, plural, never going to come down here on some harmful anything? Do you remember telling him that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling him about your liquor bottle?
Yes, I told him I threw the liquor bottle.
Okay. And do you remember telling Detective Ema that Travis was in your face talking shit
Yes.
and you were slapping him?
I don't remember that part, but I might have said that. But it did get kind of like very physical at that point.
Okay. And do you then remember telling Detective Ema that you left and went home and told?
By the way, her liquor bottle was a bottle of Patron. And to me, those are pretty thick, hefty bottles to be hit in the head with.
Told your brother you got to go see about me to Travis? Remember telling Detective Ema that?
Kind of a blur, but I did say to go talk to him. Yes.
That you told your brother to go talk to him, right?
Correct.
That's what you told Detective Ema.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, if that's what that says, yes. I don't remember vividly exactly every single word I said, but if that's what I said there, then yes, you can show it to me if you want.
You may.
You can show it to me, but I'm not going to remember. I don't want to.
That's a copy of your sworn statement that you gave to Detective Ema.
Okay.
And if you would turn to page 8. And look at lines 22 to 25.
Would be a big owie, in my opinion. It's not like a little bottle of, like a little shooter bottle.
Did you look at lines 22 to 25 on page 8?
Right.
Okay.
Oh, on page 8. I'm sorry, I'm on 7. 22 through.
25.
Okay. Okay, yes, I just read it.
And you remember telling Detective Ema that when you left, went home and told your brother you got to go see about me to Travis?
That's exactly what it says here. But do I remember? Your question was, do I remember correct?
Right.
No, I don't. I don't remember our exact. That was my very, very first talk with anyone.
Is it in fact true that you told Detective Ema that?
Your question was, do I remember?
I'm asking you, isn't it true that you told Detective Ema that?
I don't remember saying this. I'm gonna be honest. I remember telling him that I told him to go talk to him, which is on the page previous to this.
Okay, well, you're not disagreeing that you gave a sworn statement.
I'm not disagreeing at all. I just don't remember. You asked me if I remembered. I said no.
Okay, but you're not suggesting that what's in there is not correct, right?
No.
You remember telling Detective, again, we're talking about what you told him. You remember telling Detective Ema that, without being asked the question, my brother is licensed to carry. Do you remember that?
I probably did tell him that.
So that was an important fact to tell him, right?
Just for the simple fact that I found out there was a shooting. Yes, I believe I needed to leave.
Why would that be important if your brother didn't have a gun? Why did you want Detective Ema to know that Keyshawn had a concealed weapons permit?
I wanted him to know because there was a shooting.
Right, because your brother took his gun with him.
N-
And that's why you wanted
Show me where my brother took his gun with him. Show it to me.
questions.
But you're telling me something that you're asking me a question. I'm letting you know my answer. So if you don't have proof right in front of my face, then you can't sit here and tell me anything. I'm telling you.
Okay, enough. Next question.
Exactly. Next question.
Stop. Your next
Wow.
question,
Like
please.
that, is this how you talk to Travis?
Stop.
This is how I'm talking to
Next
you.
question.
Didn't you also tell Detective Ema
I could never.
that when your brother got to Travis's house, he said, "I'm not here to start nothing with you.
I
I'm
could
here to
never.
talk." Remember telling Detective Ema that?
Correct.
So your brother did give you some details about what happened.
No, before he left the house, he told me he was going over there to speak with him.
Right, but you told Detective Ema that your brother said to Travis, I'm not here to start nothing with you. I'm here to talk. So you did have details about what happened more than Sebastien was dead and that Tyler was shot, like you told the jury or implied. Isn't that true?
I said I don't recall all of the details that were said that night. I was more concerned about Sebastien being dead.
All right. Didn't you also tell Detective Ema that the Travis ran out of the house and trucked my brother?
Sustained. Next question.
Isn't it true that you told Detective Ema that Travis ran out of the house and hit your brother?
I don't remember.
Okay, if you look at page 11, please.
Especially in court. If you did that in court, Carmen, I probably wouldn't beat your butt, but you'd get a stern
Lines
talking
3
to.
through 5. You done?
Oh, I'd say she's done. She wants off that stand.
Okay. I'm ready.
Isn't it true that your brother said that he ran out and trucked him?
Yes.
You told Detective Ema.
So,
Isn't that true?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, just answer. It's not hard.
And isn't it true that you also told Detective Ema that he was with his friends?
Yes.
So you knew while you were at the hospital that his friends were with him. When he-
After I spoke to Daryl, because he said his dreadhead friend is dead.
you already testified that you spoke with Chris and with Keyshawn.
I spoke to them after I spoke to Travis and Daryl.
So you're saying that that's how you found out about that, was from
Travis from who?
Daryl, DJ, his brother. They were naming like that. They were saying that light skinned nigga. They were saying the nigga with the dread. So that's when I'm starting to understand like more people came rather than my brother because my brother doesn't have dreads.
Well, then can you explain to the jury how it was that you just told the jury that your brother told you that I'm not here to start nothing with you, I'm here to talk?
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that we didn't have a discussion on the phone, and I don't want to. That's what I'm trying to let the jury understand. I'm not saying there wasn't a discussion over the phone. Was it a detailed discussion about what exactly happened that night? No, the conversation was not that long. Is my point that I'm trying to get across to you. This isn't a detailed. What I'm reading, this is not detailed at all.
Well, this is your detail that you gave to Detective Ema.
Which is very minimal because that's all I know. That's what I'm saying. When we talked on the phone.
I want to talk about what you knew. That's what
Okay.
we're going through, okay?
Cool.
You told Detective Ema also that it wasn't like your brother came in there with a gun and tried to start something. You remember that?
Correct.
Again, you brought up Keyshawn and his gun, right? Look at page 11, please, lines 14 to 16.
Yes, I said you're initiating the fight. You're jumping on my brother. He came there to have a conversation with you. He doesn't. It's not like he came there with his gun because I knew he didn't have a gun. That's why I said that.
Okay. So you talked about Keyshawn and the lack of not having a gun, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because now I'm figuring out there's a shooting.
All right. And you also told Detective Ema that Tyler and Sebastian, who are your brother's best friends, had gotten shot, right?
Correct.
And then you remember Detective Ema asking you how you had so much detail and knew so much?
I said I spoke with them. They called me briefly. They were crying. It was a very short conversation.
Sure, but you do remember that.
And I also spoke with Daryl and I also spoke with Travis. So
You remember Detective Ema questioning you about why you knew so much details at an event that you weren't at.
no.
Okay. Page 12, please. You look at lines 12 through 16.
Yes.
Isn't it true that he asked you, and how do you know all of this? Your answer, I just spoke with my brother. Do you remember that?
And did I not tell you already previously that he told me Sebastian was dead on the phone? This says read the entire line. And then Sebastian is pronounced dead at this moment. And how do you know all of this? I just spoke with my brother.
And before that, there was a lot of discussion about all the details that you and I just discussed before this jury.
Minimal details. They're not.
careful,
They were very
lady.
minimal details.
She knows where she's leading you.
Do
She
you
knows the
remember telling
path she's
Detective
taking you
Ema
down.
that none of your brother's friends and your brother, they weren't answering their phones? Do you remember telling him that?
Correct.
Okay. Remember telling Detective Ema, going into details about a text message that Tierney Coleman sent you?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you actually showed a screenshot of one of the text messages that Ms. Coleman sent you to Detective Ema? You had it on your phone and you showed it to him. Remember that?
Yes.
And that was the only text message that you showed Detective Ema. Isn't that a fact?
Because I believe the context of the conversation was about that.
So again, the only text message you showed Detective Ema in your sworn statement was one text message from Tierney Coleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the reason you did that was you were trying to portray.
No, the
Hold on,
reason.
Let me finish my question.
Is it a question or is it an assumption?
All right, just wait for the question, please, Ms. Jones.
My question is, that's the only text you showed to the detective, right?
Yes.
You already answered that one.
Thank you.
Next question.
You never showed him a text from, that you sent about shoot his shit up or Travis is a dead man walking, right?
Not until the next day when I was asked, or whenever day I was asked.
Well, I'm talking about Detective Ema now.
Correct. Right after, exactly. Right after everything has occurred, you have to understand, I'm not in the right state of mind either. I'm just finding out someone passed away. I'm finding out my mom's car shot up. I'm finding out a lot of things at this moment. A lot of details are going to be left out.
All right. May I approach the witness?
You may. Make sure the state knows what you're doing.
Yes, I'll go back and put it.
All right.
Approach at your own risk.
I just handed you what's in evidence as states number 17. Remember looking at that yesterday and being asked questions about it?
Yeah, but honestly, I'm not really sure exactly what this is.
Well, you answered questions.
Oh, these are my phone. Oh, these are my phone records.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, you want to just take a look at them?
I forgot.
You're familiar with that, right?
Familiar with what?
Well, you just said those are your phone records, right? Your phone log, right?
Yeah, I'm realizing that now because I'm seeing numbers that I know. So,
Okay, well, we'll talk about that in a minute.
okay.
All right, and that call log, if you look at the first page, or second page rather, look at the very top. You see where there's some dates?
Yeah,
Okay, and that call log begins on April 8th of 2021, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, and that's the beginning of that call log, is that right?
I believe so.
Was there anything preceding that page?
No.
Okay, and go to the end of that call log. The last page,
Where's
Okay.
April 6th?
and tell me where that call log ends, what's the last date?
Of everything?
The very last entry, what was the date?
4/4/2021. That?
May I approach the?
You may.
Is this not the last page? I think you have it out of order.
4/4, it's actually the last page and then up to 4.
Yeah, you guys had it out of order.
Got it?
Yeah, I have it. So yes, like I said, the last entry is 4/4/2021.
So the last page starts on April 4th, is that correct? Of
Correct.
2021?
Mhm.
And it goes through what date? Okay. And you've testified that you spoke with Linda Rudolph, is that correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Ms. Rudolph's phone number is nowhere in that call log?
Let me take a look for a sec.
I guess the 6th was in there because I had them backwards. My apologies. She's trying to stay one step ahead of this attorney, and she's not doing it. I'm pretty sure she probably thinks she is.
No, I don't see her number.
You also testified to the jury that you called Linda Rudolph, is that correct?
That's the same
Jenny
question you just
Coleman,
asked
excuse
me.
me. Ms. Coleman, you remember that?
Yes, I spoke with both of them. And
Okay, and can you tell us where Ms. Coleman's number is on your call log that you turned into the police?
when I was asked, it's not there.
It's not there, that's all I asked, it's not on there.
Okay.
So, did you delete those?
No. When I asked to turn my phone in, I turned my phone in.
So, how did these numbers disappear from your call log?
Why don't you go ask the police officers or the detectives?
Your phone, I'm asking you if you deleted those.
I didn't, and I answered your question.
So you didn't delete them?
I didn't delete those phone calls between attorney, and I didn't delete those phone calls between his mother.
So,
You would have to ask law enforcement.
you turn a different phone over to the Detective Vanderlyn?
What different phone do I have?
My question to you is, did you turn the phone over that was your phone that you were using on April 6th to Detective Vanderlyn, or did you go out and buy another phone and give her that phone?
You have your evidence all mixed up. I had that phone prior when I was talking to Travis.
Okay.
So the phone that I turned in, you're asking me a question, I'm answering.
So it was the same phone?
It was the exact same phone.
Can you tell us how there are the items missing from the call log?
That would have to be taken up with law enforcement.
You have no idea.
When I turned my phone in, everything that was in my phone and things that weren't there, I spoke on.
Okay. Now, you testified, may I approach?
You may.
You testified yesterday. That the very next day, you turned your phone over to the detective. You remember that?
I don't know if it was the very next day. It was when I was asked.
Well, according to your testimony yesterday, you said,
Well, the objection is improper impeachment or improper question. So rephrase, please.
didn't you say that you turned your phone over to the detective the next day?
Yes.
When the detective asked me to turn my phone in, that's when I turned it in. I don't know the exact day.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as offense number 8. Seven. Offense number 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yep.
What is this?
I had to sign that in order to turn my phone in.
Okay, so this is is a consent to search form,
Correct.
and this is your name down here on the lower right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, and my signature.
Is that your signature? And can you tell us what date this is?
415.
So April 15th of 2021?
Correct.
The incident occurred on April 6th of 2021?
That has no recollection for me. You have to understand that. When they asked me to turn my phone in, that's when I turned my phone in.
Okay, so you actually signed the consent to search on April 15th of 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
Objection to the admission of the evidence.
Any objection? All right, very well, it's submitted into evidence. Now, you know, in the event that there's a review by the Fourth District Court of Appeal in this case, those particular exhibits have to be down to, yeah, okay, you understand that. They're not going to be transported in that format.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thanks.
So that was signed by you several days after the incident, right?
Correct.
And then you turned your phone in the following day after you signed that, and you sent your friend Paloma to do that, right?
Correct.
Now, you didn't turn your phone over to the detective directly, you sent a friend.
Correct.
And the reason you did that was you didn't want to be interviewed by the detective, isn't that true?
No, I was already previously interviewed by her.
By Detective Ema, we've talked about that.
Exactly.
But the phone was being turned over to the lead detective in the case, Detective Vanderland, isn't that not correct?
Correct.
And you never went to see Detective Vanderland, you sent your friend instead, right? Right?
My friend turned the phone in.
Yeah, you said
You
yes.
asked me this already, and I've answered. Yes, my friend turned the phone in.
Right, and you told the jury yesterday the reason you had your friend do it is because she lived closer
Correct.
to the detective than you did, right?
Correct.
You lived in Delray at the time?
Correct.
Detective's in West Palm Beach, right?
Correct.
It's about a 20-minute car ride? Is that a yes?
Yes.
You have a car, right? You had a car back then. Is that a yes?
Yes.
You couldn't drive 20 minutes to drop your phone off to the detective?
It wasn't 20 minutes from my house, though.
How many minutes was it?
About 40.
From Delray to West Palm?
She was somewhere further. It was far from my house. It was traffic time. So I just gave it to my friend the night before, and she just turned it in after work. That's all it was.
So it's your testimony that the detective told you that you had to come during a specific time that was traffic time? Is that your testimony?
She didn't say I had to come a specific time. I came when I gave my phone when I was ready to give it to her.
You could have gone any time. It
That's
wasn't a specific
exactly
time
right.
set during traffic time, right?
What's the question?
That's my question. Don't you understand?
No.
Okay. You could have dropped that phone off any time. The detective didn't say you had to come during a specific time. Is that correct?
Attorney, you missed it. She just said it. I was giving them my phone when I was ready to give it to them. She just said it. And we all know she cannot be inconvenienced by some traffic. Because she had surgery.
I dropped my phone off when she asked me to drop the phone off.
Nope.
You didn't.
You said, I dropped my phone off when I was ready to drop my phone off.
Paloma did.
Correct.
You remember there being some discussion yesterday about text messages with Daryl, DJ. You remember that?
Correct.
You remember you said on direct examination, I didn't know anybody went with Keyshawn to Travis's house. You remember that?
I said that yesterday.
Sure did. You remember that?
Tyler, I knew it. That's it.
You said yesterday, I didn't know anyone went with Keyshawn. Do you remember telling the jury that?
No.
You were trying to imply, there was a whole line of questioning about this.
Sustained.
You testified yesterday that you didn't learn about all this until you were speaking with DJ. You remember that? That's what you told this jury.
Overruled. Overruled.
Answer the question, please.
I'm confused.
Okay, well, let's try to unconfuse you.
Let's start over.
Because hold on. All right, go ahead. You remember
What's the name?
you remember telling the jury yesterday when the state was asking you questions about DJ's text? You guys texting back and forth?
Okay, that's what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah. And then you told this jury that the first time you heard about all of this and that there were more people that went there besides Keyshawn was when you were talking and communicating with DJ.
But prior to this, you have to remember me, Keyshawn, and Tyler were in a group chat. Remember, you said that out of your own mouth.
You also just testified that there was a FaceTime. You told Detective Ema details about your brothers going there. Don't you remember you just testified about that?
She's chronologically way out of order.
All right,
She's just like chatting right now.
start over again.
You are like I don't even
All right,
understand.
stop, Ms. Jones. All right, next question. Start over again so we can get this cleared up and move on.
Your Honor, though,
gosh.
can I say something?
No, stop.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Judge,
You
put the
knew
hammer down.
well before you spoke to DJ in those text messages that your brother and his friends went over to Travis's house, right?
No.
You said yesterday that you began to understand who came to the Rudolph residence after and you spoke with DJ or during the time you were speaking with DJ. You remember that?
No.
She's not gonna
Isn't it
remember
true?
anything now.
that you texted Keyshawn, Sebastien, and Tyler in a group text at 11:44 p.m. on April 6th. Where are you all at?
Can I see?
I'm just asking you. Do you remember that?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Do you remember Tyler sending you a,
Objection. Witness is asked whether does she remember. She said she did not. She should be given out.
Well, this is a different question, though.
yeah, I'm asking
All
you.
right, go ahead. Overall, overruled, go ahead.
Isn't it a fact that Tyler sent a text back to you, Keyshawn, and Sebastien at 11:44 on April 6th? We're on our way right now, RN, right now. Do you remember that?
Do you remember that text, responsive
No.
reply text, excuse me? All right, next question.
Isn't it true that Tyler sent you, Sebastien, and Keyshawn?
Do you remember whether, is the proper way to ask that question?
You remember whether Tyler sent you, Sebastien, and Keyshawn a group text at 11:44 a.m. And that text saying, "I love you so much, I got you." Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember a text at 11:44 that you sent in a group text to Sebastien, Tyler, and Keyshawn? Your response was, "Okay." Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember a text at 10:16 that evening, before the other text that I just read, that Tyler sent to you saying, "Send me his address"? Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember at 10:17 that you sent Tyler Robinson a text that said 550 Teak Drive? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Do you remember at 10:21 p.m. on the evening of April 6th, sending Tyler a text where you said, "Tell Keyshawn come on"? Do you remember that?
No.
At 10:24 p.m. that night, do you remember sending Tyler a text? "Okay, you here?" Do you remember that?
No.
No, she ain't gonna remember.
And after
that.
the shooting took place, which was approximately midnight, do you remember at 12:58 after the shooting that you sent a group text to Keyshawn, Sebastien, and Tyler? Call.
No.
Okay. You knew, well, before you spoke to Daryl DJ, that group of men were together and that they were at Travis's house, did you not?
I knew Keyshawn and Tyler were together. I didn't know Sebastien was there.
And you're not just trying to distance yourself, right? From
Distance myself from what?
Well, you didn't want anyone to know that you were communicating with them because you didn't want to get in trouble. You
Get in
didn't
trouble
want-
for what?
Well, you could have been in trouble for setting this whole thing up and setting this in motion. Weren't you concerned?
Setting what up? Your client shot 84 rounds. There was no shots back. What did I set up?
84,
Well, you sent somebody to go shoot him, didn't you?
Did he get shot?
39.
You sent somebody to shoot him, did you not?
Did he get shot?
All right, Ms. Jones, you had to answer the questions, not ask them. All right, next question.
Okay. On
Yeah, it
April
was only
6th,
39, Carmen. It wasn't 84.
at 10
I mean,
24.
39's not a lot.
p.m., before the shooting, do you remember Tyler calling you?
No.
Do you remember seeing that call on your phone extraction, states number 17?
If I can't see any evidence in front of
I'll
me,
give it to you.
this happened 2 years ago. I don't remember. So you're going to keep receiving I'm not trying to.
You may.
No, she's absolutely trying to. She doesn't want to get in trouble.
All right, and you've provided Ms. Jones with what?
I just provided her with state 17, which is a phone log.
Thank you.
Okay, so what was the question?
You remember Tyler calling you at 10:24 p.m. on April 6th?
Well, do you remember or do you not?
I'm looking through the
Okay, but the question is, do you remember now without looking
question.
through
I have to
anything?
look first.
All right, so you don't remember, is that
I
right?
have to look to see exactly the time. It shows you more than just.
Who sits and argues with the freaking judge from the witness stand? The audacity of this woman just floors me, and I cannot. I have to look to see what I said, Judge, so I know how to lie. Like, she's horrible.
Somebody calling you.
All right, well, if the
Source
lawyers are all right with that,
shows
I'm
you-
all right with it.
Okay, I don't remember. I'm not
Okay,
even gonna get
do
into
you
that.
see?
I don't remember.
My question is, do you see?
No.
You don't even know my question, so how are you answering no?
Do I see the conversation of Tyler calling me? No.
Not a conversation, a call on your phone log,
No, I don't see it.
okay? Do you remember at 10:52 Tyler calling you?
No.
Do you know if that's on your call log?
Again.
Who?
That call. Do you see a call on your call log at 10:52 from Tyler?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you remember
Question.
Tyler calling you, excuse me, that you called Tyler at 10:58 p.m. before the shooting?
I speak to them all the time, so I don't
I'm
remember.
asking you if there's a call on your call log that reflects that.
No, that isn't what you asked her. You asked her if she remembers.
Do you remember?
And I said no.
Okay, and now take a look at that and tell me if you can see a call that you made to Tyler Robinson at 10:58.
I don't even know his number anymore. I don't see. So no, I'm going to say no.
Well, do you see anything in there that reflects Tyler? You had Tyler's name in his phone as what? In your phone? What was he in your phone as? Tell the jury, please.
I don't even see it. I think
So
he was-
how did you have him as your contact? What was his name in your phone?
Didn't you just hear me say I don't see it?
No, I'm asking you how you saved his name in your phone. What was his?
I don't remember. It might have been Ty Ty, but I don't see it here.
You're still in touch with him, right? So you don't know how you put him in your phone?
That, you have to be specific now. You're using the present tense or the past tense? I can't tell. Ms. Perlette.
Okay. At 10:59, a minute later, on April 6th, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
Okay. Another call at 10:59 on April 6th. Do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
At 12:20, after the shooting, now April 7th, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
At 12:23 on April 7th, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
12:38, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
1:29 in the morning, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
1:31 in the morning, do you remember calling Tyler?
No.
Now, with respect to those questions, can you tell me if you, by looking at that document, if you see any of those calls on there that we just discussed?
I don't remember his number at the time, so I can't tell you.
And again, you don't know what you saved it under, right?
At the time, sometimes he's changed his number. So if he changed his number, I might not have saved it at the time. So no, I can't see his name right now.
So there were some text messages that we already have in evidence between you and Tyler and a third party that have Tyler's name on them. So on April 6th, he was named. So,
Sustained. Stand up and stretch, folks, but obey the cardinal rules while you're doing that.
I'll give her this. I'll give her credit here because there are people's phone numbers in my phone that if you showed them to me, I would have no idea. I know my dad's, my husband's, my kids, and that's about it. I think one of my nephews. So I'll give her that. I'm not going to give her much, but she's frustrating. I can't imagine how this attorney feels. And I will also say that I'm the first when an attorney is really going hard at somebody and not giving them, just answer this question and they're not letting them, but I want to explain. No, you can't. That's frustrating
So,
too. But she's just trying to go
you
way
recall
off the
seeing
path.
some text messages between yourself, Tyler, and your brother during the course of this trial?
Yes.
Okay. And those phone messages, I believe, were actually from Keyshawn's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know what Keyshawn called or had his contact saved for Tyler Robinson?
No.
And you don't remember how you saved Tyler Robinson in your phone, correct?
Because he gets new numbers, so no, I don't remember.
So he gets new numbers?
Yeah, some like normal people. If he changed his number, sometimes I might not save it.
Okay, so since this incident, he's changed his number. Is that your testimony?
That's not my testimony. I said people change numbers and sometimes they don't get resaved. That's my testimony.
So you don't know whether he changed his number or not, correct?
No, I do not.
Okay.
Had my same cell number for decades.
You may.
It's a pain to change it.
Okay, thank you.
Defense number 8.
No, it is 8. 7 is the big oversized consent form.
Yes. Okay. Showing what's been admitted to evidence as states number 8. Take a look at that, please. I'm just going to remove that.
Okay.
You familiar with this search history?
Yeah, it's my search history from my cell phone.
It's your search history from your cell phone, right?
Correct.
And the first page, it starts on April 7th of 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
And the very last page concludes at April 15th of 2021, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you look at the first page. Are you on the first, you need another moment to look?
I'm
for it?
on the first page. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. So on April 7th, at 6:41, I believe it is. You see that, that entry? It's about a quarter of the way down on the page.
Stand your ground law.
Right. You researched on your cell phone, stand your ground law, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was at 6:41 in the morning, right?
Yes, after everything happened.
Right, a couple of hours after you spoke to Detective Ema, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
The same day, on 4/7/21, at 6:41 in the morning, you also searched stand your ground law in Florida, is that correct?
Correct.
On 4/7 at 9:01, you searched death penalty in Florida, is that correct?
Correct.
On 4/8 of 2021, you searched accessory to murder, is that correct?
Correct.
Why were you interested in that?
I'm searching on my phone like normal people do when they get into uncomfortable situations.
Well, when you searched up that term,
All right, raise your hand if you've ever searched accessory to murder on your phone after a night like that. If you've even ever had a night like that. She searched it because she knew she messed up. She was covering her own butt, unlike her skirt that she's wearing today.
accessory to murder, what did you learn?
I didn't really learn that much.
Okay.
I wasn't really looking too hard into it. I never been in a situation like this, so I just was looking,
Well,
literally.
What does that mean, accessory to murder?
I don't know. You're the lawyer. You tell me.
No, you're the one that said you wanted to go to law school, right?
I'm a realtor.
Do you have a
I
Do you have a
sold one
college degree?
house.
No, I have a real estate license.
Okay. So on
And why does that matter?
on April 8th of 2021 at 10:59, you searched up self-defense in Florida. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on April 8th at 10:59, you searched self-defense, correct?
Correct.
And that was only a day after this incident, correct?
Correct.
And then on April 12th at 5:35 p.m., you searched Florida Stand Your Ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then on April 13th at 10:39, you searched Mark Shiner, attorney, net worth. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why were you?
That is the defense attorney. And then I believe that is the attorney that's questioning this wonderful lady. I believe that is her husband. So by that time, I would say that he had hired him. Otherwise, why would she look him up? She wanted to know how much money he was going to be taken away from her, I guess.
Are you looking at Mr. Shiner's net worth?
Because I just knew Travis's financials, and I knew he couldn't afford, so I was just curious.
Okay, but what does Mr. Shiner's net worth have to do with Travis affording a lawyer?
Because I heard he hired him, so I was curious. I heard he was hired, so I was curious.
Okay.
I'm allowed to search anything on my phone. It's not illegal.
Okay.
Nope, but it makes you look
On
bad.
April 13th at 10:51.
Search away.
You searched best prosecuting attorney, Palm. You remember that, Palm Beach?
Okay.
You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Then you searched on April 13th.
You have to remember now at this point, a lot of these aren't just my searches. People are asking me questions, and I'm using my phone to find certain things. The beginning ones, okay, yes, these definitely were me, but
These are other people using your phone now?
they're not using my phone. That we're having conversations, and I'm typing it into my phone. It's not just me sitting there typing all this.
Hey, remember last week we just found somebody that just got convicted because somebody else was supposedly using her phone to search how to unalive herself with Visine.
Every single day.
You're having discussions with your friends about self-defense in Florida, right?
Not necessarily about self-defense, about the entire situation.
Well, you just said that some of these things weren't necessarily you. Your friends were talking to you and you were.
We're just having an open, when you have an open discussion and you might yourself just type something in your phone. No one's telling me to type anything. No one's forcing me to. And no, I'm just having open discussions with people and I'm typing it in on my own, on my phone.
I understand you're typing it, but your testimony is that you and your friends or people are having a discussion about self-defense as it relates.
That's not my testimony.
I'm asking if that's what you were doing.
No.
You and your friends having a discussion about self-defense as it relates to Mr. Rudolph's conduct.
No. I didn't think it was self-defense at all from day one.
Then why were you looking it up?
I wanted to know, is it a crime for me to look at my phone to
Jones.
be knowledgeable?
No, don't ask questions, answer them.
Okay, I was trying to be knowledgeable. That's the answer.
Because it was relevant.
It wasn't relevant.
You just look up stuff that has no relevance or that you're not interested about?
I look up stuff that I'm not knowledgeable about. That's what I look up about.
Okay.
All right, there's not going to be any more argument back and forth. Ask the question and you answer the question.
Okay.
April 13th, 2021, you searched JetBlue customer service. You remember that?
Okay.
And then on April 13th of 2021, you searched up pro bono. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then the same day you looked up pro bono lawyer. You remember that?
Yes.
What does pro bono lawyer mean?
That was for something completely different. A pro bono lawyer takes you and they take your case
For free.
for free. Yeah. It had nothing to do with, no, I wasn't looking for a lawyer. This is something completely separate that you don't even know about. So that's not relevant to the case right now.
Happen to be in the same days where you're looking up defense attorney, Mark Shiner net worth, and then you're looking for a free lawyer.
And arguing. Next question, please, sustain.
You've testified repeatedly that Keyshawn did not have his gun that night, right?
Yes.
And you've testified repeatedly that Travis was the one that had the gun and he's the one that shot Sebastien and Tyler, right?
I didn't testify that. I saw it.
You saw Travis, what?
I saw Keyshawn not have his gun.
You said Keyshawn did not have his gun, right?
Correct.
So isn't it true that your research regarding self-defense would have nothing to do with Keyshawn's conduct since he didn't have a gun? The only one that had a gun, according to you, at that time, was Mr. Rudolph.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's the question.
What's the question?
Isn't it true that the reason you researched self-defense had nothing to do with your brother having a gun because you've testified repeatedly he didn't have a gun, right?
Correct. He did not have a gun.
And according to you, it was my client who had the gun and shot, right?
Correct.
And self-defense involves the use of a gun, and you're defending yourself.
Seriously.
Feel free to stand up and stretch,
Seriously.
folks.
Oh,
If you-
this woman. You know, woman, if you just answer the questions and stop trying to dance your way around and stop trying to think that you're smarter than everybody else in the room, you could be out of here by now. The bailiff's probably giving you some pointers. Of,
All right,
shut
next
your mouth.
question on
Just
a
say
new subject.
yes, no.
All right, well, we'll take a restroom break then for, well, wait a minute, it's almost noon. How much longer have you got?
2 minutes. Not even-
Literally 2 minutes?
Less than 2 minutes.
Okay, go.
Until I'm done to go home?
Well, after redirect if there is any. But we'll take a restroom break after Cross is finished.
Okay.
Go
I
ahead,
don't,
Ms.
I don't want
Burlett.
to get arrested.
You looked up self-defense because after speaking with everybody, you believed that somebody was acting in self-defense, right?
Last time on that one.
Weren't you?
No.
Then why did you look up self-defense?
Because I have an iPhone and I can look up anything I want to.
On direct examination today with Ms. Edwards, you said you were asked some questions about web searches, and you said you did some of the searching in case if I need to turn myself in. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
And what did you mean by that?
I was unaware, unknowledgeable about this entire situation, so I did some research. That's the bottom line of it. Could we please move on from this question?
Because you believed you had some culpability that you had.
If I believe I had some culpability, I would have never came. I would have came in with a lawyer, a paid one, not a pro bono one, and I would have made sure that I would have never spoke to any law enforcement if I thought anything was going to happen to me. Did I do that? No, I completely, from day one, agreed, turned my phone in. Anything that was asked of me, I did. So no, you have it incorrect, and that's the last time I'm speaking on that.
So you
You
turned your
don't
phone
get
in
to do that, dummy.
over a week later after you deleted items from it,
No, when they told me to turn my phone in, my phone was turned in,
and items were deleted from it, right?
and they retrieved them, is what I heard.
And you were concerned still, though.
Who wouldn't be concerned? This is not a normal situation. Of course, I'm going to be concerned.
That's why you said, I needed to do this research to see if I had to turn myself in.
I research everything. I research what Any little thing, I research.
I have no.
I'm a knowledgeable child. I'm sorry if you felt like this was inappropriate to research.
All right, thank you very
You're
much.
inappropriate.
Before we take that restroom break, let's find out, is there going to be any redirect?
I'm sure.
All right, okay, so we will take a restroom break then for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 12:10. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to try to finish with this witness before we take a lunch break, all right? Pardon me. Leave your pads. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion, open mind, and you won't run into any of us, so we don't have to worry about that one.
Where does the break recess?
Whew, this lady is exhausting. Oh, sorry.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Take your seats.
Try to go back to hear it.
All right, you may commence with redirect.
Ms. Jones,
memory
did you
will
love
come back
Mr.
now.
Rudolph? Like, really love him?
Yes.
Did you want Mr. Rudolph to die?
No.
Do you want Mr. Rudolph to die?
No. I don't even want him in this position right now, honestly.
Okay. I assume you love your brother
More than anybody in the world.
and that you loved Sebastian
Yeah, I did. And do.
and that you loved Tyler.
Yes.
Sustained.
So I think the question everybody wants to know is that if you loved everybody, did you orchestrate a murder of your boyfriend?
Overruled.
Did you?
No. I didn't expect anybody to get injured that night.
I want to talk a little bit about some of the things you were asked about on cross-examination. When you met Travis Rudolph, was he still the NFL star with all the money that he had from that contract?
Sustained.
What was Travis Rudolph's financial state at the time when you two started a romantic relationship?
If you know, do you know the answer to that question?
Yes, I know the answer to that question very well.
Answer.
He didn't have money at all. He was financially struggling. He wasn't in the NFL anymore, and he didn't have a job because of COVID, so he was struggling.
Did you become romantically attached with Mr. Rudolph because you were hoping that there would be a payoff at some point?
Rephrase. Sustained.
Did you ever hope that things would get better financially?
Overruled.
I can speak. No, it was never the case because I didn't know he was going to the CFL, remember, until later on in the relationship. So I didn't even know that he was going to the CFL until later on. I didn't know his contract. I never asked him, never looked up his contract, anything like that. So no, there was no financial beneficial.
Sustained. Next question.
I thought she liked to be knowledgeable. Why wouldn't she look it up?
Ask. Why did you love Mr. Rudolph? Was it financial or his person?
Him.
Overruled.
Him.
Why did you love him? Financial or him?
Him. I loved him. I loved him.
You were asked about the video camera footage from the Ring camera on the day April 6, 2017, sort of as it got darker and Daryl Rudolph was present. Do you remember that? The Ring video of you actually getting put on.
Yeah. Sorry.
About 2021.
So
not
you
2017.
referenced that there were 2 separate times that you were put on the ground. Obviously, we watched one.
Correct.
Where did the other one occur?
Same place. Daryl was trying to push him back and get him away, and it happened same place, just a different timing.
And did you do anything to manipulate the recording system so that it didn't capture that?
No, I don't. I thought it was going to all be captured originally because it is a ring light, but I guess it doesn't work that way.
All right. So when you're talking about getting put on the ground by Mr. Rudolph, what exactly physically happened to your person?
So sure, I had cosmetic surgery. I'm not going to sit here and act like I didn't. It's 2023. My back and my bottom part of my butt was physically hurt because I was only about 6 weeks post-op, so I was still healing. They tell you about 8 weeks, and I was injured. Second time he slammed me, I was out of breath from his slam.
So what I want to know, and what I'm sure the jury is interested in, is the mechanics of what actually happened. Where were you held, and how were you put to the ground?
Basically up here and grab by one foot and
Sorry,
then.
just because the recording is audio only, I need you to identify the parts of your body.
Okay, so basically it's shoulders and one foot, and then fell back to the ground. He pushed me back to the ground.
It did not happen.
So you're
That's
not,
on
are
that
you saying that
video.
he like lifted you off the ground?
I'm not saying it was like up in the air, like above his head or anything like that. No, but he lifted my body off of the ground. My feet were not planted on the ground when I fell down and hit the rock part of his house.
I want to talk to you about some of the things you were asked about your phone records and what time people called you, and you said you didn't remember. What's going on there? Why don't you remember the exact times when people were calling or you called someone?
The way that she was addressing it, I wasn't understanding. If she's asking me, was I calling during the shooting? Yes, I was calling them. Like, I was blowing my brother's phones up and things like that because I haven't heard from them. But when I'm on the phone with my friend, I'm just thinking they're with other girls or they're doing something. I'm not thinking there's a shooting at that moment in time. Her chronological order kind of confused me because she's discussing the hospital phone call, then she's discussing the house phone call. There were several different phone calls that were had.
Okay. So just so it's very clear for the jury, did you call your brother, Keyshawn, after he left the house in Delray?
No,
So you never called him?
he left the house.
So let me just make sure we're understanding.
Yeah.
You
I'm
called
talking
him.
about you get home from coming from Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Okay.
Keyshawn is now
Yeah.
leaving your residence in Delray.
Okay.
Did you ever call Keyshawn Jones, your brother, between the time that he left the residence at that moment until whenever else was the next time you saw him?
Yes, I blew their phones up because I didn't hear anything from them.
So you were, when you say blow their phones up, are you talking about multiple calls?
I'm calling multiple times.
Now, earlier in the cross-examination, you were asked why those calls were not on your call log. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
And during your direct examination, we had discussed that. Do you recall that about the fact that you use multiple apps to make calls?
Yeah, so that's another thing that I don't think she really understood. You can speak on different FaceTime audio, you can speak on FaceTime, you can speak on tons of other different devices. So that could possibly be a reason why it's not popping up on her phone, her evidence.
So let's make sure everybody understands the call log that was in evidence or is in evidence. What form of calling is that, if you recall?
It's probably going to be regular phone call.
Okay. So any calls made on, say, WhatsApp, Instagram, or anything else would not be captured there?
I don't think it would, no, to my knowledge.
Well, you should look it up so you can be knowledgeable, like you
Did
like to
you
be.
delete anything besides the text messages?
No.
So you did not delete calls?
No, I didn't delete anything. The only thing I deleted was the shoot his shit up, and I've said that since day one. I haven't deleted anything else.
And then you did not then delete, obviously, web searches either.
No, you guys have the web searches. There's nothing to hide. Like, I Googled it. I'm not going to lie about it.
Now, you were
100%
asked a lot
honest.
about web searches and why you chose to make those searches.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall that?
I'm 23.
No. I'm not getting into your reason at this point. Do you recall being asked those questions?
Yes.
And is that the kind of person that you are? You're always on your phone Googling something?
I'm just very informative. I like to know what's going on. Just like my brother, I'm extremely intelligent. I like to know what's play chess, not checkers. So I definitely Googled whatever I Googled because I wanted to just be aware of what was going on. I've never been in a situation like this before.
Okay. Are you lying to this jury about anything that you said?
Sustained.
I'm not.
Have you,
Jury, disregard that last statement, please. Next question.
Ms. Jones, did you send your brother Keyshawn Jones over to Mr.
Rudolph.
Travis Rudolph's residence to kill him or shoot him?
The judge.
Absolutely not. And it sounds absurd and it sounds crazy for anyone to ever think that.
I think it.
When
I have some other people
Mr.
that think
Jones
it.
left the residence, you said earlier in your testimony that you saw his weapon, the firearm that he had purchased in his room. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who did you know was going with Keyshawn to the residence
Tyler.
that Travis lived at?
Tyler.
So you were, obviously you had spoken to Mr. Robinson, Tyler Robinson.
Correct. Those were the first two people I called after the incident.
Okay. When did you learn that it was other people also present?
When DJ started saying like, oh, that dreadhead nigga, like he's gonna die, da, 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 I put two and two together and I realized he was talking about Sebastien because they're always together. I know that they're always together. So I'm not gonna act oblivious like, oh, they probably wouldn't end up together that night, but he was not called to go over to the residence.
Let me see if I understand this. You knew for sure who was going and then realized who came.
Exactly.
Ms. Jones, you were asked about whether or not you felt guilty about the situation. And
Yes.
You answered yes.
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what you meant?
Of course. 100%. So basically, I'm the type of person who's gonna say right now, I don't really wear my emotions on my sleeve, but Keyshawn, okay.
Overruled. Go ahead, finish your answer,
Oh my
please.
gosh.
The type of person who doesn't wear my emotions on my sleeve.
Unless it's anger.
So I might come off kind of cold, or I might come off like the situation hasn't affected me, but it has. Even on Travis's behalf, because I do love him.
Oh, quit.
Is there an objection?
There's an objection.
What's the objection? The legal objection
The legal objection
is what?
it's an improper statement calling for sympathy.
I'm not calling.
Overruled. Just finish the answer
You don't get
to the
to
question, if you will,
say, like,
please.
I want you to tell the jury why you feel guilty.
She's gonna bring some
I feel
tears.
guilty because the situation should have never ended the way it should. That's why I feel guilty.
And you should have never done
Do you
it.
feel guilty because you wanted this to happen?
I didn't want this to happen.
One moment to confirm.
Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, any tears rolling down that face.
In retrospect, should you have just called the police instead of asking your brother to talk?
Definitely.
Nothing further.
All right, very well, thanks. Any reason why Ms. Jones can't go on about her day? All right, thank you. Ms. Jones, watch your steps, stay safe. All right, now's a good time for a lunch break, ladies and gentlemen.
And get out.
We need to take apparently a little longer than I allowed for yesterday. There's been a request that we start off at 45 minutes if that's long enough. If it is, raise your hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so an hour then? Is that good enough? All right, looks like it's virtually unanimous at an hour. So it's 12:25. We'll round it off to 12:30, so be back, please, at 1:30. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules while you're out there. It is conceivable you'll see one of us out there, so duck us, we'll duck you. No research, no discussion. Keep an open mind. You've heard a lot, but not nearly all of it yet. All right, see you at 1:30.
Well, I don't know what you thought about her,
There for you go, yeah.
but if I was a guy and I ran into her on the street or at a bar, I would run the other way as fast as I possibly could. That woman is crazy. Also, if she ever showed up because I was buying a house, I would ask for somebody else. I would never deal with that woman, ever. And I hate that this guy's sitting in this situation, but he ought to be happy that he is away from her. She's crazy. So, also, again, I'm horrible doing this, but if you haven't hit the like button, please do so. It helps me. There should be. I'd have to check. I'll have to check. I was thinking there should be a link to my Twitter account in the description. But I kind of got a little flustered this morning when things weren't working. So I'm not sure. But it's just under alternate juror on Twitter. I think I had to put alternate juror 1 on there because somebody had alternate juror, and it's the same circle logo, the gold and black on there. So if you'd like to give me a follow, I am trying to do better about posting stuff on there about when my shows are going to start, because social media and I parted ways back in 2017, so it's been really, really hard for me to kind of get back into it. I'm not doing Facebook, but I will try to do better on my Twitter, and that way you can stay up to date. Also, if you keep the notification bell on, it will notify you when I'm getting ready to go live, when I schedule a show. I hate to call it a show. When I schedule, I guess. Whatever. But so yeah, it's this is the reason I started doing this is because of what I started seeing in the courtrooms, started watching trials a couple of years ago, and the insanity that I started seeing, this is the tip of the iceberg. And I think people need to see it. I think normal people need to see it. Like me, I'm not a lawyer. I can give zero legal advice. I might be able to kind of tell you what's going on in the courtroom at certain times, but I think people need to kind of get a new understanding of what's happening in our court system. It's not always great. I will tell you, I have a bias against prosecutors only because they are the ones that have the burden of proof and they need to prove it. They can literally have people's lives in their hands, and it is not on the defense to have to prove somebody's innocence. It is theirs to prove somebody's guilt. And I think a lot of us have it backwards now. And that needs to change because I have seen some sad stuff. I've seen some people that absolutely and 100% deserve to go to prison. I've seen people that are there that shouldn't be. I fully believe they should not be there. So that's kind of where I'm at. Watching these has just given me a very new perspective of not all, but there's a lot of dishonest things that are going on in the courtrooms. And I think most of that gets blamed on defense or defense attorneys. Defense attorneys are seen kind of as gross or slimy. And it's not them. I'm not saying they're not all. I've seen some bad defense attorneys. I have. But the majority of the shenanigans or fabricated evidence or lies or the memory lapses that detectives get, which my daughter and I have had a lot of conversation about this. I get it. You're going to see a detective in this that's probably going to blow your mind at her answers to the defense. That irritates me. If you know what you know, and you know the facts, then give them. Don't lose your memory just because the defense is questioning you on something. I've also seen a case where the detective, they just didn't show up. It's kind of like they just got the flu. They were sick. And the defense was calling them as rebuttal witnesses. They didn't really, or not rebuttal, but on the defense because they had things to question them about. So they didn't get to. And that guy's sitting in prison now. I'm not blaming the officers solely for that, but it just was a bad look. So that's kind of my rant. It's kind of where I'm at, but I really want people to understand not every person is arrested is guilty. Not every person that's prosecuted is guilty. And I think there's a lot of people out there that think nobody's falsely accused, nobody's wrongfully accused, nobody's wrongfully arrested. There's humans involved in all of that. And so that means there's mistakes. And by the fact that we have people exonerated all the time, especially when DNA came into the works, says a lot. But those poor people had to sit in prison for decades. And people say, well, you lose, you appeal. Well, it takes tons of money and tons of time. And the chances of you getting something overturned on appeal is not great at all. It's very, very hard to get an appellate court to overturn a jury verdict. So don't think these people can just appeal it because they just can't. Let's see. Oh, this dude. Okay. We'll do a little bit of this guy because you may want to just poke your eyes out or maybe your ears with a stick. Yeah. He is not as bad as what was just up there as far as attitude. He just, look at him shaking his head. He doesn't want to be there. And he has that attitude about him.
Stay seated, folks. sign the one, so you'll have to make photocopy and then certify.
That's not how you sit in court, son. Sit up. I sit, watching. Is a jury in? Did I miss that?
Yep. Thank you.
Let's forget about this little 5-second clip.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats, except for you, sir. You've got to be sworn in. Got to say that a little louder, okay? Thank you. Okay, go ahead and take your seat, please. Okay, when you're comfortable, will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record, sir?
My name is Christopher Lowe, CHRISTOPHERLOWE.
Lowe?
Yes, sir.
Lowe, that's it? Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, you may inquire, Ms. Edwards.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Lowe, how old are you?
I am 23 years old.
So back when this incident happened, you would have been 21.
That's correct.
And
breathe
can you
in
tell
and
me
out.
how you know someone by the name of Keyshawn Jones?
Keyshawn Jones, me and Keyshawn went to the same middle school and high school. We met in 8th grade. Became great friends in the 9th grade, and we've been great friends since then.
And how close are you to Mr. Jones?
I would say my relationship with Keyshawn, we were brotherly like. I stay with his mom, he stays with me. We're literally brothers.
So when you say stay, you mean you're over each other's houses?
Well, yeah, when we were younger, but now we're actually roommates and we lived in the same houses. And he's my brother from a different mother.
Do you know his sister, Dominique?
Yes, I do.
And how would you describe the relationship?
I didn't really get to meet her. I don't really talk to her as much. Whenever me and Keyshawn would talk most, it would be like playing the game or something like that. But I didn't really meet her until I was like 20 years old. Type.
So
This wasn't who I thought
your
it was.
relationship with Dominique, that would have been then later, closer to the time when this happened.
Exactly, yes.
And would you say that you thought of her in friendly terms?
Of course, yeah. We've had nothing but good encounters. There's nothing I can say wrong about her.
Not good.
What about someone by the name of Tyler Robinson? How do you know that person?
Me and Tyler, we grew up together. We went to the same elementary school. Came really close in 6th grade when we had a class.
And would you also describe your relationship with Mr. Robinson as very close, sort of like Sean Jones?
Exactly, yes. We were all brothers.
All right, now I want to talk to you about an individual by the name of Sebastien. How did you meet Sebastien?
Stop breathing.
We all went to the same high school. We were all cool. We all hanged around the same friends. We were all in the same group, so basically just high school.
And back in April, when this incident happened in 2021, were you working in school? Tell us a little bit about what you were doing.
Actually, about that time, I think it was like the unemployment time, and I would just work out and do deliveries on like DoorDash, and like
What about now?
now I work in a restaurant.
It's like
I
watching
want
a
to bring your
windstorm.
attention to the day, April 6, 2021, when this all started. Do you recall whether or not anyone reached out about something happening to Dominique Jones?
Yeah, so I would say around 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, I received a phone call from Tyler saying that Travis Rudolph put his hands on Keyshawn's sister.
And did you have an immediate reaction to that, or what happened?
Well, at first I was confused, but since I thought he was joking, but not like. Anyway, I thought I wouldn't know what was happening, but I was just thinking about her recovering from her surgery that she had, and it was just wrong for me to hear somebody putting their hands on her.
So when you say you were confused, were you acquainted with Mr. Rudolph, Travis?
No, I never met him, never seen him, nothing.
Did you know that Dominique even had a boyfriend?
I've heard of him, but never knew nothing about him.
You had no personal interactions with Mr. Rudolph.
No.
You mentioned that you knew that she had recently had surgery. Were you aware that she was still recovering from that?
Yes.
Did you at some point meet up with Mr. Robinson on the night of April 6th of 2021?
Yes. So once I heard the phone call, once I got the phone call from Ty, I took a shower, and then I just went to his house.
When you say Ty, I assume you're talking about Tyler Robinson.
Yes, correct, Tyler.
And when you got to Mr. Robinson's residence, do you know whether or not anyone else was present, any of your friends?
It was Tyler, his brother, and his brother's friend.
So Mr. Robinson, Tyler, hit Tyler's brother,
Yep.
and then whom else?
His brother had a friend over. I'm not sure
Some other gentleman.
exactly.
Why does she keep
And
saying
was
last
Keyshawn
name
there?
first?
No,
What about Sebastian?
no, he was not.
While you were at Mr. Robinson's residence, was there a discussion about a plan as to what you all would do, if anything, about what you had heard regarding Ms. Jones?
No.
And what was discussed? Without going into grave details, just general topic.
Honestly, we were just sitting on the couch, playing the game, listening to music while we waited for Keyshawn and Sebastian.
How would you characterize how you were feeling at that point?
I wasn't thinking about the situation as much in that time. I was just hanging out, waiting for Keyshawn and Tyler, but just still like destroyed by the news.
Right. At some point, did Keyshawn Jones arrive?
Yeah, Keyshawn arrived.
And when Keyshawn arrived, can you tell us whether or not there was any discussion at that point regarding firearms?
So yeah, me and Keyshawn, we kind of were thinking about what we're gonna do. I know Keyshawn said, I don't want to bring any weapons to this.
Sustained. You may. If there's an applicable exception, I'll listen to it. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
So this guy isn't the guy that I thought we were getting. If it didn't cost thousands and thousands of dollars, sidebars in this trial would be fun to read.
So, Mr. Lowe, do you know whether or not Keyshawn Jones had his firearm on his person?
I do not 100% know, but I know that we had a conversation where he said we are not going to.
Same.
I can't say that. Okay,
Nope.
I don't know.
Without telling us what any other person said, did you see him produce a firearm at
No.
any point during your interaction that night?
No,
What about Sebastian? Did you
no,
see him produce a firearm at any point in your interaction that whole night?
no.
So you advised that there was some kind of discussion, and again, without going into what anybody said, did you at some point leave the residence?
Yes,
Whose vehicle did you take in order to leave the residence?
we took Keyshawn's mom's car.
So that's the black Cadillac?
Yes,
And was Keyshawn the driver or someone else?
Keyshawn was driving.
What about you? Where were you seated when you were headed over to Mr. Rudolph's residence?
I was sitting in the back left passenger seat.
So directly behind the driver?
That's correct.
Did you see Mr. Robinson with a firearm?
No, I did not.
At any point throughout the night of April 6th, 2021, going into the early morning hours of April 7th, 2021, same question I've been asking you about the others, did you see Mr. Robinson pull out a firearm at any point?
No, I did not.
Now, can you tell me what the plan was once you got to Mr. Rudolph's residence?
There wasn't a plan. We didn't really think about anything to do in a certain way. We just showed up, we parked, and we just knocked on the door.
Do you know why the decision was made not to park directly in front of the Rudolph residence?
I don't know. I wasn't driving, so I can't tell you.
Was there any discussions about that?
No, we was just playing music, and then we just ended up parking.
When you exited the vehicle, do you recall whether or not you put anything inside the trunk of the vehicle, the Cadillac?
No.
Where did you keep your cell phone if you had one on you?
I kept my phone in my pockets because I had zippers on the side, so I know it'd be safe.
You said you had zippered pockets?
Yeah, like Adidas pants, they come with zippers on them.
So you're wearing Adidas pants with zippers and the phone was inside the pocket.
Correct.
Did you have anything else in your pockets that you can recall?
Possibly keys, but I don't think so.
When you arrived at Mr. Rudolph's residence, were you familiar with his home or that particular neighborhood?
No, I've never been there.
When you got to the door of the residence, what happened?
I don't remember who knocked on the door first. I don't believe it was Keyshawn. It was either Sebastian or Tyler. But someone knocked on the door, and I believe his brother came out first.
You said, I believe. Did you know the individual that came?
No, I don't. I didn't know him.
Did he
To
just
some
say, I
other
don't
male,
believe
to your
it was
knowledge, not
Keyshawn,
the defendant?
Sebastian, or Tyler? But also he didn't knock on
And
the
when
door?
the young man opened the door,
it
how was
Hack?
his demeanor towards you all?
He wasn't completely
Mystery?
aggressive.
Mystery
I think he
hack?
kind of knew why we was there, but he wasn't. He was just kind of talking.
Okay, so seemed relatively normal.
Exactly.
What about,
'Cause otherwise,
did
nobody
anyone
knocked on the
ask to
door.
speak specifically to Travis?
So yeah, we were just requesting Travis. We didn't really know who he was or who that was. Yeah, we just wanted to talk to Travis.
Okay. When you say we, I just want you to focus on what you know and what you said.
Okay, so I was not saying anything. I seen Tyler and Sebastian say, "Where is Travis?"
Okay. Did at some point the gentleman that they believe to be Travis exit the residence?
Yes, I think that was after his mom came out, but then yes, he did come out.
When Mr. Rudolph exited the residence, and of course now you know who Travis Rudolph is that correct?
Yes, I know that is.
So when Mr. Rudolph exited the residence, can you tell me about his demeanor?
He came out with his shirt off, already mad.
He was in
And
bed.
he was already riled up.
Did you see any of the people that you were with or yourself approach him and attack him in any way, Mr. Rudolph?
No, we were really trying to have a conversation, but I feel like he came out on with a different type of energy and timing. Like,
Why would he not?
At some point after Mr. Rudolph exits the residence and you are all now interacting outside of the residence, can you tell me what took place? Was there any conversation that you recall between Mr. Rudolph and you all?
so there really wasn't much conversation. It was more of like just talking back, like arguing back and forth. But within a couple of seconds of into it, he just looked at all of us and then he body slammed Keyshawn.
What do you mean by body slam?
He charged at Keyshawn, he picked him off the floor, and he slammed him.
Are you talking about picking up off the floor, like all the way up, or describe for us so we understand?
I would say it was more like a scoop. He grabbed his legs and then kind of take him down.
So sort of similar to a tackle.
Exactly.
Oh, that's convenient.
When you saw that, what, if anything, was your reaction?
Well, everybody, once he picked up Keyshawn, then I would say Tyler jumps in, his brother jumps in, then me and Sebastian, we all just jump into a fight.
So if we're understanding you correctly, at this point, it's essentially a brawl right there in the front.
Correct.
Okay.
He's more like a running
Do you
back.
see anyone at all
Or, I mean,
with
not
any
running,
any
whatever.
kind of
I
weapon
don't know
at that
football.
point?
No, I do
Receiver,
not.
something, somebody that runs. He's not a tackle. He's not a guy that tackles people.
So then, does that mean it was a fist fight?
That's correct.
I used to know football, but I watching it, so I don't know.
Mr. Lowe, why did you accompany Mr. Jones over to Mr. Rudolph's residence?
Keyshawn is like my brother. And Keyshawn's sister, that's like my sister as well. So I would never leave Keyshawn by his side by himself. It's just that kind of relationship we have.
Why
And
didn't
like I
you
said, I
leave
just felt
anybody?
bad because his sister literally was recovering from surgery and she got slammed. So
She
All
didn't.
right. Did you bring any weapons with you?
no, I did not.
So just your cell phone and the keys that you had?
Correct.
Wouldn't it be funny if he held up both his arms?
As
like,
the
"These
fist
two
fight is happening
guns."
on the ground, describe what kind of fist fight. Is it the
Sorry.
kind where blood is now
Last
being drawn,
witness
or
just-
describe it for us?
No, I mean, it was two people fighting one person. So I would say me and Sebastian was fighting his brother and Tyler and Keyshawn was fighting Travis, but it wasn't a bloody fight or people going home with black eyes. Like, it wasn't that bad.
Okay. As this scuffle, melee fight is happening outside, do you see or are you able to see where the mom is?
Yeah, the mom was standing right in the driveway with something on her phone. She just kept trying to show us something on the phone, which we couldn't really look at because we were fighting.
Did there ever come a point where there was a break or pause in the fighting?
Yeah, there was a pause where Travis was trying to go into his house to go get a gun, but Sebastian said, "Why are you going to get a gun if we're right here?" And he did not get the gun, so he just kept fighting.
So let's just make sure we understand this chronology, if you will. So you said there was one instance where Mr. Rudolph attempted to enter the residence but did not actually go inside.
Exactly.
At any point during all of what you just described to us, from the point of knocking on the door to the point where we just ended with Mr. Rudolph not going into the house, do you recall whether or not there were any weapons at all outside, any knives, firearms, anything?
No, I don't recall any weapons.
All right. So I just want to make sure that I understand your answer. Did you see any weapons?
I did not see any weapons, no.
Because your response was, I do not recall any weapons, so I want to make sure.
No, yeah, I'm sorry. I did not see any weapons.
So there were no weapons.
There was no weapons.
And then you look down at the floor, both times that you said it.
Did the fighting continue or did it fizzle at that point?
So yeah, after that pause, we began fighting again because he didn't decide to go into the house. He just, okay, I'm gonna keep fighting. So that's what he did. His mom was still there. His brother is still trying to fight. And then we had another pause, which was right at the front of his house by the sidewalk, like by his car or whatever. And we're looking at each other like, what are we doing? And then Travis then punches Tyler again to make us start fighting again.
So it sounds like fighting, pause, fighting again.
Exactly.
When Tyler is punched by Mr. Rudolph, that's Travis, not the brother. Is that correct?
Travis, yes.
What happens from there? You said new fighting, but physically what's happening?
So we're fighting. We're just continuing to fight. It was more like a one-on-one for a quick second with Tyler and Travis, and then me and Keyshawn were kind of looking at each other like this is getting out of hand. Like we got to kind of get everybody together to go. So that's when we try to make our effort to leave.
What kind of efforts were you making?
Basically, just trying to rally everybody together, and then Keyshawn was trying to go to the car to get it started.
So the car in question was parked, I think we discussed this already, away from the Rudolph residence, correct?
Exactly. Oh, exactly. Yes.
Okay. So did you actually leave the area of the Rudolph residence?
Yes, I left the area and I went down to where the car was parked.
You went down the streets.
Exactly.
What about Keyshawn?
Keyshawn also left with me.
Were you closer to
I wouldn't
Keyshawn
have
than
got
you
away
were
if you
to
parked in
Tyler
front
and
of the
Sebastian?
house.
Yes.
So doing the sneak attack.
Did you notice the brother and where he was in relation to either you and Keyshawn or Tyler and Sebastian?
Yes. So when me and Keyshawn left, and we kind of left Sebastian and Tyler, so I noticed that, and I turned around to see that Sebastian was still fighting his brother by himself, while Keyshawn was still starting the car up. I left the car, went back to there, and then helped Sebastian in his situation.
So let me see if I understand this correctly. Where is that fight happening between Sebastian and the brother?
It's outside of his house, but not directly in front of it. It's in the street to the left.
You may.
But the judge just goes home and sits in silence after these
Actually,
days.
Deputy, yes. Thank you.
Like, tells his wife, don't talk to me.
Okay. So I'm going to be handing you this larger map. It states 1B. And I want you to take a look at it and let me know whether or not you are now familiar with this area where the incident happened, such that you could identify the residence where Mr. Rudolph lived at the time.
I could identify it.
All right. If I could have the witness step down and be able to publish for purposes of aiding in this testimony.
Yes, you may, and I suggest using the wooden pointer. Thank you.
That's here as well, Judge. Thank you. Come on. Let's just make sure everybody can see. I'll stand here.
At least he dressed appropriately for court. I'm like, Miss
All right, make
Dominique.
sure, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Lowe, can you identify for us with the pointer whereabouts Mr. Rudolph's residence was?
Lives right here.
Okay. So when you're talking about that fight happening between Mr. Rudolph's brother, Daryl, and Sebastien, whereabouts is that fight taking place?
I would say this is happening somewhere around this area. I just remember this tree casting a shadow on the street, and they were fighting inside the shadow of the tree. So it had to be somewhere right here.
So based on where you're pointing now on the map, it looks like the Rudolph's property has not ended.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. So this fight is still taking place on the Rudolph residence, but not obviously in the front yard.
Yeah. Yeah. You can say that. Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like the side of the property.
Yeah.
Okay. And as that fight is happening between Sebastien and Mr. Rudolph's brother, Daryl, can you tell me whether or not that's also the location you returned to in order to assist Sebastien?
Yeah. I came back from here and I ran back to around here.
Okay. And when you went up there, what kind of assistance did you provide?
Basically, it was just me and Sebastien kind of jumping his brother.
And explain for the members of the jury what jumping means.
Oh, well, just two people fighting one person, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So is that a fist fight or is that firearms, weapons?
It was just a fist fight. I didn't have no weapons.
Okay. What about Sebastien? Did you see him with any weapons with the brother at that point or any other point?
Never. I've never seen it.
Okay. So what happened with the fight between the brother, you now, and Sebastien?
What happened with, sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yes. What happened? How did the fight end, if it did?
So I basically just created enough space and time for me and Sebastien to both get away, and then we met up with Keyshawn back at the car.
Now, did you see Mr. Rudolph enter the home?
Me personally, no, I did not.
And why was that? Where were you?
I was already back at the car trying to leave.
Okay. So by the time, as far as you know, Mr. Rudolph exits his residence, you're already whereabouts on the map?
I would say we were right before this turn. The car was parked like right here.
Okay. So much closer to your car.
Exactly.
Okay. Did you actually get in the car before any shots were fired by Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, but I didn't have, it was probably a split second after.
All right. If you could return to the witness stand, thank you.
You can just leave this pointer right there on the desk. Thank you.
So far, he seems like a respectable young fella.
All right. I am also going to be
See
utilizing that
what
ring
happens.
video. If you could have a moment to set that up, Judge.
Sure.
When the defense asks him questions.
Oh, yeah.
And that states exhibit what? 32, all right.
Mr. Lowe, while we're waiting for that to be set up, do you recall whether or not you were wearing clothes on the night of this incident?
Yes,
I
I
would
was
hope
wearing clothes.
so.
Well, top and shorts or pants?
Yeah, I was wearing I don't remember what shirt, but I know I was wearing pants.
And you know you were wearing something covering the top of your
Yeah, I never took my shirt off.
Back then, was your hairstyle differently?
Yeah, I just cut my hair.
And how was it styled then? Did you have short cut like this or dreads or anything else? Or
Yeah, I had
Braids.
dreads.
so that's the locking type style?
Yeah, I had long dreads.
And how long were they about that time?
Oh, they weren't that long actually. At that time, it was 2 years ago. They were probably like down to my forehead, so not too long.
So enough that they would be like sort of halfway down your face, but not enough to come to your shoulders.
Exactly.
Okay. Mr. Lowe, do you see yourself in this screenshot here where it's paused?
Yeah, I do.
And could you identify which individual is you?
The person in the back with the t-shirt.
Okay, so that's you, the last person sort of making its way up that walkway.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a bulge there in your right pocket. Do you know what that item is?
That item would be my cell phone.
Okay, are you sure?
Sure.
I'm 100% positive.
Okay. And do you recognize any of the other individuals that are visible now?
I can only see Keyshawn, so.
Okay, so Keyshawn, is that the person in the forefront?
With the hoodie on.
So Keyshawn had his hoodie up?
Yes.
Okay, if you could keep playing. Who's the gentleman with the longer braids behind Keyshawn, sort of in front of you right now?
That's Sebastien.
Okay, and where is Tyler?
Tyler's on the right side with his shirt off.
Okay, so that's the gentleman with his shirt off.
Yes.
Okay, and I see you shaking your head. What's that about?
Honestly, I just never seen this footage, so it's just actually just news to me.
Okay. All right, if you could let it play. And if you could go to the very next one.
Turn it off, please. In fact, get it out of here.
All right, if you could pause it there, that's great. So as this interaction is happening, have you ever seen this video before, by the way?
No, this is all my first time seeing it.
Okay. Do you recognize the individual that's in the forefront of the video right now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and who's that?
It's Travis.
All right. So at the time Mr. Rudolph is actually entering the residence, are you one of those individuals that are out there by the street?
I would assume so, but I can't 100% see, so.
Okay. If you could take it back, if there is a back, and just let it play so he can see. Pause it. So there appeared to be 4 individuals. Can you tell whether or not any of the individuals were you? And you can go back if, do you need to see it again?
I mean, it more than likely was me, but I can't literally see it from this footage, but.
I'm not
Okay.
sure it would be of assistance, but Mr. Lowe can step down and use that pointer, perhaps, if that
Mr. Loads, the judge is giving you permission to step down so you can get closer to the screen.
may help, it may not, I don't know.
Okay, if we could play. Okay, so let's go back a little bit so we can identify which one you're referring to. Okay, so back up a little bit if you could with the video.
You can stop here. I'm this guy right here.
So sort of the skinnier image that's away closer to the roadway.
Exactly.
Okay, so second in line there of the 4 people that we're seeing.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But it's
if you could let it
important
play.
that we see it, but it sure would be nice.
You could pause it. Did you see Mr. Rudolph coming out here?
No, I did not. I was set on getting to the car.
Okay, so you are already running back to the car at this point.
Exactly, because earlier I already seen him try to go for his gun, so I knew that this time he was going to get it for real.
Okay, so you're heading out of town, basically, you're running back to the car.
I was trying to get gone, yes.
Okay, if you could let it play. Pause that. Were there any other females outside besides the mom?
No.
Okay. And are you able to recognize anybody else in that video as you were watching?
I mean, I seen Tyler and Sebastien.
If we could play that back so he can identify who those people are. All right. Are you able to tell us of the other individuals with you there, who's who?
Not from this part. It was like later at the end of the video.
All right. So please let Mr. Clausy know when to stop.
All right.
I think it's just better if you let it play and then he'll stop you. Yeah. No.
I think this right here is Tyler, and then me and SB were already gone down the street.
And SB is Sebastian?
Sebastian, yes, Sebastian.
So you, Sebastian, Keyshawn are now gone running towards the vehicle.
Yes,
And you said that person that's still remaining out there on the street is Tyler Robinson?
yes, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. And if you could let it play. Pause it there. Did you hear, were you able to hear all that yelling as you were there in person?
All right, no, I was even focused on that. I was just focused on getting back to the car.
Okay, and you were by that point further away?
Yeah, on the map, I was almost a block away.
All right, thank you so much. That person, the voice that was saying, you got that, did you recognize that voice?
I couldn't clearly hear it, but I believe that was Tyler.
We can play it again, just
Yeah.
to be sure. And it's sort of just towards the end of that video. That,
Yes, that's definitely Tyler.
what does you got that mean, if you know?
Basically, we were surrendering, basically saying we already fought. We like this night is over. You got it. You clearly have the gun out, and we don't want any more problems further than this.
Is there any fighting happening at that point?
No, because I was leaving, Keyshawn was leaving, Sebastian was leaving, and Tyler was still left behind. But
And obviously we can see Tyler on the video. He doesn't appear to be engaged in a fight with anyone.
no, I mean, yes, that's correct.
Did you see at any point, once you said you got to the vehicle, whether or not Tyler made his way to the vehicle?
So as I was running to get back to the car, I kind of wasn't really looking behind me. It was more tunnel vision. I would say as I got into the back seat of the car, I felt a push to then get on the floor into the car, but I never fully like got to see Tyler.
Okay. So could you tell whether or not Keyshawn was already in the vehicle?
Keyshawn was 100% already in the vehicle.
Okay. And what about Sebastian?
Sebastian was 100% already in the vehicle.
And then you said you got in and you felt a push.
Exactly.
Did you know whether or not it was one of your friends that pushed you or someone else?
It would have to be Tyler because he was the last person left.
Do you know if Tyler actually fully made it into the vehicle?
No problem.
Okay, sorry about that. The question was, did you see whether or not Tyler Robinson made his way back to the vehicle and actually inside?
I did not 100% see Tyler get back in the car.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not, as you were in the vehicle, whether or not your vehicle that you were in started moving at all?
I believe there was a quick second where he threw the car in drive and then let off the the brake, and it moved a little bit. But then I wouldn't even say 1 second later, less than a second later, a whole bunch of gunshots just start flying into the car.
And was that the first round of gunshots that were flying at the car?
Yeah, I would say it was like the only round. It was just pure shooting nonstop.
So it sounds like, was Keyshawn the driver again?
Keyshawn was the driver.
And where was Sebastian seated?
Sebastian was in the front passenger seat to the right.
And you said you ducked down. What way were you facing?
I kind of got pushed in. So once everything, as soon as I got pushed in, I hit the floor, and then the bullets just started coming in.
What happened with the vehicle? Did it ever make its way to actually speed off?
No. So when somebody's shooting at you with a big gun, it disables the car, and we weren't able to drive while getting shot at. So no.
So the vehicle was sort of just stopped for a while.
I wouldn't say it stopped because we were able to get away from the situation, but while he was shooting at us, we weren't able to drive because we were getting shot at.
Did you think something had happened to Keyshawn?
While the shooting was happening, it was I heard Sebastian. I didn't think anything happened to Keyshawn, to answer your question, but I heard Sebastian say I got hit, and then the shooting kept going after that. So.
And I have to ask, was Sebastian fully in the vehicle as that was what you just described?
Sebastian was fully in the vehicle, doors closed, ready to go.
What about the door next to you in the back seat? Was that open or closed?
I do not remember. I was laying down, trying not to get shot.
So obviously there are two doors at the back of a Cadillac. There would have been one on the left and one on the right. So right behind the driver's side and the passenger side. Were both doors open or just, if possibly, one?
No, we got in, me and Tyler both got in through the back left door. And from the back left door, I dove onto the back right side. If that makes
So then that would have been over on the driver's side of the Cadillac?
sense. Could you, what,
Sorry, the side where Keyshawn was. So the
like
you know,
his
there's a
door, I got in through the back left door and I jumped down into the back right side on the floor.
Okay,
So I moved over.
understood.
No, I don't. So,
Judge, I'm going to ask a clarifying.
okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I
So
love
when you
this
jump
judge. I know I
in,
keep saying
are
that.
you essentially jumping closer to where Sebastien is seated over on his side of the vehicle? Or are you closer to where Keyshawn is seated on his side of the
I
vehicle?
was closer to the right side of the car on Sebastian's
Use
side.
left or right, I think.
Sorry. I was closer to Sebastian's side, the passenger side.
Okay, so you dove in and went to Sebastian's side.
Exactly.
Okay, so you dove in from the driver's side of the vehicle, headed toward the passenger side.
Yeah.
Got it.
Well, I've got crazy dogs because somebody's firing a gun around my house. So
Did you
yippee.
see anyone in your
Don't
vehicle
like
with a
loud noises.
firearm?
No, I never saw anybody with a firearm.
Did you see anybody retrieve a firearm and attempt to try to pull it up or hold it up?
No, I did not see anything like that.
What was happening in the car as the shots were being fired?
I was ducking for my life. Keyshawn was ducking for his life, and like I said, I heard Sebastian say he got shot, and the firing still happened after that.
So during your early testimony, you said eventually you all were able to drive away from the location. Sort of tell us a little bit about how that happened.
Once the shooting stopped, we waited a little second. Then I was able to like poke my head up and see what's happening. Keyshawn poked his head up, and then he just threw the car and drive without thinking. We then made the right turn. It's right there on the map. And then that's when I grabbed my phone out of my pocket and I started to call the hospital or just 911 in general. Then once we're driving down the street, we're
Let me
looking.
pause you there first.
Yeah, no problem.
You said you took out your phone, and what did you do? Did you actually physically make a call, or were you looking for hospitals? I wasn't sure what you were saying.
So we were looking for directions to the hospital, but we also did call 911.
When was 911 called? Do you recall?
I would say as soon as we made the right turn and we were like not completely out of the reach, but like far enough that we felt safe enough, I guess, to call them.
Do you remember whether or not the vehicle was pulled over by that point?
No, the vehicle was not pulled over at that point.
So the call started before the vehicle was stopped.
Yes.
Did there come a point where the vehicle did stop or become inoperable?
Yeah. So after the vehicle got shot up a lot, the car just stopped working. So we were forced to just pull over to some abandoned building or whatever building that was.
How were you feeling?
There was a lot of emotions going through all at the same time because I really didn't know what just happened. At that exact time, my one objective was just to try to help Sebastien because, like I said, he said he got shot and then he wasn't really moving that much or anything.
So he wasn't responsive at that point?
No, he wasn't.
Now, we've taken this sort of gradually, point by point, but did this all happen sort of in a short period of time, or was it over longer minutes?
Yeah, it just felt like everything kind of happened fast. Like,
By the time you got to the location where the vehicle was now inoperable, did you exit the vehicle at any point?
yeah, as soon as we pulled over, I got out of the car. I went to the front side where Sebastien was sitting, and I was kind of not like shaking him, but like kind of trying to touch him, like trying to see if he was okay. And then that's when I heard the police car right behind me, so I waved them down, and then they pulled over, and then they helped us.
So then if that front passenger side door where Sebastien was seated was open, that was opened by you?
Yes.
When you saw Sebastien, was he able to breathe, say anything, do anything at that point?
No, not really.
When the officer was flagged down and came over to where you all were,
Well, it is leading.
I will
So,
rephrase,
sustained.
Judge.
Play it. Thank you.
Can you tell us what happened next after you saw the officer?
The officer he separated me and Keyshawn from the car where Sebastian was sitting, and then just more police officers came on the scene.
How'd you get the officer's attention?
When I got out the car,
No. How'd you get the officer's attention when you saw him?
I waved him down, and then I just pointed him like he needs help, and then he's like, okay, just back away. Like he separated us in a way.
So the officer separated you both from the vehicle and each other, meaning you and Keyshawn?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not there were any hospitals close by? Were you able to figure that out, either you or Keyshawn with the phone?
No, because it didn't even matter because the car stopped working. Even if there was 2 minutes away, we wouldn't have been able to get there.
And did eventually paramedics arrive and, of course, law enforcement?
Yeah, paramedics arrived. More police officers came. And, yeah.
Did you remain on the scene where you all were found until you could be interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes, that's correct.
How long were you there for, do you think?
I would say between 30 minutes and like an hour because we had to wait till Detective Vanderland showed up.
Okay. And then once the lead detective showed up, do you know whether or not you stayed there longer than that?
Yeah, well, we had to tell her what happened.
Did you have to wait your turn?
Yeah, we was separated. Keyshawn told his story or side or whatever, and then I told what just happened.
At any point, did you remove any items from Sebastian's hand?
No, I wouldn't have never even had time because the police officer was right there within 10 seconds.
And as you were shaking Sebastian, did you see anything in his hand?
No.
Did anyone, including yourself, dispose of any firearms?
No.
And he looks at the ground again.
One moment, Judge.
All right.
All right, if she's done, I'll make sure she's
I will
done.
yield this witness at this time, Judge.
All right. Cross-examination?
I'm gonna stop for today. Probably pick up cross-examination on Monday, but I might sneak in tomorrow. I'm not sure because I kind of want to get going on this a little bit more because it's not like a super long trial to begin with, but also kind of depends on what's going on tomorrow because I think my husband, he is being a super swell guy and he is actually building me a studio downstairs in our basement so that I got a pretty good setup right now, but it'll be better down there and it'll just be better. So if he's going to work on that, I might try to stream tomorrow so we can get through this guy's testimony and maybe the next guy. I thought this was the annoying guy. The next guy is super duper annoying, but not as annoying as Dominique was. So, but again, if you got your notification set, it should notify you. Hopefully I will not have as many problems with Rumble as I did today. Hopefully I've got that straightened out. And the other thing that I was having problems with when I was trying to set up Rumble yesterday was it wouldn't take my URLs from Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. So I know that's not on there. I'll try to get that fixed tomorrow. And then hopefully that'll just be set up. But again, it's at alternate juror number 1 at the end of it on Twitter. And I think that's pretty much it. This is a really, really interesting case. Like I've said, there's a lot of what not to do's as far as witnesses go. And then there's a few just good witnesses. So thank you for everybody for hanging out. I am gonna end this. It's been a long time. It's almost been 5 hours. Man, time flies on here. So again, if you haven't already, please hit the like, please hit the subscribe. Make sure the notification's on. And if I don't see you tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. on Monday. And so I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm not available on Tuesdays and Thursdays right at the moment. And sometime on the weekends, if I'm doing a live, for sure on the weekend, so I can stay caught up if I'm not able to get caught up during the week. But right now it's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then sometimes weekends. So thanks to everybody that has came and hung out with me today. Like I said, please hit like, subscribe, share, and if you're on the replay, you want to leave any comments, please do so. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think about old Dominique. And if she's as crazy as we kind of thought she was today. So, I can do this, make myself bigger, and go over here. And again, I apologize. Hopefully we won't have that issue again. This whole Rumble thing is new to me. So I'm not new to Rumble, new to streaming to Rumble, but we'll get it figured out. So everybody have a good weekend if I don't see you tomorrow, and I will see you Monday, 11:30 a.m. All right, have a good weekend.